Predator's Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and may be the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
You gotta run. No time. Come on. Oh, I think it down. Almost there.
Oh, speaking of, ooh, Teddy, that was nice from that particular side. He doesn't have much cover right now. Has to throw a smoke to try to get over to his teammate, and it's going to be a push coming at him. He's got to be very ready for this. AK around the corner, catches him off guard, doesn't catch anything out of it though. Get the nerves calmed down a little bit and do some stuff. BAE struggling on the outside of this compound, but there's two down. Shen still hanging out behind the rock. It's going to be some of the grenades coming his way. Us capitalize off of that, but Agent taking some damage from no one. CJ gets out. Great spray from CJ. And that's going to be the end for number one. They go down to the combined fire of a couple different teams.
And causing them any pain, and it's just letting them fight each other.
Not the spot to stop there.
Keeping in mind, we heard the panel talk about international versus localized play. Something that happened nice. That's how you save a friend. Maybe. Yeah, there you go.
You got him.
Yep.
Nice.
The old car joust. So when you talk about
lucky there for him, he got away with one there. He was out in the open, and the opening headshot, usually that's going to result in a knock.
What a bold play as High comes up over the top of this hill. He wants part of Archangel. They try to get away. Return fire. Remember, car meta. You can't just run up on top of the hill, seed swap, and now the fight might actually come back towards him. They were unhappy with the attempted ambush. Now he's alone. He's low. He's down. Now is PLM. They had a weird game last time. There's the team we talked about. Teflon Predators jumping out of the car and going for the split.
Beat up though. Good job by Veds to pick one up there. Over to Maxonis with the throwables, getting in on top of Purple Mood. Big explosions. The fire is there. Purple Mood getting ripped.
Pushing, they can maybe just wait and clean up some free kills, and we'll come up over the top here.
Yeah, I think it's really, Cerberus has no reason to push too far into this, and they're doing exactly what they should do. Wow, great shooting from Tycon. That was a ridiculous double there. Great transfer over, gonna try to tap to pick up the last one. Oh, do it quicker, E365 is gonna take, as there is out of the three. They are able to get to the tractor. I think Sharper White, they maybe had an opportunity to wipe Battle Arena out there. They had two down, and now they're in with a great grenade from Chibrit. They are almost down and out. Trying to rescue them is Tanoy. He's getting here. He's throwing smokes, but more good grenades from Chibrit are tearing them apart. They are down. They are out. Pulls up to that haystack. One of the destroyable ones, though I'm not sure if there are any frags or anything left here. He's going to throw one for himself. That could come in pretty close, just to the side. If you could get that to roll a little bit more to the right, he might have a good one, or get it in the door. Everybody's in the shack. Game Home is swarming on top of this. This is so smart. They've identified it. The mollies are there. It is E365's turn to go down.
Wrong priority compound, given the topography of the map and where you're going to
start camping things. God knew going to be swimming on back. Indian Rivals going to be taking the fight here to Troublemaker. Is that a lot of people look at this and even said they didn't get this knock, for example. Everyone's like, yeah, you didn't get the knock. You wasted so much ammo, like while somebody's moving up here. But actually hitting the car constantly as well, the pops like this, that Western Road is going to be an absolute hot spot. This fight is going on right now. There's likely going to be another 2 or 3 teams potentially rotating up through there unless they take hills.
Hoping to try and get it through the garage door. Zoidmate should be stimmed at this point as well. A lot of utility being committed. Finally do they find moves. Player from TG just lingering and lurking in the distance. Good tag Not quite a frag just yet, unless the molly will find it. It's absolutely perfect. He's going to burn away. That's a good response.
Very good.
We'll see, yes?
Right now, the nades are not bad, but they're not great either. They're not really finding their mark. And you may need this utility later on. Flurries is moving on up, gets a spray, gets a little cheeky one around the corner, goes for those that the circle might be problematic for him. There might be a sacrifice.
Probably a seat swap. Nade. If it bounces, it could be good. Even if he takes the vehicle out and pushes it back onto it.
Significantly less teams than I'm used to sort of being comfortable with that late edge rotation. The team that's smart, that goes north, that works their way through Oasis, may have an advantage in this one, though, as nobody seems... I'll pause this for a second as we see Indian Rivals putting in some work.
Yeah, Indian Rivals has been in Cruz de Valle for quite some time. Now they've got other teams that are getting forced into this area because of the way the circle is shifting up north, so the teams from the south getting pushed in. And they're trying to defend this house. Grenades are out. He should be able to push forward.
Scarier to steal and drive away. He knows he's going to come back to it, though, so just wait. There you go. Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for them, and now they got to start turning it around now or never. It's kind of one of those situations where we're about to be halfway through this tournament, and you got to start putting up points. Grenade over the hill. That's right on the money from D. Is going to be forced to leave their compound. Purple has to come down from the northeast, try to make something happen, and here's the crash onto BAE. Let's see if they can hold it. 2 down already by M0. Spins around to try to go for another. But he's done well to get this far, to hold that shack down. They got pushed on it, and they were able to lock it. Good shot from Van. The hope is that you could somehow get E365 or VTR to fight, and you're able to make your move off of that, but it never came to fruition. So instead, E365 up over the top. Jexy doing a good job there, getting the knock on Teddy, almost taking Gen Foss down as well. Teddy clean.
West shift when we're already that far northwest is insane. Shots already coming in here from TEG on towards Extreme. He's going to get...
It's, you know, very rare, James, that we really see bolt actions go into play. Now's the perfect chance. Now's the perfect opportunity because he's in a very safe and very secluded area to put it to good use.
Really good real estate in this area if they have the utility like smokes to keep them alive. And we're seeing Troublemaker coming in against Sharper.
Emma's Lounge, bit of a fire of the Rome Renaissance, time to start the defensive stance. Molly's nades, everything, and this is now where things start to get a little bit dicey. BTR is mild. The second that he gets out of there and across the road, he's instantly dead. The mine's down, the pre-nades there. You have to have your gun ready, though. 2 players on standby. 1, 2. Wait, vehicle on fire. Does have a few seconds to move away from it before it blows up. It could do some damage, especially if it lands on top. It's not. It's blown away, thankfully. But now it's time to respond. Here we go. 2 players laying on the floor. That is, it's a valiant attempt. I'm fine with it. With the nade pin being pulled and the second player fallen, that should be a couple of players gone. Final player, rest in peace. Get to the mix, they're down to 1 player. If Indian Rivals have read this like a book, then maybe they can put the final nail in the coffin. 1 good grenade would seal the deal. Never mind, they're on fire, they're burning, they're done.
Oh no.
A bit of time to get this Reds, to be fair, he did.
Yeah.
They both just stopped and repositioned themselves and clearly noted by the gunfire what's going on.
Oh no.
That's a good nade. Never
on that south side, Troublemaker. Trying to find the off angle will be a troublesome foe for them. E365 in the kill feed. Shibuya is pushing up against this. He is the kill leader, and they take you.
mold everything to net that victory.
Yeah, I'm feeling good too. Maybe not as high energy as Asarai here. He always seems to be the Energizer Bunny. But as we're moving on, I love that you brought up the fact that, it is kind of like the last bastion of the super system. Because, well, yesterday it would have ended quite differently, perhaps, if we did move to the new system where chicken dinners mattered most. And so we might even have the Eagles or, come out on top of it. But, guys, I'm so excited for today. We're doing the last day of APAC, and we know some teams just suddenly came out of nowhere and did so well that we didn't even expect. I'm hoping you see more of that today, Illustrato.
Very happy with some of the way some of these teams have performed. Talking about Eagle 365, these guys come out of the woodwork. Weren't really 100% sure about how they do coming into this, but they are currently 30 points ahead the last time we saw them. Right behind them, also a team that we're surprised to see do quite well, Archangel Predator. A lot of teams just coming out here showing what they're made of. Victim Rise as well, one of the teams that we didn't really expect to see do all that well, but proving us wrong time and time again, just showing us that sometimes, especially in this region, we can be very much pleasantly surprised here. So, Asarai, at the very beginning of the day, what are you hoping to see after on game number 1?
So, I mean, right now, I feel like we're going to be seeing Eagle 365 just run away with the victory. Not only because they have that 30-point massive lead above everybody else. I think the second team is Archangel at 76, and specifically Eagle 365 at 104 points. The biggest thing that really allows Eagle 365 to make this happen was their ability to adjust. And this team, if I just want to point it out in terms of stats so that our viewers can translate or understand this a bit, a bit easier, Eagle 365 at the start of day 1, they've been averaging at least top 5 with very little kills. And then somehow the Miramar set that we've gotten on day 2 has really boosted up their performance, wherein every single game, even if they don't get that chicken dinner, they're always consistent in the top 5, averaging at 9 kills, especially because Chibrit has been insane.
Oh, yeah.
And this has really allowed Eagle 365 to just, I think as you've said it already before, soar pretty high, and that has allowed them to keep themselves on top. If they can continue doing that, there's going to be pretty much little threat for them to not get that top 1 spot and, being the champion for our Predator.
A couple of teams that we looked at to do well, but just seem to fall off here, Black and Blue. We looked at Sharper, and it seems like as the days go by, maybe the Blade looking a little bit more dull as the days pass here, and they're kind of just falling off. And Game Home, who started really strong, unable to really find the success that they had. Both of these teams we really looked at to be top of the leaderboard, leader of the pack right now, but it seems to be slipping away. Why do you think that is? Do you feel like teams are just figuring out how they play or hard targeting them? What's going on in this one?
I think some of the teams that we do have here, Ilu, they're kind of stepping up to the plate right now. Sharper, their furnace just seems to be cooling off here where they were forged. And so on the side of Game Home, I think it's more of the same. They aren't performing as well as we kind of expect, and the other teams are just stepping up to the plate. I think part of it is because they're not maybe as used to some of these teams that we do have in the scene. It's kind of like, which is weird because they are part of the region, a part of the C region. It's more like teams like Immunity, teams like Indian Rivals, who maybe don't always play against these Southeast Asia teams that are maybe having trouble to adjust, and that's understandable. But for Game Home coming in from Vietnam and from Sharper coming in from Thailand, it's very weird to see them right now. I'm not sure. It might just be jitters to start things off. Maybe they've been shaken. They have been getting pincered quite a lot, so maybe they've been making the wrong calls all throughout. But end of point, they just aren't doing as well, I guess, as we expect.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, and especially with such a large amount of money at stake, you would really think that they'd be going for this tooth and nail. Just like you're about to see right now, $60,000 is up for grabs. First place is 37,500, big one. What? 15K for whoever follows next, and 7,500. That's about half. You get a cool 7,500 US at the very top of it. Now, Asarai, I've asked this to Black and Blue, but if you had $37,500 in your pocket right about now, no BS, man, what would you go ahead and pick up?
Is it weird that I want to get any and every form of potato dish that is available in the world? Like mashed potato, baked potato, French fries, hash browns, all of the like just
Sometimes you really have to commit to that, and that has been something that the the higher standing teams right now have been able to really get for themselves and do much to their success.
You know what? About the thing I think I dislike the most about Miramar is that it's just not a good place to grow potatoes. It's just very dry and arid, and the land is not very
deserty.
I mean, you can hang around the cities and like go to Montenuevo and whatever, and I guess you'd have good groceries there. But I just don't see it as a place. But anyway, before we go and talk about any more, though, I do have to mention a couple things from our sponsors. Gonna ask you guys right now at home, which part of the game got you thrilled? Watch it all over again with clearer sound. Retweet your favorite game highlights, and you could be one of the lucky winners. We're picking 10 winners of the Predator Galea and RGB mousepads. If you want that extra bling bling for your hands, for your table, you know, all you gotta do, check out the Twitter right now at PredatorPH. We're giving away a bunch of stuff, not just on the game itself, and not just to you fans as well, but also to the players here at home. But also, we have a little bit of a special announcement for you guys. If you have noticed, we are actually showing a trailer in between breaks, something low-key called PUBG New State, just a little bit of a cool thing, you know. It's the new game from PUBG Core, and guess what? We just hit 10 million pre-registrations on the Google Play Store. That's probably the entire population of Metro Manila, like right there. Just about to go ahead and play. So don't miss out. Pre-register and get a free vehicle skin when the game opens to the public. And for latest information, go to newstate.pubg.com. Black and Blue, I know for a fact we're going to be hitting this game up the moment it launches. We're going to be all about that hot drop. So I don't have a lot of information about it, but I'm hoping I can do the classic school drops here. But, you know, we'll touch on that later. We'll be going and talking about the teams themselves right about now, because it's all about them today. We're going to let all the teams and all the players, as you saw right there, and all the King's Horsemen couldn't get that chicken dinner and put it together again. But we're about to find out which one of these players are actually going to be the Intel MVP very, very soon. But what is Illustrado, you ask me? What Illustrado is the Intel MVP? Well, I've got just the thing for you guys, and it's a pretty cool slide that I'm going to be pulling out here. So you're voting for your Intel MVP, and your Intel MVP, we're going to be picking one per tournament, so that just means 4, because there's 4 tournaments. That is correct. So 5 Nitro 5 laptop is what they get, as well as an MVP trophy. Absolutely fantastic prize. And they're also going to be decided by not just us talents and not just by the other players, but by you fans at home. If you want to vote for them, all you got to do is head to the website www.pl2021intelmvp.com and also log in with your email. Vote for them, and make sure you vote for not just one player, but also for every player that you feel like deserves a chance here. You get 1 vote for Dota 2 Asia, for Asia Pacific, Dota 2, and PUBG as well, both for Asia and Asia Pacific. So you want to do your favorite player a little bit of a favor, go ahead and over and go and vote for them. I mean, Aserai, I think they'd appreciate that, because not only do they get a shiny trophy, but a Nitro 5 laptop as well. If you had the Nitro 5, you know what? No, never mind. Don't answer that. Black and Blue, what would you do with a Nitro 5 laptop the moment you get it?
Well, initially, we thought about yesterday in the past few days, let's make a really cool LAN center, right? Let's have a gaming setup where all our friends can play. But right now, what I'm thinking is, using it as kind of like a home station for all my media and stuff, because that's what I really want right now. You can Steam Link stuff to it, you can game on it, PUBG on the couch, that's the way.
Yeah, I'd probably play New State on it once it comes out. I know it's on the Google Play Store.
I'm pretty sure we're going to 3-stack that, aren't we? As soon as it comes out.
I think so. Asura, you had a couple of ideas. I hesitate to ask, but now I have to.
No, man. I mean, I could watch in 4K all of the
4K potato videos,
the recipes for potatoes.
Just you see 60, 100 tabs or something. Just all different. You got potato au gratin, you got mashed potatoes, you got everything, and that'll make maybe Aserai. One of these days we should just have a potato menu tasting. And just figure out all the different kinds of spuds. This spud is actually called a russet potato. It has very strong earthy notes and is quite waxy,
World-class analysts, by the way.
Yeah, this is why they pay us the big bucks, clearly. This is why. But speaking of the big bucks, these teams vie for $60,000 US, which is also a lot of potatoes now. So these teams right here, let's go ahead and actually start to do our jobs and talk about the teams. We got Archangel, who is almost at the top. We got Eagles 365. We also got Game Home, who's right there with them. The battle for first, second, and third, I think it's very, very much open to anybody here. Which of these teams, any of these teams, Aserai, I'll start with you and then go straight to Black and Blue. Who are you looking at to be the big victor at the very end of the day?
Aside from the obvious Eagle 365, I probably have to give my sights on to Archangel. I could have maybe given my vote to Trouble Maku, but I think Archangel are the ones who do the Filipino meta the best, because the reason why Archangel was able to net this amount of points, kills, and placement excuse me, is they've been very active with how they position themselves. This is a team that I think I've said from day 1 and day 2 that have thrived on not even getting a compound, but just setting up base somewhere on top or in a really crucial positioning. I think more specifically on Miramar, and they've made it work. Whether it's Ainge Bots being able to position himself in the front end just to scout and actually stop all people from charging out their locations, it's allowed Archangel to get the necessary positioning and the necessary tools for them to get in kills. And when it comes to the brass tack at hand, their gunplay, their ability to hit their shots has been phenomenal. Maybe slightly falling off to other teams like Eagle 365, Cerberus, but it still has netted them a crucial second place as of the moment. I'm looking for them to do the same thing coming today.
Right. I'm going to jump in real quick before I get to you, Black and Blue, because I do want to agree with Asteroid in this point here. They have Archangel been looking so phenomenal on Miramar, and we're getting 3 of those today here. Eagle 365, they're picking up victories as well, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it, when we're talking about Miramar, Archangel have been so good. This is where they've gotten most of their points. This is actually where they've shined the most, not so much on Erangel. So at this point, I'm looking at Archangel saying, like, okay, looking at the maps today, I think they've got it in their bag. There's a very good chance that they can take that first spot, but I'm still holding out here for 365. Black and Blue, I'll get to you now.
I have to agree that I think the Eagles are going to soar high over the desert this time. Yeah, Archangel, they did get a chicken dinner on Miramar, but so have Eagles. And while Archangel might have had a frag ahead, they were at 11 when they did get that chicken dinner. Eagles, they got 10, so it's not that far behind. And the difference is the Eagles have been placing more consistently all throughout the tournament, not just in Miramar, but on Erangel as well. We have to forget, and let's not forget, rather, because we have to remember we still have an Erangel map to start things off. That's going to matter a lot. The Eagles, they've been doing pretty well here on Erangel, especially when we go to Miramar. They've been performing as well. Yes, it might be Archangel's best map, but what is the best map when Eagles? Seems like every map is our best here in the APAC scene right now.
I'm going to bring it to a little bit to some of the teams that I actually have been kind of surprised with. One of the teams that I think we personally didn't really get a good look at is, I think, Renaissance. And they're really showing that they're quite capable of getting into this game. And, Asarai here, you actually talked about them, and before anyone else, sorry, not before anyone else, Bay, what is it? What do they stand for? Let me just get that real quick.
Battle Arena.
Battle Arena.
Battle Arena. Thank you, my God. I just totally spaced out right there.
Bay means baby.
Bay means baby. Yeah, definitely. So what are your thoughts on these teams? And they look like they're catching up here.
Oh, is it supposed to be? Oh, okay. I thought it was a question for any of us. I guess I'll start for that. Battle Arena Elites and Renaissance, they have been performing quite well at the start. But the problem for a lot of these teams, at least for the TLDR of it, is they've been having a very difficult time into transitioning, and it seems like the more car meta hasn't really shifted into them being comfortable with playing the game as the rounds or as the maps progress. And it has shown, because Renaissance can get kills even against the top teams, but their transition phase has been really struggling, as well as with Battle Arena Elites, and this has caught them in a bit of a slump. And now their only hope here is to get into maybe top 3 or top 2, because it's possible. But at least now, it's going to be a very difficult ride for them.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut it off right there. The discussion must be on a hold because we're going to be taking a break. When we get back, however, it is going to be the start of the day and the first game of the final day here at the Predator League 2021. We'll be getting closer and closer to crowning that champion and finding out which of these teams take home the Predator Shield this year. When we come back from this break, again, I'm Ilistrado. This is Asarai in Black and Blue. When we get back, it's game number 1.
The X38 is the latest 7.5-inch span and a 2300 stand. Positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
You know what I don't like being as a panel host, Black and Blue? It's always about how you guys feel. It's like Asarai and Black and Blue, how you guys feel. No one ever asks the panel host, how am I feeling today? Okay, so now I'm going to demand that you ask me, Asarai, how I'm feeling right now.
You know what? Sometimes when you talk to the therapist, you don't ask them. But you know, in this particular instance, I'm gonna ask it because I'm a caring, loving friend. How do you feel? How are you feeling?
I'm in a mood. Thank you very much for asking. Very kind of you to ask me. I'm feeling quite purple today. That's what my mood is like right now. And I don't know. It's just one of those days where I feel kind of purple. Maybe that's why they got their name, 4 teams. Woke up one day, it's like, today is like a purple kind of day. You know, just a team that has been consistently second best or third best, I'd say, in their country, in the region, Thailand. We didn't really get to talk at length about them, Black and Blue, and I know you did want to go over this team real quick. So what are your thoughts on them this time, their performance as we are in the Predator League 2021 this time around?
Well, we're going to map number 1, and to say Erangel has been a struggle for them would be an understatement, man. They placed 14th 3 times in a row. The last 3 times they played on Erangel. That was match 8, 7, and 3. And so, dude, Erangel not looking too well. And to say that Miramar is better might be a bit of a lie because it really hasn't.
Yeah. They must be feeling now kind of more blue after their performances lately here. But let's find out what they actually have to say, though. Because we have an interview with them, and it's a short video here. I'm going to let you guys all take a look at what Purple Mood has got to say.
เล่นมาตั้งแต่เกมเปิดแรกๆเลยครับทีมพวกพับจีก่อตั้งขึ้นมาแล้วประมาณ 3-4 ปีได้แล้วครับเกิดจากการที่เพื่อนๆน้องๆชักชวนกันมาแข่งขันเกมพับจีกันครับโดยที่สังกัดพงศ์อีสปอร์ตเข้ามาสนับสนุนครับผมคิดว่าทีมอาร์แองเจิลครับเพราะเขาใช้ไลน์อัพเดิมเขาเล่นกันมานานแล้วครับประสบการณ์เขาสูงสำหรับผมให้ล็อกกี้จิมครับเพราะล็อกกี้จิมเขามีช็อตปฏิหารย์เยอะดีครับตอนนี้ทีมของเราซ้อมหนักมากครับจะแทบไม่ได้หยุดกันเลยคือแบบซ้อมจริงจังหาจุดผิดข้อผิดพลาดเยอะที่สุดเลยครับตอนเนี้ยเพราะเราเปลี่ยนเป็นไลน์อัพใหม่นะเราต้องจริงจังกว่าเดิมขึ้นเยอะเลยครับ
Just moments talking about the teams that he wants to play off against, and one of the teams that he actually did mention, the team that he mentioned actually, is Archangel, one of the front runners in this current competition. I think they're at about 2nd or 3rd place currently. A little bit of ways away from Eagle 365, but they're definitely making strides here. Now, Asarai, how are you feeling about, obviously there are people from where we come from, how do you feel about how Archangel is playing right now?
I think I've said this at the start of our pre-game analysis. I feel like Archangel has one of the best shots to be able to either keep their top 2 placement or even overtake Eagle 365. Even though that is a bit of a, in your words, Herculean task, I feel like Archangel has the necessary tools just to be able to do that. Because they got, I think for the past couple of games, the better understanding of where they have to place themselves in conjunction with how the circles have been going. And again, we've seen this on Asia, we've seen this on APAC, basically the entire Predator League, where circles have just been, I think for lack of a better term, just been hella weird. And it has forced a lot more teams to just transition and put themselves in places where they're not, but Archangel seem to be able to thrive in that. And that's why we're seeing them here at 2nd with 76 points in total.
I think I would be very much remiss if I failed to mention how poorly Archangel performed at the very start of this tournament. They didn't really get anything going, but it seems like, it's kind of like they're in a roguelite situation right now. Maybe they're kind of like Zagreus picking up bones from the different gods, and they're getting better and better. They're positioning better, they're coordinating better, they're playing those final stages better, they're getting closer and closer to getting those chicken dinners. They are still a little bit far away from Eagle 365, who have been on form here. Do you think today's the day, Black and Blue, for Archangel to actually seal the deal and maybe take us to the pearly gates of heaven?
It could be. We did see that, as you mentioned, to start things off, they did get things slow. And I noticed a trend there was that whenever the zone does go like further towards the middle base, towards south, that is where they kind of struggle, which is kind of, I guess, curious because they do drop Georgia Paul quite a bit. When the circle is for them, though, in anywhere towards like the western side of the map, they do quite well. They've been placing 2nd, 3rd, 4th consistently there on Erangel, but the thing is, we only have one Erangel map. On Miramar, it's a bit of a different story. Yes, they're pretty good actually on Miramar, no matter what situation has been thrown to them. But then again, we only have a small sample size. Only 3 maps have been played here, and so as we're going to have 3 more straight, I'm curious to see how they're going to play. But so far, they have been quite consistent, as Asarai did say. And if it's not for the completely consistently dominant performance of Eagles, I would peg Archangels to be flying high above the birds. But Archangel right now, they are looking pretty good. It seems like a lock-in for them, honestly, to be top 2 at the very least. But who knows, man, here in PUBG, especially in the super system we have, anything can happen. Somebody can just throw this whole leaderboard in for a loop. It's honestly not too far, I guess, of a stomp between 2nd and 3rd. It can be come back into within the day. And if Archangel don't perform as well, and we've seen this in Asia scene too, in the Asia scene, where, like, for example, Ghibli, they were just dominating day 1 and 2, but 3, suddenly, Kia takes over, not able to do as well. Archangel, I'm hoping it's not going to be the same story for them because they have been quite deserving of all the praise they've been getting so far in this tournament. Very good play for them, hoping you see what's more.
Yeah, and you know they are the kind of just like their namesake, Archangel. The Archangel is responsible for making miracles. Maybe they'll be able to pull off a miracle here today and come out of this on maybe not the immaculate conception kind of miracle, but maybe just the kind of miracle where they're able to pull off chicken dinner after chicken dinner. Now, before we go on and talk about any other team, we actually had an opportunity to speak with Archangel themselves. We got a little bit of a video from them. I know we had a little fun feature video on them previously, but this time we actually got to talk to one of the members of Archangel. So here's the current interview video. Check it out, kid.
Servidus at BTR. Yung family ko siguro na nasa malayo, tas yung teammates ko tsaka yung Archangel Predator. Nagsiscreen kami a month before bago yung tournament tsaka proper warm-up. Miramar kasi malaki yung patas gusto ko yung mga laban doon, mga ridge to ridge gano'n. Yung siguro, yung PCS3, yung 1v3 situation na na-clutch ko sila. Yung feeling ko na hindi ko maintindihan na hype ako. Si Algen Bots, dahil sa mga clutches na noon PPS2.
Naging MVP ako ng PPS2. Na-inspired daw dahil sa kay mama tsaka sa mga ka-teams ko, then sa girlfriend ko. Yung sa PPS2 siguro nung na-clutch ko 1v3 ata yun sa Retro Cats. Nung same score kami ng AAP. Tas na-clutch ka ng 1v3 so tumaas din yung score namin.
You just heard it from Archangel themselves, one of the household names in the Philippines, whatever game title it may be. They've got a team, and if it's Archangel, you can pretty much be sure that it's at least a halfway decent one. And in their performance here, they're doing pretty well, I'd say. Asura, I know you've been wanting to talk about these guys a little bit more, so you know what? Have at it, man.
Yeah, so from the interview itself, it seems like that has clarified or made sure of my suspicions that Archangel really do love the Miramar map more, or at least they perform better in the Miramar rather than Erangel. And in this day 3 we only have 1 Erangel, 3 Miramar. So this could be the chance for Archangel to do much. Again, Black and Blue did point out as well that day 1, it seems like Archangel was on a shaky start. They actually weren't the shakiest of teams. They averaged about top 8 for a lot of those matches that we've seen, averaging at 5 kills as well. But when we jumped to that day 2, when we saw more of the maps that they were looking forward to, or maybe even just being able to understand how these other teams worked out, they've jumped up to an average of top 5 placements with 7 kills, even boosting themselves up to 9 kills average per game, which really has skyrocketed the performance. I think, again, putting it into the favor of CJ and Allenspot, who just go out of their way to get these frags for Archangel. And similar to what I saw yesterday from Asia Pacific, or for Asia rather, with Africa Freaks, EJ doing a lot of things for that team. It seems like these two are doing the best that they can for Archangel. And Archangel, loving that ridge to ridge game, that ridge straight fighting, the immediate or the really specific use of defilade rather than compounds to net them those victories, have allowed them to really thrive in the Miramar map compared to the other teams. But there are a lot that can catch up to this. 76 points isn't a lot, and that is something that Archangel have to mend or try to deal with as we progress through this last day.
Like you said, ridge to ridge, it feels like they're taking a playbook out of World War I, just learning how to do that trench warfare, and it seems like it's pretty much paying off for them here. So we took a closer look at the members of Archangel squad. They got Mad Dog, CJ, Alchin Bots, they got Nan, and their sub called Evil Patrick. Now, prior to day number 2, it was the Alchin Bot show. Everybody was just looking at him. He's getting 6 kills per game. Like, he's just absolutely insane. One of the top players on the, on the top Predator currently in terms of the scoreboard here. But come day number 2, it's looking like a more concerted effort from the rest of the squad here, Black and Blue. And it looks like they're starting to get things, I'd say, much more under control. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we did see as the days progressed, that they did get better. They didn't get off to as bad of a start as we might have initially made it seem. As that's where I said, yeah, consistently, top 8 at the very least for average, if they ever, go down lower than that. But they mostly have been in the higher echelon of this leaderboard, especially at the end of the map. So Archangel, they've been warming up, man. They've been flying high. The wind has been catching under their wings a lot more. They've been getting more of that updraft, and so for their side, what they have to do right now is just stick to the game plan. I really firmly believe, like, while Eagle might be ahead, Archangel, they have a more of a chance than anybody to take it away from them. They really just have to, as I said, stick to the game plan, because right now it's been working for them. But Ilu, I think when they're coming into this, they also have to be aware of the other teams around. There have been some sleeper hits that we might touch on just a bit moving into the later maps, because I do believe there are some teams that could make a bit of a noise here.
And specifically, though, there's a lot of teams that we are looking at that could be making noise. We're gonna take a closer look at them, exactly who those players are, those teams are. So let's have a look at the scoreboard, where exactly we stand. Let's find out where we are at the very end, at the very start, rather, of day number 3, the final day. And as you can see, Eagle 365 holding a commanding lead, 300. That's their name, not their score. 104 total points on their score. 3 chicken dinners. If this were the new rule set, they'd be winners and more. Archangel Predator not that far behind, 1 chicken dinner, but they definitely have points to back it up. Cerberus as well, the 3-headed dog, 67 points, no chicken dinners. Victim Rise also quite behind, and also 58. Now, Black and Blue, I'll go to you again here. You mentioned teams that might be kind of flying under the radar. Anyone in particular you're looking at for the final day?
There is one in particular, and they are, well, the Hellhounds from the deep. Cerberus. Guys, this team has placed second 3 times. 2 of those were on Miramar as well, and we only had 3 Miramar maps played, and so who knows how well they might do. The first and the third Miramar map that we did play were a second place landing seating for them, for Cerberus, and so I'm looking for them to do quite good. They also got a second place on Erangel. Erangel not as too hot for them, but they did, get top 4 quite consistently too here, Cerberus. And so Cerberus is a team I'm looking to maybe throw Archangel for a loop. They've been heating up, they've been catching steam, and when they do, they can just completely frag on out the same way Archangel can do, yes. But Predator, they are the sleeper agent, I believe, in this entire leaderboard. They are the team that might just steal this whole thing away from Archangel for getting the second place. Once again, they've been doing pretty well in Miramar. We're going to have 3 of that today, with them getting 2 already with the 3 Miramar maps played, second place twice, rather, in the 3 Miramar maps that we have played. Who knows? I think it's just a matter of time for Cerberus to get that chicken dinner, just in the same way as we said for Archangel at the very beginning.
For me personally, I'm looking at teams that are kind of doing well. So Gamers Lounge, they're getting quite a decent amount of kills, but they're just getting shut down early on in the round. So they had a couple of good performances here. Trouble Maku, this is one team that we just failed to really touch on at the very start of this tournament. But if we're being honest, they're doing pretty well. They got a chicken dinner, 52 points, and quite a decent amount of placement points here. Nothing to write home about just yet. But I feel like as we go later into the day, maybe they'll kick it. They'll maybe have a chance at getting 3rd place. I don't think it's very likely that they'll get any more than 3rd place, if at all possible. But Trouble Maku, I think it's very likely. What about you, Asarai? Any teams here that might have been lying low a bit that we could see get into the top 2 or top 3?
I do have a few already that's coming into my mind. I have to agree first with Black and Blue. I think Cerberus has done quite a bit of performance up on their performance. The one thing that I think Cerberus will be struggling right now is for the past 2 maps that we saw on the previous days, they've been thwarted multiple times by E365, whether things with superior gunplay from them or just the nades connecting from the highlights that we saw. But another team that I'm looking for forward to seeing maybe come back into this one is two teams. Trouble Maku, I think they have a really good chance at this. And another one has to be Game Home. Game Home, day one, they were just mauling everybody. And the way that they were able to do this was just proper positioning and getting a compound that works with them, especially on the Erangel maps. Now, they did fall behind so much on Miramar that their playstyle has shifted up from being calculated and just getting what they can immediately get as an advantage at the start to being incredibly passive and just trying to see if no other team will fight them so that they can just come in late into the game and start, you know, picking off opponents one by one. It hasn't worked out for them in the end, but maybe they can come back from that performance that they got from game number one. Maybe we can see their amazing, what was it? I believe I did say this. They were averaging around 7 kills, top 5 for day one, and then they just like faltered, averaging like 3 kills and on top 8. And by that, I just mean that they've been wreaking just little amount of points. But I feel like there's a chance for Game Home to come back into this. And if they can, like I said, go back from that day one performance, maybe, just maybe, they can net a second or third place. But I don't think they can come back against Eagle 365.
And talking about, I think, regional power levels here, I feel like one of the reasons why, you know, one of the casters mentioned this yesterday. I think it was Paper Thin who actually said that if we get the right, and he talked about Japan on this one, that if you can actually get the right people on the right team, then they might actually start to perform internationally in something like PGIS like that, or you know, maybe an international tournament. So I feel like this is something that could be a recurring trend here in Southeast Asia. What with all, you know, just our regions being very much spread out, I feel like if you can find an SEA super team, that just might be something we could explore, because we know the Vietnamese squads, they're very, very good. The Thai squads are very good, and then the Filipinos as well. But, you know, all the best players, they're kind of, you know, separated right now. And we're not like EU. We're not like NA, where it's just vast tracts of land. We're all separated more or less by, you know, islands peppered all across the Pacific Ocean. So logistically, it's a little bit more difficult to do that. But Black and Blue, I'm gonna get your opinion on this. You think it's possible to maybe have like a SEA super team where we kind of have like the best from Vietnam, the best from Thailand, and the Philippines all together, and then competing globally?
Dude, totally. I mean, some of our best chances in any other, you know, shooter game have been from teams that were mixed international squads, at least coming from Asia. It's for a fact today is the last day to make things happen. I think Victim Rise are one of those we should be looking out for.
Yeah, we were just talking about, I think, the region, I think, as a whole, and historically speaking, probably the best team to come out of the Philippines as a purely Filipino squad is going to be playing on Dota 2 actually today. You know, TNC, they're just a phenomenal team, and you know, with the likes of, in terms of mixed teams here from multiple regions, we had players from the Philippines in Dota 2 as well, where the Philippines has had the most success, combined with players from NA, combined with players from EU. Paper Thin and Toffees, game number 1. It's all you guys.
Thank you so much, Illustrado. You talked about teams that were hodgepodges of excellence. Well, look no further. Toffees and Paper Thin here, ready to give you the call as we get into game number 1. Throw a little hubris on the ground. We'll dance in it and see how it goes. As has our top team. Eagle 365 can flaunt their hubris all over the peaks of Erangel, Paper Thin, because 3 wins in a row means that they may be good to go when it comes to taking home that big prize today.
Yeah, they've looked incredible. They've just been playing great. On the back of that, of course, with Chabrit's just an insane performance throughout this tournament. They've been doing it in so many different ways. Kills, placements. I mean, their worst placement is a 10th place with 3 kills. Everything else is top 5 or above in terms of their finishes. So they've been
Oh, Paper Thin. Talking about ice cream on cast. You know what that does to me? It's okay. I had a carton of fish food earlier tonight. It was top notch. The what I'm hoping is that Cerberus will make dog food out of some of their opponents and hopefully climb the ranks today. 67 points is not impossible if they have a big game 1.
Yeah, I think Cerberus can definitely do it. It's look, what E365 is doing right now is a little bit outside of the norm, and don't speak of things that are outside of the norm. Samoy found a Bison, and that's a free kill on Ambit there. So it is what it is. But speaking of more kills, here is a point for High Saki. That's definitely in the bag there. Find a 3x with an AK, and you can tap away. Gets a headshot as well. So that's nice work by High Saki. But I think, yeah, to go back to my point, what E365 has done is a little bit of an aberration in terms of points per game. They're averaging, somewhere around 12 points per game, which is pretty high for a PUBG tournament. So where Archangel, Predator, and Cerberus are is more around the normal point totals that you would see teams be at to potentially win a tournament. So if maybe E365 comes down to earth a little bit, yeah, Cerberus, Archangel, Predator can definitely be in it.
Aberrations are not uncommon. I mean, remember Game Home after day 1 looked great, but the reality is maintaining that status is difficult. The thing that E365 has had going for them that Game Home didn't, for instance, is this drop. You can see them in Pachinki right now, uncontested. And they will have the ability to sort of go anywhere on the map. They'll have solid loot. They'll have time to get there, and they can play defensively. So that's what I think is sort of on the line here today. Eagle 365 had an aberration, in my opinion, on day 2. They had a great performance. They pulled a couple of circles, and don't get me wrong, they made the most of them. And because of that, they can enter gaming today. Instead of searching for kills the way that Cerberus and Archangel are going to have to, they can play a little, as much as I hate seeing it, they can play a little more defensive, lock up an average of 6 points per game-ish, and secure themselves the victory.
Oh, yeah, they might not even need that many points per game. They could definitely just ride on maybe even 4 points per game, depending on what happens. I mean, this first game is going to really tell us a lot about how likely it is for either Archangel, Predator, or Cerberus, or somebody else to come through and challenge E365 for that win. So Circle did go southwest, which is in the home of teams like Game Home, Battle Arena Elites. Archangel Predator from South George, not too far out of this. Of course, E365, not too far, pretty much no matter what. Cerberus does have one other team to their west along the road that's Gamers Lounge as you head towards Ferry Pier. It could be on their way, so I think this one probably going to be pretty interesting. I mean, the games have been pretty darn good here for APAC. I mean, in terms of just, you know, there's quality of lobby and quality of play has been really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I think this should be an interesting rotations for Archangel Predator. They're going to be coming in from the north. They can trap the teams that are coming above them, Renaissance, and possibly even sort of slow push down through team after team as long as they get to prio relatively quickly. E365 will be a team that we continue to check in on, and what I like is how fast they got up and moving, Paper. They looted quickly, and they quickly got a good spot in the circle where they can now set some traps if they want to. Rivals walking into them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really getting ahead of everything, and Indian Rivals are going underneath, taking a good rotation path, staying on the side of a hill. Yep, that should keep them well out of the sight of E365 there. And Og is dropping by Game Home on the western side of the quarry there. But Battle Arena Elites is kind of hanging out in that similar area. So that crate could be a bit of a bait crate. We'll see. And Hansi just checking out what's going on around them. E365 taking a hillside. And they're going to scope out and watch what the other teams decide to do for now.
Do you think, with the change to the meta and the way that driving is now, motorcycles are as powerful as they used to be? Do you think they still are prioritized by many teams?
No. You're much rather have a UAZ or a Dacia, no doubt about it. Not only because you can't shoot back from the motorcycle, A.
Right.
B, yes, they are faster and they're more maneuverable. But teams have gotten really good at ripping people off of motorcycles, and you're more exposed on them. So, in my opinion, no, you'd much rather have a Dacia or a UAZ for the most part. So I'd say some teams probably wouldn't mind a motorcycle if they prefer a 1-3 split type rotation, where they send one guy out way ahead. But you also can't use that motorcycle for setting up barricades later on and those kind of things. So, I think for the most part, you know, like 95% of players are looking for the other vehicles.
Yeah, no, definitely can't make a fortress. You can do a backflip though, so I mean,
that's true.
No one ever does, sadly.
It's a little risky, I suppose, but I mean, if style
I miss old
points
CSM.
Yeah,
Break would have done it.
He would. That was the days, man. Players weren't afraid to do a few backflips here and there.
I remember how mad some teams would get when a player on their team, a pro, would pick up a bike because it was so unpredictable back when everyone was terrible at driving. The good old days. That said, this circle is not a good old circle. It is a horrendous circle for the players. It was a wonderful playing path, a great start, and in doing so, teams like Maku and PLM are so far away from the circle because it could have gone anywhere. And when it is this polarly aggressive, it's going to force a lot of edge fights. We're going to see teams, let you look right there on that right side of the map. You can see how many teams are trying to sort of log jam on the eastern projection. North side, we should see some fun as Archangel can utilize the fact that less teams will come from that side, and the ones that do come from there will be late to try to rack up some kill points to sort of close the gap with Eagle.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, a lot of these types of circles on the southwestern side of the main continent are fields. There's a ton of fields that hang around in here, and that makes it even harder for everything. Yeah. Like that, you're just to add insult to injury for what you're talking.
Fields are only good when they're cookies. When they're in the game, they're just a good way to die. So avoid, or bring cars. That's a tank.
That is a tank, and it looks like an old, I don't know. I'm assuming a Soviet-era tank. Be my guess, just based on what?
I thought you were gonna pull some like tank expertise out. Like,
nope.
Oh, that looks like it looks like a Soviet S4 63 with a Tiger milk engine.
Fighter jets I can do. Tanks I'm not as big. I was a huge into fighter jets when I was a kid. I had a encyclopedia of fighter jets. It had every fighter jet ever made. So I was very much into that. If it was a jet, I could tell you what it was. It's a tank I don't know nearly as much about.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, we'll take a look at Major Smile as a Gamers Lounge trying to get a little something here. Maybe performance for pride, right? If you're a team that's below 10 right now, are you going to win this? Probably not. Are you going to make top 3? It's a long shot. Do you want to perform well? Do you want to learn? Do you want to take it back to your region and maybe earn invites? Because we're a year away from the World Championships again, and the journey starts here. The teams that start and learn and perform and get better and better will be the ones that we ultimately see playing for the millions and millions next year. Like, we just had a tournament, for those of you watching who may not have caught that, it was the biggest prize pool in FPS history. And I would not be surprised to see even more chaos, even more fun, and really big competitive teams next year. So this is where the road starts.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason not to come here and try and put forward your best effort, even if you don't have a shot at being in the money. Just, like you said, have some fun with it, put up some good results, maybe get an invite or two, and keep building on your, you got to this tournament. Congratulations. That's fantastic. This was not an easy tournament to get to. There's a lot of teams that wanted to be here, and just keep working on it. So it's there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Well, I think one of my favorite things about PUBG competitive is there's always a chance for a highlight reel. 16 teams drop every time. You have all of those chances to try and at the very least, make a name for yourself, which we see as Sapao flies on by, knocks out Subang, but the trade is there.
Yeah, this is getting pretty ugly pretty fast for both of these teams. Vietnam teams kind of squaring off. Sapao now out of his vehicle trying to heal up and get things situated. It's quite chaotic around him right now. A lot of Cerberus maneuvering, trying to get good positions, but they're going to get Tycon. Good shooting by Dion, going to finish him off as well. Right now it's still Meow, the only one down for number 1, getting some good shots into the back there of Solo Z. Gonna put him on the ground. Here comes Boss driving by as well, just to add more chaos to the mixture. And things are getting old. There's even a 4th team kind of driving around. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, this is craziness right now. But Cerberus is this is not the start they wanted today. That's for sure.
No. This is that entrance point on the east side. Chaos will break out. It has caused a few teams like Cerberus to sort of get a little bit of space because teams keep driving between them and number 1. So it is buying them a little bit of time. Now we'll jump over to Gamers Lounge where they're going up against VTR. Boom, not a lot of options. Bonsker jumps into the shack here, but VTR is going to rapidly surround him, and I don't see a lot of help for him at the moment.
No, VTR should be able to isolate this. They don't know he's there. They don't know he's there. He comes out, and that is an easy knock on to Genfos for him. There's one around the corner. He's going for the point. Isn't able to quite get it. Samoy just barely able to save Genfos here, going to come in and finish the job. So the circle has shifted hard to the south as well on top of all of this. That's fueling the chaos right now.
Oh, wow. So this, we get a chance to show it. You need to know, in the next phase, it is going to, water is still totally viable in the next circle, and then the 4th one will remove that water. So this could be a very tight, difficult circle if it goes south again.
Being very patient. They've got a better position in this circle, so they don't have to aggress on this. They're looking for a pick or something, trying to get information on where VTR is.
I mean, at the risk of being pedantic, they really have lived up their name so far. They came out to play to get those highlights, and they've been pushing fights and winning them. Where were they the last couple of days? This number 1 has been strong. That said, TD sets up a very nice little ambush, but now he's being charged by 3. Good free fire attempt, but ultimately gets smoked. He'll go down. Meow gets him, and they should be able to get the res. Yep, they're already getting it. Nope, no, they didn't. He died. How'd he die?
I don't
For those of you who may not watch comp a lot, the next circle will try to eliminate as much water as possible. That means it will very much shift north. Very likely where game home is, it will just barely the south if they're lucky, but it is going to be essentially on the road and on those hills.
Yeah, Sharper White is the best spot in this circle right now. It has the likelihood to end somewhere close to the road is what it looks like. So for them, they get a lot of control holding that compound. And there might be a team or two that tries to crash it. A few teams are going to try to settle up on the beach. But that beach is hard to play from. There's a few embankments and other things, some shacks, but that's about it. It is very wide open. It is very sparse for cover. Good headshot there from GenFoss.
Yeah. GenFoss doing everything he can to spring some leaks and Wiki down there, hiding behind the cars. We got PLM on the opposite side. Nade pops out. Jexy gets that knock on Rocky Gyms, and meanwhile elsewhere, Renaissance putting in some serious work as we jump over to them, going up against TM.
Yeah, Renaissance here is trying to gatekeep on the northern part of the circle. You can see they're popping some shots, getting a little bit of damage. No knocks just yet, but Trouble Maku
One's going to come out limping. It's going to be very tough. Calbs gets off some nice shot there on Victim Rise, who doesn't seem to want to hide behind the hilltop. Manages to get by with 1 HP. Let's jump over to Archangel Predator. CJ goes with the shooting through the grass. Would like to finish this quickly so that he can get the res on his teammate. But BAE uphill, if they have utility, can cause an awful lot of trouble. He's not throwing anything, so he must be out. Agent comes around the side looking for his chance to burn down the last man.
Yeah, they're just trying to get information on where Flood is. Algin's going to get knocked, though. Flood is nuts.
Nice, Algin.
You got to be real careful against him because now it's just left for Archangel Predator. Going to go and try to stick the res. Flood is going to start throwing some stuns over. M0 now getting the call to try to come help. Smokes are down. Try to
to them that they were not ready. It was really a tough spot to fight. Available.
Yeah, sorry, the Battle Arena, at least not Battle Angel. There's that's a movie, not a team. So yeah, I mean, over on that side of that hill, there is kind of a divot at the top, the one to the northeast of Primorsk, but yeah, fighting on the other side of it, there's just not a lot of cover. There's like a rock and a tree over there, and that's about it. So, and none of those were even really near where Archangel Predator was. So for BAE, looks like they're going to come out with 2 alive, but they have to go down the hill and find something in this next circle, and maybe they get forced into the the thin tree forest or something. There's not much left on the beach. To be honest with you, it's just really tough to find something. Maybe there's a shack that can crash, or the side of the compound that Sharper White is in, but not many other options.
The thin tree forest. It sounds like something out of lore, like a Lord of the Rings, like VTR caught completely off guard. Hisaki jukes, shoots, and relocates. That's how you play it.
Yeah, really nicely done by Hisaki, staying mobile, staying active. GenFoss has a decent idea of where he is, but there's enough cover there that he's not able to do it. Smokes are going to come down. Hisaki throwing some other utility into that top window, see if he can flush anybody out of there or get somebody crossing that he's able to maybe get another pick onto. GenFoss watching the stairs. They're still trying to identify where Hisaki is. The smokes not only cause a problem visually, but audially. Like, you can't really hear what the players are doing.
Very, very smart play. He also threw a flash out of the top floor before he transitioned to make sure that anybody who would have been sort of listening for his movements, ears were ringing. And that's how you slip away from a fight. So very clean. Chubamaku unable to slip away from, I guess they did slip away, but it was through the river Styx. Either way, they're no longer in this battle.
Just in a, not a good spot, of course, with E365. Not a good spot, of course, with E365. A game home around. Trying to lock down the warehouse compound, and so far so good. E365, our current leaders up on the north. Sharper White, yep, they could just hang out here. 3 kills in the bag. They're going to have, again, a lot of control over the southwestern corner of this circle. There's a lot that they could see. The trees in this forest to their north do not provide enough cover to completely obscure a body, and the circle moves back towards them. This is looking great for Sharper White.
You can hide your shoulders, you can hide your butt. That's your choice when it comes to the thin tree forest. Sharper White has an amazing position. That said, if the next circle shifts north, Paper, that will probably be the end for Sharper White. Crossing that road and going uphill is insanely difficult from that spot.
That's true. And the good news is usually you can hang on to enough smokes to kind of make it work, hopefully. But yeah, you're right. It is tough. You do have a lot of angles that people can see you from, and a lot of people are going to be angry at you for shooting at them for quite some time. So a lot of eyes are going to be definitely focused on your position.
Team Immunity builds a fortress, and that fortress is outside the circle, so they will have to... actually, I think they made it just into the next one, so they do make a little nice... Hold the high ground. Use the cars to block them from anybody coming from that south side. And this is a good example of when you don't have real estate, you just lock down an edge, let the blue sort of close up on your back, and then you can sort of play that rotational edge and look for frags. And that's what I expect Immunity to do for the rest of this game, because any deeper, they will get completely lambasted if they try to push in.
Yeah, and they're getting a little bit of a reprieve here with VTR deciding to push a little bit further forward. They're kind of stuck behind that rock in those cars, because otherwise Sharper White can take shots at them. So for Immunity's Nick 101, he's trying to get a little bit of an edge position, but it is very precarious as there's teams trying to find any little space that they can cram themselves into. There just is not a lot left. Game Home sends Godnu out ahead to try to establish a position, but he is under heavy fire from a lot of different directions. And E365 is rolling in like a freight train. They wipe VTR out.
Yeah, they bided their time and then came in, and you could not have said it better, with absolute freight train mentality. They come through and do a lot of work. They take some damage. We see some players down. Jexy will potentially get rezzed, even though the fire is flowing towards them, and they looks like they're going to get it. So they'll be back to 4 in a second, but Game Home's not happy with that.
Yeah, this is why vehicles are so important. The only reason E365 is able to make this move is because they have all their vehicles left. They're able to dodge ahead of Game Home and Purple Mood. So, no, but now it's getting a little dicey for him. Godnu's coming up big, getting Vandal here. Vehicle explosions everywhere in front of them. Jexy, the only one left, and he is going to go down to Bashi. E365 taken out in 9th place. They pick up a few kills, so let's see if Cerberus could maybe get something going. There's only one left for them, though, so yeah, that's going to be a little tricky. Yeah.
It's a bit of a long shot, and 365 did what they would have set out to do. They got 6 kills. They put 6 points on the board. If they can get those averages, it's an easy-peasy walk to the end for them. So E365, despite going down, does exactly what the strategy calls for.
Exactly. It's all they need to do. And they do it. They make a nice push. They get a lot of kills off of it. It's well timed. Even though some of the teams that are on the other side of it are going to be the last ones to come in, it's okay. That move is very well executed by them. Purple Moon now has found an entrance towards the north of the circle. High Saki is waiting for Cerberus. I guess Game Home's now kind of in the conversation as well. 4 up, 62 points. They put up a big one here. They'll definitely be right in it. Definitely in the talk for the money. So keep your eyes on them. Sharper White's compound continues to hold on the southwest side, 6 kills. So really taking advantage of their position well, hitting their shots, finding some moments, and that one's not so good. There you go. Mag Sodas hitting a little bit on the Game Home.
Worth noting, Sharper White is theoretically still in the hunt for 3rd. So they are on that money list if they can get a big game here. And I guess maybe 2nd with a really big game. So that's why they're playing this so carefully. They're locking down the compound, and this could open the door for them to put some cash in their bank accounts. You see Game Home opening fire on PLM. PLM has been slow of late, and it seems to just be continuing.
Yeah, they're having a hard time kind of getting into where they want to go and making strong, aggressive moves. They're just being hampered by so many different teams now. They took a long time to come out of this northeastern compound, and it's hurting. And High Saki, speaking of hurting, taking a bunch of damage. Wow, turns the corner onto Musate, gets the finish onto a knock from another player. God, who's going to take him out. So Cerberus out in 7th. Game Home, they're the top team that's left in this one.
Yep, absolutely. Number 1 trying to make some plays. Game Home, though, 4 up. Absolutely bringing the pain to a lot of other teams. Only 5 kills, but pretty high in the damage counts. As you can see, them sort of forcing people to move, which is causing other teams to eradicate each other. And we see that as BAE goes down to Immunity.
Yeah, Immunity kind of looking to have a stronger showing here. The first couple of days were a little rough for them. And they have an opportunity now to maybe win this one, potentially. They're taking good control over the eastern part of the circle. Chinoy trying to take some damage into number 1. Still alive after fighting so many different teams at the beginning of this, but I say that. And Mao goes down there, and Nick 101 is going to find a headshot, looking to finish them off. You can see parts of them. Pops the tire. Down they go. A little help from Extreme. Really nicely done here by Nick.
I really thought Nick had that kill right there for a second. But again, great stuff from Team Immunity. They started strong yesterday, last time they played, and then kind of fell off in the last 3 games. So let's hope they can keep this momentum as we move forward. Down to 4 teams. Game Home and Sharper, though, both with 4 alive.
Yeah, I know that definitely Zoid is an Erangel guy as well for Immunity. So see if they can lock this one down. Nick has fallen just moments, is still just hanging on at the northeast side of the circle. Game Home, 4 up still, 6 kills, and they're looking for another win potentially. These southwestern circles on Miramar seem to favor them, but now that's going to be disgusting, putting himself in perfect position for just moments to get the knock, and he's able to crawl behind the tree after getting that knock status.
Absolutely baited. Absolutely baited. He was watching that crate the entire time, waiting for someone to come get for it. So he is going to hide behind the tree and hope for a little something. Nice shot from God, who predicted. He knew the peak was going to come from that side. Pre-fired and got the header.
Yeah, just really, really nicely done. Again, these trees are very thin in this forest, and it makes it very difficult to hide behind them. So the terrain plays a big part of what's going on here. A crate helps as well, and that's going to allow for a res onto Disgusting. Some smokes just in case. So now you have a 4v4 to wrap this one up. This should be a good fight to finish this game.
Yeah, Game Home getting rid of PLM. PLM actually springing that trap and getting the knock was actually super helpful for Game Home, because they found the snake, that identified him, removed him from the map, and now they can collect both of those crates sitting there, gear themselves up, and have circle control.
Absolutely. Now they've got a real opportunity to win this one. Game Home's been fighting. They're a little bit more beat up, and this could be a 14-kill win. We'll see. That grenade's too far. A little bit too much on that one. 6x. Take a stun to the face, but that doesn't matter. He's going for the first aid. Clories has a good opportunity to get a knock. Just comes up short as he tries to hold down the front line for Game Home. There's a couple crates that have fallen in the back lines of this, so Game Home's going to have some good gear at least to come into this final fight.
Godnu going to come up over the top of the hill, looks for the spray, gets the first one, falls back immediately to the thin tree, looking for his friends to help from the other side. Bashi from Sharper White looking to get a peek here on the top, looks up over the rock. He knows his opponent right there, saw the quick peek, can't quite get it. The fires come out, and now Bashi in a little bit of trouble. Jump over to Godnu, who's low and slow, snaking it out, pops a syringe, tries to get himself healed back up. It's a 4v3. Sharper not in a position to really get that res as 307 in Game Home key to push forward.
Yeah, that shows you why it's important to be prone. If you think you're going to get frag grenade, you take a lot less damage from those frags. Stun up over the top, but the res has come through onto 6x. That's going to force some smokes out after the fact to make sure that no one pushes around the corners. Bashi continues to try to hold this with a little help from Tanoi. Godnu going to be knocked out. Clory's under pressure. Finally, Sharper White starting to find some good angles to try to break the center position of Game Home open.
There comes Sharper White as they go back and forth. You got to respect the hustle they've been putting in. Disgusting, though, finds the flank position, blazes down and gets the trade. So now he's going to try to push forward to make something happen here. Game Home down to 2 players. The flush is coming out. Sharper's got 3. Bashi having a good aim on the tree. Misses his opening shot, though, and will lock it down. Disgusting makes it a 2v2 with another beautiful 3x spray, but the flank is moving to his right side. Does he see it as he pulls out the SLR?
He's got 2 level 3 guns in there. Disgusting, sitting on some nice stuff there. An AWM, that's ridiculous. That's not fair. Share it with your teammates, my guy.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
They're just barely going to get the res. So Sharper White doing a good job holding on. 307's got to get involved in this. There's a nice headshot from Disgusting. Going to get Tanoy. The flanking edge for Sharper White has now been knocked. They're just waiting, and Disgusting, I think, just stick with this AWM. He had an opportunity there. He was kind of, I think, just trying to decide exactly which gun he wanted to use in that moment. And he had an opportunity to land that AWM shot, just didn't quite pull the trigger. Was thinking other thoughts as he's peeking around. And now we're going to slow up for just a second as we get to the phase 8 situation. Everybody's in the circle. Nobody has to move. And probably going to talk this one over and try to figure out exactly how you want to navigate this.
I mean, Disgusting's basically on the start, so he can just hold here. He was switching to his automatic with the AUG to sort of defend the position, knowing that Sharper has to come out. 307 has been taking a lot of the fire, but there's the opening spray. Magnus gets 307 down. This opens the door for Sharper White to flex out 3v1. Can Disgusting do the impossible? The AUG is the gun to do it with, if so, but all he's got is a baby tree. Will they push forward? The utility seems to be low. The flash comes out. Disgusting can't see anything. The flank goes out to the right side. You see him in the trees, and the flank pays off. Disgusting, despite a lot of level 3 and a pretty good spot in the circle, cannot pull out the win.
Yeah, they're just not able to land their shots as well as Sharper White is in that situation is frankly a big part of that. They have the angles. Game Home has the control. They're just not able to execute nearly as well. So Sharper White going to take that one on the back of just some good shooting, to be frank. They just really overpowered Game Home at the end.
A good game for Sharper White. They found a good position. They got the circles, and they made the most of them. That'll take them up into the mix for 3rd place, as they'll also put 14 kills on the board. 2.5k damage. That's what comes from having that compound where you can just shred the sort of thin tree hill. And that's 24 points. They came in today, Paper, with 49. That should, I think, actually move them into 3rd after the struggling game Cerberus had. If not, it'll be 4th and right up there with Game Home. So I'm excited to see
tightening up, and things are going to be really, really close going into these last 3 games.
It's going to be exciting. 3 games left to play. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with match number 2.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the PixArt 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal, pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor, and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Sharper White are back in a big way. A mad dash for second now begins as the competition has just blown wide open here, and what we saw in that last game, absolutely crazy stuff here. Asura, I'm going to start it with you because honestly, let's break it down here. I got to go bit by bit. That last circle, those last, what, 4 or 5 phases, one big 50-50. Sharper on one side, everybody else on the other. Sharper just holding that compound up until Judgment Day, basically, until they had to move out of it. And then taking every fight in the exact same, in the exact right time and doing the exact right thing, knowing when to push out of it. Break it down for me, Asura. How did they come out of that with a win?
I think I'll give that to Black and Blue. For me, I'll probably just point out 2 crucial things from 2 teams that I have been hoping to maybe pop out here. First thing, Archangel. They dropped down quite quickly on Georgia Paul and tried to transition on the left side of the Erangel map and hope that Primorsk would be empty, even though they were outside of the safe zone, but not in the microwave for a bit. But as they were transitioning, as they were creeping in closer, they got halted by the Battle Arena Elites, which I believe the casters pointed out perfectly what that encompassed for Archangel, how they weren't able to win that. It's just they didn't have any form of cover whatsoever going up the hill, and they got bombarded. And that just is not a good way to start the day, especially when Archangel are playing catch-up or are trying to keep their second place. On the side of Game Home, no doubt, I think they got back into their element, at least here for this Erangel map. They dropped down on Quarry and never really let go. And this is how Game Home were able to net those couple of victories from day one, is that they just played in that one specific area and always just stayed, played passive, and just waited for their right opportune moment to strike, which they did, but still did not fare against Sharper, who was just so much on point on this game.
Well, I got to talk about Sharper because the way that they played that last circle was actually really good. As I said, it was just a big 50-50 wherever it was going to go across the road. You know, take a closer look right now. And Sharper held that compound till the very end, until they had to move out. They had to push into Game Home. They actually played that a little bit scrappily, not using utility before one of them crossed, and they actually got one down. However, they were able to turn things around, and Sharper actually managed to win the engagements, the 1v1s and the duels here, despite an amazing hero flank for Disgusting, who basically got 3 downs in this entire team fight here that we saw from both of these squads. But in the end, Sharper just making the right decisions, knowing when to push, and getting the right timing on when to move on to Game Home, who seemed a little bit apprehensive here. Now, Black and Blue, let's talk a little bit about Game Home. They had the position, they had the right side of the circle, but they let Sharper push into them, who seems, and Sharper in that last game seemed to be using every team as a whetstone, basically to get back into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for Game Home, they had, for some of that fight at the end, it did look like it was swinging things their way. I mean, early on into, like, Phase 5 and onwards, it did seem like Sharper was the favorite because they got early control of that compound. Actually, in fact, they were the first team to even get into the zone, reading it quite well on where it will eventually close in on. And so that has been something that I think really propelled Sharper to win these fights that you said. And, you know, a while ago, we were kind of addressing the fact that Sharper, they kind of were a bit indecisive, maybe doubling back on themselves, looping around on their own track a bit too much because they can't decide where to go. And finally, they are decisive now, and, well, it gets in the chicken dinner. And mind you, to say that Sharper are winning their fights is an understatement. Guess how many frags they had in that last match?
Pray tell.
10, not 12, 18 frags in that one map, dude. And so these guys have been looking so spectacular. They're finally, the blade is sharpened here. Seems like they ran it through the sharpener, and the forge is certainly starting to get on fire. For these guys, Sharper White, well, things are looking quite grim for everybody else around Game Home. They had the good positioning at that end of the circle. They were on top of the hill, and they had a place to crest around and go for the flank, as you did see. They went eastward a bit to try and wrap around so that when Sharper does push them, they're going to have to cross a bit of open land. But in the end, even with that lead, Sharper they were too on fire in that map. Nobody could have stopped them. You see, Archangel, if they were even in this fight, I don't think even they could stop them, even if they're a very high fragging team. Unfortunately for Archangel, removed early on, but well, man, Sharper, they just seem the best they've been so far.
I think it's a little bit irresponsible if we don't say, though, however, that Sharper got the good timing onto a lot of the teams, because in that circle, and this is where I'm going to begin the discussion with Eagles right here. So the Eagles, they actually really had a good idea taking the north side of the circle, and what happened there was they saw the 50-50 coming a mile away, that cross in the road. They knew they had to either challenge the compound or take better map control and secure themselves a spot near the sort of middle of the road. That's what they did. They were taking all of the fights. They were getting good kills onto everybody around them, Eagles. They were taking out teams like TM. They were taking a VTR. They were winning every fight. But when push came to shove, they realized that the 50-50, they had to move. And so they pushed straight into Game Home. But as they pushed straight into the Game Home on west side of the circle, what happened there is that they were caught in the middle of a crossfire with Sharper looking down their sights, looking down onto not just Game Home, but also on the freshly pushing Eagles, who are now caught off guard and in the middle of nowhere and in transition, and Eagles just got taken out. This is very, very similar to what happened to Archangel Predator, who had to go for the long wraparound towards the west side of the circle and ended up pushing into a place where they did not belong, like the caster said, with no utility. And let's find out right now where they currently stand here. The overall leaderboards right here, we're going to bring it up for you. So for the first place, fortunately for literally everybody else that's not 365, this is good news, because they only got, they're only still at 110, not much difference. But the fact that Archangel Predator didn't really get much in that one because they came out early as well, this is a problem for them, because Sharper White and Game Home right now, 73 and 72, Cerberus as well, 70 points. Man, this second spot and third spot, it's up for anyone's taking right now. Aserai, the way that last game goes, what are you expecting to see here for Miramar?
I'm not certain, because again, Erangel is such a, I think, a coin toss for our teams here. Miramar is where we see the more consistency from everybody, so maybe that one game was more of an aberration more than anything else, and that this could just be nothing. And then going to Miramar, we're gonna be seeing again Archangel be doing better, Cerberus be doing better, Victim Rise doing better, but at least for teams like Sharper White and Game Home, there's a bit more chance here. But again, I have to point out, Sharper, Game Home, when we go into that Miramar map, this is where they start struggling a lot more, especially for Game Home. So now the stakes are very high, but they're very, very doable still.
I agree with you completely. But let's talk a little bit about the start of that game at the various stages of the early circle. Now, Black and Blue, I'll go to you with this one here. So at the very beginning, we saw Cerberus, who was in third place very firmly and securely in third. They were in a fantastic position, but they got caught off early, and it ended up in this massive mess with VTR, with TEG, with number one, and with Gamers Lounge all fighting in one area here. And what happened with that, VTR got a number of great kills to propel them closer and closer to third place. But it was a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory, as you know, they ended up getting whittled down, as well as Cerberus, and Cerberus ended up getting knocked down to one player as well. This started that whole domino effect of the Eagles coming in and cleaning up house, and then Sharper coming up and cleaning up Eagles. And that action-packed start was the very beginning of what basically let the whole map unfold, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. With talking about, you know, teams I hear like Cerberus, they shot down to 5th now. They were holding at 3rd. I think they're like at 5th or 6th actually right now. And so not doing too well on that. But as I said earlier on, I'm not expecting too much from Cerberus to start the day off. Here on Erangel, it isn't a map that they do too typically well on. When we do move into Miramar, that's where I expect them to shine. But as for that previous map, well, they played this kind of 3-1 split. Unfortunately, the 3 lost. Victim Rise came up on them, and here comes Immunity, who, mind you, did play pretty well during that last map. They got 3rd. So far, I think it has been the highest they have ever placed here in the tournament, getting 3rd there. So things looking a bit up there for the Australian team, but there's still a bit more to be warranted in terms of their performance. Still, though, we're talking about Cerberus here, and yeah, early on, Erangel, and expect too much, we didn't get too much either. But Miramar, mind you, again, we played 3 Miramar maps so far here in APAC, and 2 of them were chicken dinners, or rather chicken dinners. 2 of them were second placers for Cerberus. The last one being against a formidable team such as, Eagles, and the first one being against Archangel. And so they've just been coming up against very tough opponents at the end of things. But when it comes to Miramar and Cerberus, they do have a lot to prove. They've shown us a lot of capability, a lot of potential to potentially steal, a Miramar map away from these other teams. So far, at the end of the circles, they've just been getting against the wrong team to really face in that moment. Of course, Eagles and Archangel being those 2. And so once more, I think here on day 3, it's just a matter of time before we finally see a chicken dinner go towards the side of Cerberus. And so that's kind of what I'm expecting here in our last 3 maps of the tournament.
Yeah, and very much what I feel like a recurring trend was there in that previous map was the teams that decided to take decisive action onto other teams were the teams that ended up getting punished, except for one, and that was Sharper, because they simply fought better and processed the late stages better. But you saw this happen. Cerberus deciding to go in for a fight early, they got caught off. VTR got a bunch of kills right there, made a decisive move to go on to TEG and No One and Gamers Lounge, but they ended up losing a lot as well. And the same thing happened as well in that match against Archangel Predator, deciding to go for the long wraparound. The moment that they saw one go down from the side of BAE, they moved. The moment Shen actually goes down, they decide to go and push in that 3v4, which was, I guess, a good idea, but they were also out in the open. Now, this happened once more with the Eagles, and they decide to go and push on top of a 3v4 onto Game Home, who also had one kind of down at this point before he got rezzed. And they get wiped out as well. So I don't know why exactly this is happening to the teams that theoretically should be having an advantage when they go for a push, because for me, the mental mathematics is sound. You get a down, you push as a unit, you get that map control. But Asarai, it seems just like whenever anyone tried to do that on that last map on Erangel, it seemed to fall apart. But, unfortunately, we won't be able to break that little bit of information down because we have to go into the game itself. Asarai, I'm going to go to you yet again. Who's your prediction for this one?
I'm going to go for Archangel once again. They're at second place. I don't think they had much of difficulty almost winning that game, but they just got caught off by BAE so hard. But maybe this Miramar map will be the retribution.
Definitely, and they're looking for it for sure because they've let it slip in that last one. Black and Blue, who are your maybe dark horses in this one, and who do you think is going to take this one home?
Okay, for dark horses, it has to be Cerberus, right?
Okay.
For the one to take it all home, well, I'm going to go with another winged team here, and it has to be the Eagles. And so those are the 2 teams I'm looking at to move on forward here. Eagles probably going to take it all, but Cerberus, it's about time for them to do as well.
I'm going to actually agree here with Asarai. Archangel Predator, this is their map. This is their time to shine. And I feel like they're going to let all the teams have it when we get into Miramar. But we won't delay any longer. Again, we're your hosts here on the panel. I'm Ilstardo. This is Asarai. And this is Black and Blue. We're going to leave you guys yet again in the hands of our amazing casters. So, guys on desk, have at it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Teams are getting down to the cut line. It's time to leave it all on the field. My name is Toppies, and I'm joined by Paperton, and I assure you we will leave it all on the field as it's our last cast together, probably for a long time, Paper, so let's have a good one. But also, let's see if anyone can close the gap on the dominance of Eagle 365.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple big back-to-back games for one of these teams that are hanging in the wings. I'd say even from 6th place up, if you put up 2 back-to-back wins, you could find yourself close enough to be within spitting distance of E365 on that final game. But it's going to take kind of a situation that we saw with them yesterday where they won 3 in a row, where you're really going to have a good shot at taking them down. And that's going to assume that they have bad games on top of it, because if they do what they did in that last game, they just get some kills. That's good enough.
I'll tell you who had a bad game and left the door wide open. That's Archangel Predator. They came in with a pretty comfortable second, and now they're at 77, 1 point off the last game. Sharper is at 3rd place at 73, Game Home in 4th at 72, and Cerberus in 5th at 70. This is a anyway race for 2nd or 3rd at this point. And if any of those top 5 teams have a massive game, for instance, Sharper in the last match got 24 points. If they repeated what happened in the last game, they would be almost tied with Eagle 365. So this is not over yet, despite the fact that Eagle closed out our last day of play with 3 back-to-back wins. That says a lot about the tenacity of this lobby paper.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's just really putting in a great effort. 27 points separate 9th to 2nd. That's doable. I mean, that's a 17 kill win. So you could definitely get that done. Still catch up. E365s is going to be extremely challenging to catch up to. Centered up around the La Bendita area on this circle, a little bit north of Los Leones as well. Likely, we're ending somewhere in that vicinity. We'll see though. For E365 on their San Martin drop, there is IR hanging around, but IR opted for a interesting 2-2 split over to Hacienda, and they're going to pay a price for that. That's a little bit greedy in my opinion.
Absolutely. It's a fun game. It's a fun night of play. I'm excited to see how it develops. I love the communities that are showing up in the Well, I'm talking about communities showing up in chat. Game Home's talking about free points showing up in their compound. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, Demon Eater showed up and went home.
Demon
after
Feeder.
that one. Yeah, M0 trying to isolate the last member of IR that dared encroach upon their Hacienda territory around the corner. Trying to find the spray, is going to connect the head on the drag. Well done by M0. Wiki Rex, he is now out of this one.
Battle Arena Elite specializes in sort of 4-on-4s or 1-on-1s, if you want to say it that way. Squad-on-squad combat. Don't push them, rivals. Just don't do it. That said, communities are coming out. I've seen a ton of OCE support hanging out in here. The Evasion crew is hanging out in here. I've seen a lot of folks sort of giving shout out to the regional teams in the lobby. So guys, if you do have fans, if you have teams that you love or regions you're proud of, get over in Twitch chat. Tell us who you're hyping. I'm excited. Let's build this up because this is the grand final, the last day of play. First place is going to be taking home $37,000. Second is $15,000. Third is $7,500. That means with the differentiation, the massive difference between first, second, and third paper, it's worth going all out. It's worth kicking the tires, lighting the fires, and triggering the NOS and pushing to get to that line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still 3 games left. Still plenty of opportunity to put up some big games, some big rounds, some big numbers to get yourself some big money. And I know a lot of the great teams from the region are chilling out, watching this one or just playing in it. And, love the support you guys have been giving us. Thank you so much for having us. And we're looking forward to this last game and the last couple games on Miramar. Personally, I like finishing on Miramar. I'm excited for it. I think this is going to be a really fun finish, an opportunity for Archangel Predator, as they talked about that this is their map. They like to play on Miramar a lot better. They seem to find a little bit more understanding of it. That is a crate right in the dead center almost of Los Leones there. That's going to be an interesting one. It is that Groza, though.
Groza wins games. That's it. Archangel Predator, Game Home, and Cerberus, all teams still in the hunt, have managed to find decent circle spots very quickly. That is going to cause some trouble for Eagle 365, who is still outside on the north and has at least 3 teams blocking them, including Victim Rise, who we're looking in on right now, between their current position and a marginally safe spot slightly to the south. Where Victim Rise is right now is one of the better spots to sort of try to get a feel for what's going on around you. They can move to high ground. They can see what's happening in Picado Valley. That said, a lot of teams are going to be interested in sort of coming into this area.
Yeah, this gets weird. The circle is likely to head to either the west or the north of Los Leones, and there's a couple spots in that area where it does become kind of a priority compound positioning, or if you could get to some of those compounds early, you give yourself a pretty good spot. But yeah, there's a couple craters around here that you can find edges around that you can maintain position on relatively safely. The craters themselves have a lot of terrain you can work with, but as you go further southwest, things get a little bit dicier coming down from them. So yes, you can have the information. It's what you do off of it that can be rather challenging.
I love this dip that Cerberus is playing in right now. Lots of vision and good fallback potential as they're sort of just gathering information on who is around them. This is that little volcano just sort of never eat southeast of Picado. I'm not great with directions. We'll just leave it at that. But it's a great spot to sort of get information. The issue is it's tough to get out of. If that circle goes east, Cerberus could find themselves the victims of some teams down inside of that valley. So we'll keep track of how they're doing. Let's check in with Gamers Lounge, a team that I don't think they're going to be happy with how they've been performing, but for an unknown team, they've been doing okay.
Yeah, you know, they've shown that they've got something in the tank at least. 25 points ain't bad. They're coming in, they're playing, they're trying, and you know, coming into a lobby like this, it's hard, man. There's a lot of really good teams in here, and you know, you got to do your best. You got to learn from this experience. You got to take the lessons that you're seeing and those kind of things. So work to be done, but you know, still. Nothing to be ashamed of at all.
No, scrims are great, paper thin, but scrims will never, ever truly reflect the experience of a professional match in a tournament. So it is imperative that when teams like Gamers Lounge or Indian Rivals or any of them really, or teams like PLM who are sort of getting their new sort of vibe back into working, or maybe new rosters working, to make the most of these tournaments. Even in the games where you can't capture the win, you can't get to first, work on strategy, because there will never be a time in scrims where 16 teams are working at full velocity. You know what I mean? There's always going to be someone goofing around, someone trolling, someone trying something new. So now's the time, if you're a new team, to work harder than everyone else and use this to improve. Don't hit hay bales. Yeah, exactly. That too. Some of those hay bales destroy, some don't. Those are the ones that do not. Yeah, no, playing in a real lobby is so different in so many different ways, of course. Yeah, there's also the money and the pressure to build onto exactly what you're talking about, that maybe the teams aren't, you know, showing their full hand, not laying all the cards on the table. So I think this is a good opportunity for them. We've seen some good stuff from them from time to time. And I'm looking forward to maybe seeing them again in the future. A lot of these new teams are, for me, a little bit new. I don't get to cast APAC all that often, just every once in a while. I'm excited whenever I do get the opportunity. I've made a lot of friends in the region, and this has been a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to this game here. Flexing your friend-making ability. I make friends. Yeah. Some of us just play video games and stay home all day. Respect to you, my friend. Respect. Looking at some game moments, they get a few snipes off. Quick updates for the teams that are sort of fighting for the top. Eagle 365 is at Power Grid, sliding into the circle as slowly as possible. Archangel has an okay spot, but is sort of sandwiched between two other teams. They're going to have to stay quiet and not spread too far. Sharper has made it into the circle, but again, is sort of just waiting and biding their time. Game Home has an excellent circle spot off to the east of Los Leones that they can maybe work for them. Well, and Solzy's going to find Tanoi, so Sharper White just won the last game, and now they lose a solo player pretty early out here, so a little bit of a greedy spread for Sharper White. No ability to cover. You got to be ready if you're on your own in a situation like that to bail. You have to have an eject button ready. If you're going to take greedy splits like that. That was a gray area for Sharper White to find themselves in as a solo. There's no doubt about that. And Cerberus, a team that is trying to climb into third or second right now, is going to be ecstatic about not only the kill, but the kill on a team that is ahead of them. So that's a big move right there. Jump over to Battle Arena Elites. We've seen some great things from Flood, but I'll tell you, Shen has been a bit of a standout for me. The team isn't going to set any records in this tournament, but Shen has definitely shown us he's got a little something. Well, I think I've been really impressed with Shen. I mean, I know, you know, Flood's a proven commodity. That kid's nuts. But yeah, I mean, Battle Arena Elites does a really good job going out and finding talent, whether it be previously with players like Loki's and Neferhor and the like. They will put together strong rosters. They're really committed to making a go of it in the SEA region for PUBG. And I'm always excited to see them at a tournament because I know they're always going to, you know, show me some good performances. That's always great. I love people that go out there and scout and try to find the next up-and-coming thing. We saw it at PGIS. We saw a ton of up-and-coming players who really only aged into eligibility in the last year and a half, and a lot of the teams at PGI have been sort of harvesting that new talent, and it's been very effective. So to see players who are just aged up in the last 2 years making bigger showings in these events has been very exciting in terms of the future of PUBG talent. Now, you saw that circle pop up. It is heavily in Los Leones. But there's a temptation for teams to go into the city here, Paper, but do not do that. If you're playing at home, if you're playing ranked and you see this circle, don't go into the city. There's a reason it starts with loss.
It's super unlikely to go into Los Leones for a couple reasons. One, the circles kind of don't like cities in general, and particularly Los Leones. Even though circles can end up in here, there are a lot of unplayable terrain around the city proper, so circles will try to avoid that as much as they can. You can see here from this angle, actually, further up to the top center of your screen, around where Purple Mood is actually considered unplayable. So that the circles has to move away from that. The eastern edge of Los Leones has a lot of unplayable stuff as well. So the circles, they need to move away from that things. And so this one's going west in some direction. Whether it goes north or south is the bigger question going forward.
Now, to be clear, when he talks about unplayable terrain in terms of the game, that means impassable mountains, unclimbable objects. In terms of strategy, when Toffee says it, it means Los Leones. Don't go in there. You're not going to get back out. We've only seen, I think, 3 competitive games out of the last couple of 100 ending in Los Leones proper. So that is something to always be aware of when you're looking towards the next round. Mad Dog from Archangel Predator, they got to put points on the board. 1 point in the last match is unacceptable and has to be weighing heavy upon their soul.
For sure it is. That definitely makes them a little bit more nervous, no doubt about it. It's well, so we'll see if they can get it done. Number 1 has BAE hanging out in the wings, heading into the northeastern hills of Los Leones there. So they got to be a little bit careful because BAE coming up over the top of that is going to have pretty good vantage points down into the bottom of them. Wow, okay, the circle is shifting towards Los Leones. So this pretty much, believe it or not, still probably can't finish in Los Leones. It's super unlikely. So this one is going to be close to the western edge of the city proper, it looks like.
Nice little shot by Rocky Gems, trying to make him suffer. Can't hit a tire, can't hit the player, and the buggy will pass on by.
Well, Nan is doing the right thing here, getting out of dodge. Wow. He is all alone. That's the escape button. He hits it at the last possible second, but he looks to be able to get out. That's what you need to do. You need to have that escape valve ready and open, so you can flood on through it. And in fact, Shabrit is going to fall. Mad Dog did get taken down for AAP, but they are able to escape the push. Likely could have lost 2 there if they were a little quicker on the draw. So that's not a bad situation at all.
So TEG actually did a huge boon for Cerberus. Cerberus was prepping a pass that was incredibly dangerous. TEG got that knock on Eagle, and you noticed while they went for the res, Cerberus, the entire team made it past without any losses.
It's a really good timing push from Cerberus. You got to give them a lot of credit on recognizing the situation and taking advantage of it. It's still going to be very challenging. As you can see, Gandu with a great spray with the M4, taking High Saki down, going to get in his Bronco and back up. Maka looking into E365, and it's going to be CJ who gets a knock onto Hansi. So E365, if they can get shredded apart, or if they can get taken down, that really at least gives some of these other teams some hope.
That first knock was important because what it did is it told all of the teams shooting at Eagle right now exactly who is there. And if you're one of the teams surrounding them who is still in the hunt, which is a few, that is great news. Now you don't even shoot at the other team that's sort of peeking at 365. You just say, all right, guys, that's the leader. They're too far ahead. Everybody circle up the wagons. Let's make them pay.
Absolutely. All right, and you can tell Archangel Predator is very keen on this. A lot of their attention being paid to E365 right now, and the E365 can hide, but they're not going to be able to get a lot of information. A lot of damage done themselves. IR late on the entrance, and they find IM on the side as Zoid Mate trying to put some damage into them with his M4. Half grip available on his gun, and well, they're just going to have to slide down the hill in their Murado and wait this out.
This is like a metaphor for IR's entire tournament. Oh well, they tried hard. I mean, I respect the hustle. Coming out here and throwing down is not easy. And as somebody who's played competitive sports at a lot of different levels throughout my life, losing is a heck of a lot harder than winning. But it's the most important part of becoming a professional. You have to lose to know how to win. So IR, despite the struggles, despite the embarrassments, and there have been some, have been getting better. And I think they're going to be a lot stronger as a team going forward because of this.
Yeah, and it's tough. You know, their region, India, has not had a chance to compete in some of these bigger events. So for them to get the opportunity at least is kind of opening their eyes to what things are like, what the feel of the lobbies is going to be. They could bring that home with them and, you know, kind of start working on things. And hopefully we get to see more of them or their teams from their region in the future. Honestly, I mean it. I 100% mean that I want to see more teams from India competing in PUBG esports.
Well, and as iron sharpens iron, we found that as this sort of grows and a region gets into more tournaments and learns and improves, they take that back to scrims with them. And they'll go back and they'll help their region get better. So as one or two teams begin to excel, they tend to bring the rest of the region up, which is always a really nice thing. So I'm excited to see them continue to grow. You know, it's the same thing. 2 years ago, the South American region was one that a lot of people sort of looked at and said, you know, all they have is Team Secret and they can never win anything. And we find out, lo and behold, given the time and the growth, they are an incredibly strong region, as we saw at PGIS. So I'm hoping to see that come out of a few more of these smaller builds.
Absolutely. Shen. Isolate Fensick. Fenix, easy peasy, throws the stun over the wall, gets the job done. Very nice. That one's not too hard for him, but there is a long road ahead for Battle Arena Elites. They are on the southeastern side of the circle in a very congested circle. There's still a lot of Los Leones in the bottom right quadrant of this circle, so it could still technically end inside of some building types areas of Los Leones, but likely to keep moving away, and that's why there's still a lot of teams left, still a lot of people alive, because there's still a lot of buildings to kind of nestle yourself in.
And that's exactly it. 15 teams alive, 52 players still up, and that circle, for the amount of people alive, is minuscule. At some point, the shift will force people out of their little hidey holes, and chaos will ensue. I expect it to be kind of quiet for the time being. There's only 2 or 3 teams who are still outside the circle that may fight for some real estate, but the reality is this is the point where you pepper and peek. You try to take away utility. You try to remove some helmets. You try to establish a position that feels unpushable, so when society collapses, no one tries to get into your house.
Yeah, society will collapse. There's no doubt about it. That is the MO of PUBG. This circle is going to tell us a lot about where this is going to end up. How hard is it going to yoink off the unplayable terrain? So it doesn't fully yoink off the... This is pretty interesting because just to the west of Purple Mood, that is unplayable. That is considered the terrain that the circles have to move from. So the fact that it's still in it means that it could end up relatively close to it, because we still have a couple more circles to go before it has to pull away from it again.
Little stairwell hold a la Venus there, making sure nobody comes up. Gamer Lounge going to go ahead and move in here, trying to find themselves some real estate as that shift will move further and further away from Los Leones. Remember, we predicted this was going to happen, so people are going to, oh, there's the spray. Style G was ready for it, immediately tries to run back up the stairs, tosses the nade, knowing the chase is on, but it is not going to stop anyone. The aggressive return was too much for Style.
Yeah, it's hard. You don't really... Good players aren't going to let you pull out a frag grenade and get away with it. But Musate is doing a pretty good job here. Gets Isu. Rocky Jims comes over. Takes down High Marriage. Rocky Jims rocking and rolling. That is going to be Gamers Lounge eliminated in 15th.
Dear PLM, where have you been? I'm glad that you've returned. Signed, Toffees. Let's check out Victim Rise here as they go into the first floor of this house, trying to deal with the solo. They get Alec down, but the return fire is absolute chaos. He wasn't a solo. He does have 2 teammates, it looks like, over there to the left side. Man gets knocked, leaves Teddy by himself here. Not a lot of options.
That's an absolute mess inside the bottom of that building. Number 1 looking down into Renaissance. Renaissance is, they've been all right. They haven't been too bad in this tournament, and a pleasant surprise there. Archangel is falling apart, though. Just Algin bots left here as Sharper trying to see if they can maybe eliminate them from this side of the circle, open up some space some breathing room, but Algin trying to stay active on the side of this, seeing if he can out-duel Boshin over there. Grenade right on Takaraki. Well, your letter, I think, fell into empty hands there, Topies.
Well, not every delivery can be great. The Postal Service isn't what it used to be. Sharper White eliminated there as well. Oh, number one, they had a huge game in the last round. 11 kills go their way, but now it is all about nade rain as shrapnel and hot lead pour down upon a team that desperately just wants to make a good show of it.
Well, and it's Renaissance coming through here. Melting's had a heck of a tournament for his team. He has been a real pleasant surprise in this one. He's coming up big and trying to get it done here. Him and Insane Floyd, the only two left. Some good grenades, but now they're all out of those throwables, and they're not really able to capitalize on this. Yeah, it's a good smoke. It buys them a little bit of cover. There's other teams shooting into this Fiesta as well. By the way, E365 still hanging on.
Yeah,
on the northwestern side of the circle. So nobody wants to see that. The circle's been able to keep them in.
Renaissance threw like 13. That's me embellishing, but like 13 flash grenades there. Did not follow them. And part of that was almost exclusively number one through a aggressive smoke that kept them from coming over the hill. So it was very, very effective. And number one is able to actually get most of their team back up into fighting condition.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just a little unfortunate for Renaissance. They can't push up that hill because of E365's position. They don't have enough utility themselves to finish this fight, and now it's the return fire for number one. But the front of this hill is pretty steep, so it's hard to get grenades to stick on Renaissance position. So a lot of them are going over top. Melting's doing a good job here on his Sapao, but finally number one shows up, takes Renaissance down.
What a player as he comes through and gets Floyd and Meltings to finish off. But let's go over to Battle Arena Elites as they move into a building that is already occupied. Gets the window, gets the spray. Shen, he is our hero. He's been playing so good, and it just continues.
Shen's looking fantastic in this tournament. Getting a lot of love in chat, too, as he should. The guy's nuts. Flood here, trying to hold on, going to go for the heal. The fire's not going to spread close enough to him. Mon still alive. Victim Rise came out of this fight earlier with just Teddy left, and now they've got 3 up. Shamoy is taken down. Dreams trying to get some grenades. That one's going to go too high. Nobody is on the top floor. Shen has been taken down. Flood trying to hold on here. Dreams taken out from outside. Genfoss going to come around and do that. Flood trying to be cagey, going around the corner. Comes through, catches the back, but Teddy spins on him. Takes him down. Battle Arena Elites are out.
VTR brought overwhelming force, and ultimately, BAE just can't stand up to it. They put a good fight in, but it will not be enough. Take a look at that circle. It has left the city limits and is going to finish where you would normally expect, just outside of town. TEG has a very aggressive spread that takes up a good 15-20% of the circle. They're going to have to collapse, though, because people are going to start pushing in. Game Home, a team that has been climbing, they started so strong and then fell off, is now back up. They got 4. They're in 4th place after the last match. They need these points badly.
Yep, that's a good grenade from Zoid. Just Clories and Godnu left for Game Home. Zoid's got an important role to play here, holding down this front line, trying to give a 50-50 to Game Home around the corner. Waiting on that hard 180-degree angle, and they come around, and it is a good stun that buys a ton of time for that entry. Very nicely placed. High Saki, though. Got to get the knock here for Cerberus, opening a little bit of a door here for Nick 101. Nick trying to catch the head up and over the top. Going to bounce a grenade in. A stun catches him. Blue as well is here. Godnu pushing forward. Nick's ready for it. Grenades exploding on his backside. Godnu with a heck of a move. Comes around the back and is going to take him down. Very nicely done by Godnu.
Nick was watching, but God knew he was and came around the backside through the blue, got the kill, and stays in this thing. Off the back, it all started with an amazing flash to kick off that party.
Yeah, that dead body trying to do akimbo assault rifles there. You can't do that in PUBG. Not possible. VTR is going to have to move away again. This circle has to leave some of that unplayable terrain, and it's stuck pretty darn close to it, as you kind of would get the sense after what happened in Phase 4. So not too surprising to see this end this close to it because of the way it kept it in throughout the phases. So we are going to have a really fascinating finish. I can't say I've ever seen one end out in these awnings by the warehouses or by this road. So this is going to be pretty fun to see.
It should be a good time. Remember, that road is basically akin to a river in a wrangle. There's no cover on the cross. Whether or not the circle goes north or south may determine a massive advantage. So what you're going to want to do is clean up your side, get as many points off of sort of your side of the road as you can. Because if it goes opposite of you, well, your points in this game are coming from kills.
Absolutely, and sometimes that's the hand you're dealt, and you got to make the best with it. Tycon doing a good job there, gets new. Teddy was getting some pretty good shots in. Still a lot of teams alive, still a lot of hard cover to work with, still a lot of terrain to work with, and Skyco waiting, being very patiently. High Saki staying active, and that's not giving Skyco the opportunity to comfortably pull the trigger just yet. Easy Love goes down. Number 1 is out. Teddy picks up the 5th kill there for VTR. So they're coming in big. They've held on tight. They've had a few moments where it looked dicey. Skyco identified, locked down, locked out by Tycon.
365 still up and strong. Archangel needs some points. They're playing it low and slow and trying to cling with 1 player left. Cerberus has been on the climb and is in a pretty decent spot here with 4 players still alive. So this could be a chance for Cerberus to close that gap on E365. The problem is the Eagles have been playing great. Their talons are out, they're closing up kills, and they are rotating very cleanly. The question for Cerberus is, will TEG hold off 365 more effectively than Victim Rise ruins Cerberus?
Well, I tell you who's smiling right now is Algenbots for Archangel Predator. He can just wait this one out. Everybody else is up on the edges of the circle because it had to shift away from that unplayable terrain on the eastern side, and he's going to get the benefit for it. Everybody else is going to be fighting for the most part unless somebody makes maybe E365 tries to make a rotation across the road up to their west towards him. But otherwise, everybody's got to fight each other coming down these hills and such. Grenades up and over the top, but this one still has a few seconds before it really kicks off. But Cerberus in a pretty good spot to gatekeep teams trying to cross the road.
Absolutely. They're in a pretty good spot there. They don't have to over push out. VTR is looking for peaks, but you've already seen them take a couple of counter shots. Cerberus very aware of VTR in their entirety. TEG's got the low ground locked down on the God compound. Not a lot of vision in that building, so you're kind of just stuck holding and hoping. The Eagles, however, have to figure out how to get into this. There is a compound just below TEG off your screen that is technically in the circle. If 365 can make that cross, which will be difficult, that could be their key to surviving this. That or straight in the side door of the God compound. Smoke up the crease and head straight in.
Yeah, E365's early rotation to get to that compound that kept them in the circle required a bit of utility, so they're going to be maybe not completely expended. You can see Hansi still has 5 smokes, but it's going to be a little bit lower than maybe they'd like. AWM in the hands of Hansi as well, and they're just kind of watching to see if anybody tries to push down into their territory. Nobody is pushing down off that hill. VTR, Kalua doing a good job there, picking up Teddy coming down. There's a couple members left for VTR, but they're hurting. They're banged up, and Phase 8 is about to end, and then we're into Phase 9, and it just circles in towards the center.
Victim Rise pushed here, and they knew it was happening, so 365 took that compound we talked about a minute ago. Jen Foss gets the flash and push, sprays him down, barrel meta, baby, and gets the kill, so a nice drop and flush, but the fight continues. Jen Foss still defending as hard as he can. That's 2 down. Can he go the distance? He does. TEG, see you later. And a great play by Victim Rise to make it to the top 4.
What a maneuver by Jen Foss, keeping VTR in this, keeping their hopes alive to make it in the money. Big plays from the big-time player. He goes down to the blue, but what a maneuver there. Now E365 has a good opportunity. So does Cerberus, try to put themselves in the money. E365 is just adding to their lead at this point. This is all insurance for them. Nobody there, Hansi, taking a shot at, I don't know, a blade of grass or something. Vandal coming up over the hill. Agent has to land these shots. He's gonna do it. That's Vandal out. Very nicely done by Algin.
Algin doing the good work for Cerberus, ultimately goes down, so Solo Z gets that kill, win for him, and now they're 4v2 against the leader. Cerberus will very much climb into second and get close to striking first if they can win this. They've already got one down. This is it.
All right, Jexiel on his lonesome, up and over the hill, and they take him down. Cerberus is going to take the win. back into those top 3 spots they go. Very nicely done by them, holding on the other side of the road, and you can see they are fired up.
You cannot blame them for that. They got to a good spot. They sat on that trap door, and no matter who came through, they fended them off. Ultimately, did a good job of forcing Victim Rise to fight Archangel, to go across and down towards Eagle, and at the end of the day, they just had the numbers. Excellently executed, but the real story, Paper, is E365 got themselves to second. They put more points on the board, and they continue to defend that $30,000 they want to take home.
I mean, barring 2 of the best games in PUBG esports history, this is E365's tournament. They, with that performance there, that's the insurance they need to solidify this tournament. I just can't see a world where anybody catches it. You never know. Stranger things have happened, of course. There's those 1 in a million chances, but they played so well. They're so consistent. They're so solid. They're so smart. They're patient. They're tenacious. Their shots are good. Everything's good for them this tournament.
Crazy can always happen. And you said it, Paper. You set the stage. 2 of the best games in PUBG history could see another team move to the top. We have 2 more games to play, and we've got 2 casters in Kylaris and Sims coming in who can make that game even better. So stay tuned, because I got a feeling that we've got some insane, amazing PUBG on the way, and you're not going to want to miss it. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Paper Thin. It's been awesome being here, guys. Thanks so much for having us, and we'll see you next time.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
just because you can get past the River Styx and pay the boatman doesn't mean you can get past Cerberus. Holding the fort and the gates of hell right now, locking it down, getting that chicken dinner, and what a win right there from the three-headed dog. They're just absolutely on fire today, and we expected them to do well. I think, Asura, you called them, you said that they would do well in this game, and that's exactly what they did. I want to break down, but there's just so much to right now. So I guess we'll start with Cerberus here, Asurai. What are your thoughts on that last match?
Actually, to clarify, I believe that was Black and Blue. I won't steal his thunder. I won't steal his thunder because that's all him. He guessed that correctly. Yeah, on my end, I was kind of pegging Archangel to do well on this Miramar map because I did predict that on Erangel they just don't do as well, or they do fairly okay, but on Miramar that's when they shine. I think they did an okay enough job. They almost got wiped out, but Allenspot, like the caster said, did a fantastic job at just surviving for as long as possible. He was left in a four-way struggle, and he was still even able to just wait it out, get in a couple of kills, and basically net more points for Archangels where it shouldn't have mattered. And Allenspot's coming in clutch for the team. That's why they're at least standing at third place.
Yeah, third place is not honestly a bad place to be. You still get a cool 7,500, and they're fighting tooth and nail for it. Right now, you know, our casters mentioned that top place, Eagles 365, they've got insurance, they've got bank. And we're going to see at the very end of the day, they're probably going to take this tournament, much to the dismay of everybody else. So right now, we're looking at the battle for third and second place here, and it's very, very close. Archangel, I just want to point out, they were hanging on. They were holding on right there, keeping one guy alive despite losing everybody, and managing to somehow steal enough points away from everybody that they actually do still have a decent chance here. Meanwhile, Cerberus and Black and Blue, I'll go to you for this one. Cerberus, like you mentioned, they just went hot. They were able to really hold their position. The circle, yet again, ended up in another 50-50. Do I cross the road? Don't I cross the road? Do I look the other way? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? We don't really know. But what are your thoughts on Cerberus in that last performance?
They looked really well, man. We did say, you know, going into this map number, well, the fourth map of Miramar, and that the three maps we did play prior on day number 2, they were actually able to get, you know, second place twice, and, well, it seems like third time's the charm. Cerberus will get a fat and juicy steak, rather, from Hades. It does seem at the end of the day, they do finally get that dinner on the board, but I mean, the three teams that we did peg to kind of make it far here into map number 1, which were Archangel, Eagles, and Cerberus, all three of them, they actually all three got top 3. And so Cerberus at first, Eagles at second, Archangel at third. So we're kind of like, we got a team prediction game going on here.
Oh, yeah. We should pull bets at this point and just do like...
Imagine how much we'd make at the local... never mind. Moving onwards... Well,
I think we'd get in trouble for that then, Black and Blue, but sticking to things that are strictly legal right now.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about video games at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a video game. That is not the line. Anyways, right. Yes, Cerberus, as to your point, how they were able to bring that one out. Well, in the end, in the final few zones, when they were up against their TEG and, well, Victim Rise was also, like, towards their backs. It was a bit of a 50-50, but the circle was just a bit more favored, maybe like 60, 75, 70 max % more favored towards, like, the southern side where Cerberus was. It was Eagles on the opposing end of that road where the chicken had to cross, who was kind of given almost a short stick. They did have this truck for cover in the middle, which was much to their own credit for using that too, and they did have smokes for concealment. When you don't have cover, you kind of want concealment, and so they did have a good push on here coming Eagles, but outnumbered, outgunned as well. Cerberus just, well, seems like not only 3 heads, but 4 this dog had, a mad one too, and their bite was definitely much more dangerous than their bark in that one.
I just want to point out also, man, Genfos, we can't gloss over that. Just the 1v3 at the end, playing that to perfection, isolating the 1v1s and getting 3 kills to keep his team within a couple of points away from second place. Just a massive performance, a Herculean effort just from this guy right here to keep his team in the running, and that just leaves everything, I think, wide open. So the positions right now from second all the way to I don't know, I think it was like 5th or 6th, they're just way too close. And coming into the rest of this matches here, a lot of these teams have that chance. I know we said Archangel was going to do well on Miramar. That just wasn't true. That just wasn't the case. That wasn't what we saw. It was Cerberus who stepped up here. So I think it has a lot to do with how that final circle turned up. And since it's quite similar to the previous one that we saw in Erangel, it had a lot to do with the positioning and that 50-50. Do we go towards Los Leones? Do we go push towards that compound? And yet again, Archangel made that same decision. Yes, they went ahead and they pushed, and they got completely caught off guard, and they just didn't have the right approach towards that execution with that smoke, without those smokes, really without the covers that they needed, and then they ended up getting pulled apart. Hopefully that'll change later on, but I'm going to ask you this time, Asteroid, what do teams got to do, like Archangel, to be able to find that placement, to be able to find those kills that they really do need?
I feel like, at least for the teams here that have gotten the chicken dinner, and this is just maybe a pure coincidence or just something that the teams are banking on, a lot of the chicken dinner teams, winner and chicken dinner teams that we've seen, they don't really go for long transitions going into the safe zone. And whenever they drop in and they find themselves a compound, usually when they're inside the zone, they don't really move out anymore. And I think that is what we saw as well with teams like, I believe that was E365. They didn't really move out as much, which netted them for a good chunk of loot, not really losing any form of durability with their armors whatsoever, and having good placements. And I think that's where maybe some team like Archangel can pick that up, but knowing them, they probably won't. So my other thing to look out for here for Archangel is just to win the gunfights. It's as basic as it is, and figure out when the fight is too long and have to back out. Because it seems like Archangel, when they get into a fight, they tend to overcommit to it, and more so than not, they do get third-partied and get whittled down to like 1 to 2 people who try to survive for the longest time. But if they can't do that, they'll definitely fall off.
Big jump here for some of these teams now. Cerberus, they lost 3rd place earlier, but now they've reclaimed 2nd. So 1 step backward and 2 steps forward for this team as they claim the 2nd spot with 87 points here. Right behind them, Archangel Predator slipping a little bit. They got 85. Now, Game Home and Victim Rise, these guys are still kind of middling. They still have a chance, but we haven't really seen anything big from them. I mean, the biggest thing that we've seen from them were always towards the first day, and then they were never really able to build up on that. Now, Sharper White, they did well on that earlier game here today when they actually claimed that chicken dinner. They have 2 now, and I feel like if they can keep this trend up, if they can find another moment of glory, they might be able to secure 2nd place, but it's all going to be a matter of that consistency that we're looking for here, Black and Blue. Now, we're about to go into the game very, very shortly. I'm going to ask you your expectations for this next Miramar map that we have.
Well, Illustrato, look at the top 6 we have here. Only a single team without the chicken dinner. I believe Victim Rise, it's about time that they get theirs.
Oh, yeah.
Cerberus finally able to, accomplish that and get over that hurdle during that previous match. And now it's Victim Rise's turn, man. There's only one single team that has more frags than them, and it's Eagle 365. Obviously, they're at the top right now. And so for Victim Rise to have that many frags, 56, and the next one closest, 51, going down onwards, it's a big sign that, things might just be near for them to be coming here, because I mean, on that last map, they had 12 frags, dude. They keep on getting these double-digit frag numbers in so many maps that they've been coming back in points in terms of that. But when it goes into the late phases, 6, 7 onwards, they just keep on getting boxed out quite often, honestly. They have not been able to secure power positions at least early on for almost any of these maps we've seen here in the APAC region. So, as I said, they keep on getting boxed out. They keep on getting discluded from the fight, and when they're trying to backfill, sometimes they realize, okay, we can't push this, let's try and sneak our way through in between these 2 teams. They get pincered, and that has been the end of them time and time again. And so Victim Rise, I think they've got, their fragging capability is on point. We know what these guys can do. We know their experience on the board, but what they have to try and keep in mind right now is that their positioning has been a bit late on those rotates. It's been catching them off guard and keeping them boxed out.
I'm going to agree with you on that one, but I have to get your predictions because we're going to go into the next map here. Asterai first and then Black and Blue. What team is going to be taking this chicken dinner?
I have 2 right now. I think Archangel still has the props to get into that second place. I don't know if they can overtake Eagles because again the lead is too big, and my other one is gonna be Victim Rise. They're the only one who hasn't had a chicken dinner with these top teams that we have, and it's only a matter of time for them.
All right, I guess we're starting on the 2-team predictions now yet again. Black and Blue, give me one.
I'm gonna give you one. It's Victim Rise. This is their chance. This is their finally chance to do it. They did well on the past Miramar maps. We have one more after this. It's now their turn to get this one on the board.
I'm going to really hang on to Archangel Predator here. I think Miramar's their map. They should be taking this. If they can shake off that little bit of rust, maybe they can get warm. They'll get into it. I feel like they're going to take home this map. But let's see what the casters have to say. We're changing things up this time. It's no longer Paper Thin and Toffees, and we're going to be joined this time by Kilaris and The Sims. So, guys, on the casting desk, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. And a great job here throughout the tournament. I got to say, guys, great stuff having you here along for the ride. We are here for our final 2 games. My name's Kilaris, joined by The Sims, and it's Miramar time, baby. We got 2 more to go here, Rich. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling that we've got to crown a grand champion, James. This is it. We're almost at the end of the line here. 2 games of Miramar to seal the deal. While it does feel like a very strong one-horse race at the moment, it has to be said, look, in PUBG, anything can happen. 2 bad games, much like we saw from Game Home, for example. They showed us on day number 1 that you can go from everything, all stars are shining, everything's aligning, to also dropping off. So anything can happen at this point, but I've got to say, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, everyone is starting to get rather close to one another. And when it all comes down to it, there's still money to be won on the line, even if it's not for that top spot.
Yeah, definitely so. For as you say, Game Home, as they drop now south. Day 1 was amazing. Day 2 was meh. So far today, they've been all right. A 2nd place with 8 kills, an 8th place with 7 kills. They're trying to ramp things back up, but catching Eagles at this point is going to be difficult for anybody, even 2nd and 3rd place. Never mind anybody else, as they are up at San Martin. The circle pops towards La Bendita. And at this point, me and Froz would be hoping for that eventual perfect lineup of that La Bendita circle right on top of the crater. But it might take a while.
I've only ever seen it once on Reddit, and it just with a simple caption of "My OCD appreciated this," and it encompassed exactly just the circumference of the area and like the amount of upvotes I got. And thought, that actually feels good. It's like when you go to the petrol station, you put in the pump and you manage to get it like bang on a full digit rather than it being like a 99 or a 1 over. Just like those little obscure moments. Big fan. So I feel you on that. I've never seen it myself, but the second I do, it's like, yes, this feels good even just seeing it.
Yes, it does. And for Game Home, will it feel good about where they're going in terms of rotations? Disgusting is already moving here, trying to find himself a spot on that southwestern side of this circle. You're just going to loot some compounds and then move on up, anchoring them in a nice position later on in that bottom side.
The La Bendita has still been the central point. We'll kind of call it as the middle circle at the moment, because that's what it feels like, being so encompassed by the circle itself. It gives a good amount of area to play, to be fair. There's a lot of places that are going to be within arm's reach of being in that central position. We can get La Bendita endings. They're few and far between, but it can happen. A good area around that from the bottom side of Minas Generales, even to the top side of Los Leones. You're looking further afield, maybe Picado side of it. So for teams at the moment, it's set yourself up for success. I mean, hell, even with a circle like this, Impala, it's not without the realms of possibility. I'll pause for a moment on the circle because Shen has found 1 player inside the garage. 2 players of IR on the opposing side. His left-hand side clearly making note of his presence, or maybe not, because there's no gun whatsoever in that man's hand, and a quick jump into the open spells disaster as the first player strikes. Good damage onto the second as well. This will force him back, and instantly, with the grenade in hand, the pin is pulled. It's in the window. Does it find contact? Yes, it absolutely does. 2 down, only a few minutes into the game.
Bit of a ridiculous thing to mention, but actually one of my favorite iron sets is on the Scar. I feel like it just aims right with the little circle and gets good usage out of it. Very well done here by Shen, picking up plenty of free loot. And yeah, for Indian Rivals, that is brutal. The other 2 players are slightly disconnected. Shen could continue popping off here. Shen could continue going on a tirade if Indian Rivals look to pursue him and kill the rest of them, to be honest.
It would take a phenomenal amount of points, but when there's only 2 games left, this is the time to be doing it. This is the time to go hunting for people if you want a good amount of cash and basically just killing them. There's nothing left to lose, right? If you're out of the money at this point, the only way to get into it is to get cracked on and just maybe stick it to a lot of teams that are working around you. And then again, to be fair, we speak about shot tactics. For some teams, they just don't anticipate the overwhelming amount of players that will just throw themselves at it. I mean, look at that, the damage. It's going to be so easy if Flix goes down because there's nothing you can really... I mean, you're trying to heal off of that one with, what, 5, 10 HP? One more bullet does the job. Glad you brought up the Scar. It's certainly something we're going to be seeing a hell of a lot more of with the slight changes that come from future patches, especially with the nerf onto the back of the barrel. Also, the Scar, it's still that gun in terms of PUBG where... And I actually spoke to Madding on this one yesterday, funnily enough. It feels like the pleb gun for someone like me who can just find it. You're not having to worry about scopes and all your attachments and everything else. You can just pick it up and use it. It's just a damn good AR.
Yeah, it definitely is. It used to get a bad rep, I think. Wait a minute. Battle Arena Elite is blasting Eagles 365 on the rotation here. Can you guys calm down? It's 5 minutes into the game and you have 5 kills already. You could potentially pick up a little bit more here if you were a bit lucky about these long-range shots, but Shen and Flood, Jesus, calm down.
Yeah, they've just smashed so many teams on transfer, and most importantly, top of the board. If there was ever a team that we needed to see them do damage for to try and even this lobby up, it's Eagles 365, and they've lost 2 players on transfer. This is phenomenal work from the Battle Arena Elites to start a game as you mean to end. I mean, that's the way to get it done.
Yeah, definitely so. In potential play later on down the line. Now, one thing that you can take away from Eagles' rotation is it was a bit reckless, if we're being honest. They drop in San Martin. The plane path was northeast to southwest, and they just bombed straight towards the middle from their location. That's a bit dicey, I think is fair to say, in terms of assessment of a rotation. And they do get punished for it, rightly so, I would say, given that Hacienda and that kind of cross is, usually a populated area here, Rich.
You'd anticipate it. Renaissance, meltings is melted. Nade outside of it as well, puts the smokes at least occlude his vision. Couple of mollies to try and catch the player off guard. TG up against it, just rock face in hand. Rest of Renaissance will try and loop around to give him a hand. Back up is sat down. Bluebird finds the first one in the distance. Player will be on rotate. Waits for the player to get out of the vehicle. Presence has been noted. Renaissance is still going hard up against TEG with the flushes finally coming through. Game home in the kill feed also. Zoid made immunity. Only a knock, but that's a confirmation on the kill. The M4 gets the job done. 1 point will trade off their way. The rest of them in the vehicles, and away we go, and they're chasing it. Look at that, the vehicle straight off. We want this one.
Already you can feel urgency in this lobby. Everyone knows that to actually get towards the top in the top 3 and kind of secure a good spot there, you have to be fragging out in these next 2 games. To even have any chance of catching up with Eagles, you have to be absolutely fragging out. How many times do we see this many kills after 8 minutes? This is pretty crazy to start things off for our last 2 games.
I find it's just the player tries to fully send it out of the vehicle. It's like, go, follow that car. It literally just belts it out of the compound, chases him down with the drive-by. But look, this is it. When there's only 2 games left and every single point counts, this is the level that we have to expect from not only this lobby, but the next one that is going to be before it. I'm excited. I don't know how this table's going to end up when we've all said and done. I've taken a screenshot of it now to see who's going to be going up and who's going to be working their way down. But ultimately, for anybody, I would say that is currently sub 80 points. Your top 4, 81, 85, 87. For anyone who's below the 80-point mark, there is nothing left to lose. You have to throw everything you have at this and just see what you can do.
Yeah, helpful either, for sure. And player unknown be proud, as unknown player is doing some snaky, cheeky, sneaky action. We will see Isu looking for some more long-range shots potentially here onto Purple Mood as they move through from the northern side of the circle. Still have to find themselves a spot. Really good answer, though, here from Purple Mood. Jeez! Those are some decent long-range shots coming in from the mini. Admittedly, his victim was a little bit stationary. So, oh, maybe get some tires as well. Look at that. All these teams wanting to hurt each other. Hurt them. More tires.
Vehicles, wherever you can. I mean, look, it's mobility that you're just denying, right, from anyone.
Yeah.
Who's around there, even if you don't necessarily have the information of which team it is, it doesn't matter at this stage. Some of them you'll try and focus. If you can find out where these teams that are at the top of the board are exactly. And it wouldn't surprise me, James, if for the next round we see some sort of hot drop come into vision. Like, it's not out of the realms of possibility if there really is nothing left to lose and it's a decision between you and money. You're going to do it. You're going to go for it. Go for glory as best you can. Circle shifts. It goes more towards the middle side or the top side of Los Leones. And you'll see La Bendita still within reaching distance. Whether or not we're actually going to get it is a different question altogether. Usually the southern side of La Bendita is a very hot terrain that we kind of always keep his eye on. You'll see the road that does pass between Los Leones and La Bendita. You'll see there's some rock terrain in there that is inaccessible, so it will push it either towards the north or maybe this time to even on the western side of it. It's an interesting circle. It encompasses quite a lot of Los Leones, and while we do get finishes in there, they are few and far between, so I'd anticipate that it does make a difference to this one and kind of sets up where we will be ending.
Yeah. To your point about like potential hot drops and stuff like that, for me, someone like Eagles 365, I feel like you don't drop San Martin next game. I feel like you go far away, like just to make sure you're protecting any semblance of the lead that currently exists, because there is still a world where, you know, Cerberus or Archangel actually
I like it. Make the lobby a little bit more spicy. It's a shame that they've lost 2 players while doing so. I suppose if you're making a hell of a lot of noise in these very barren areas, people are going to eventually come your way and want to challenge you for it. Even if it's not the team you're necessarily shooting at, but certainly third parties in abundance at range. Not even just,
just going for it.
It's only 17 HP, but it's still a big spray down. With one player from Purple Mood knocked on the left-hand side, that's more than likely the res that they're going for. Glorious is having a difficult task up against that rock. Yeah,
404 shut down.
It's not, yeah. It's
Oh.
Is he with us? Is he in the land of the living? Maybe. We'll find out. Cerberus compound. They'll hold down the farmlands. This is just below La Bendita themselves. You can see up in the distance TM. Broken Garage. They're going to be doing the 2-2 split. 2 upon the more topside plateaus near the oil cylinders. They'll take the uppermost Broken Garages. This gives them vision. Funnily enough, we actually played this compound just not 2 days ago and ended up losing towards one random solo snake in the sand towards the right-hand side of us. But still, it's a decent place to hold it down. It gives them vision. It gives them clear information of what's happening below. They can control the roadside as well. Groza in play. More importantly, the level 3 gear or the ghillie suit, if you really want to stand out and make a show of it. 15 times on the back of it would certainly, you know, give an interesting game. That's for sure. Game home. Within reaching distance of that, if they want to try and take control of it, probably not because it's open, but it depends whether they've seen it. Different question altogether. Number 1, they've actually committed to La Bendita itself and hoping for the best. There's a positive and negative to this one, James. It's positive if it goes this way. Getting out of it, though, should the circle be rather unfavorable, you're going to have teams lingering all on the lip side of the ditch, and then it's just a bit of a mess getting out of it.
Definitely is. Yeah, as you say, we played this area very recently. We had like ton of gear. Damn, and that's actually a very similar circle to what we had. We had Orms, we had Car 98s, we had everything. We were popping, and then, as you say, that damn snake. But anyway, yeah, this circle, as you say, La Bendita, a pain in the bum to get out of. I personally never go into La Bendita for that reason. Can be difficult. Like Victim Rise, where they are, for example, very easy to hold someone into that crater going up against it. Sharper White, though, is going to have to start traversing north. They're currently in Los Leones. There are a few teams in their way Troublemaker is going to be one of those to cause them some concern. And no one already bringing some fight to Renaissance. They are, however, this fight is going on outside the crater. And Renaissance was rotating quite wide around up on the north side of this. So you see no one also getting themselves up on the spot. Big Blue Bird that knocks down Miu.
I'm really liking the position in Cerberus and VTR. I'll go into the reasons why once we get over this fight. Sapu, nade in. Renaissance up against the wall. Big Blue Bird has a big bad grenade next to him. Doesn't matter. Sapu finishes him. The nade goes off just in the nick of time. He's dead. A little bit of a player shot. I'm totally fine with that. Give some banter going into the final game. Maybe a hot drop or two might come out. We'll see how it does fare them in the next one. But for something like this, I touched on BTR and Cerberus. With this kind of circle, the only way to the ditch, which we will see Archangel taking residency in the compound within another like broken crater area, is if we get the double west hard shift.
Yeah,
it's a lot to be said, especially with Labendita is still within the fray of all this one. VTR and Cerberus position, perfect. It's Central's map, but most importantly, it's a springboard to wherever the next circle goes. It is phenomenal ground both of those teams are holding between them.
Yeah, and the scary thing for Eagles 365 is Cerberus is one of the main contenders that could catch up if they have two big games here, especially after the win off the previous game. That will be massive if they did. The desk was already touching on the fact that Cerberus has got themselves 2 second places out of the 3 Miramars that they played earlier. So they are very efficient and proficient at this battleground. And let's see where the circle goes. Does it favor where we were mentioning over towards that slight west? Still in. Goes a bit north. Victim Rise on the lip of those compounds, as well as that little area over on La Bendita in a very, very decent spot. This feels like deja vu here for us, Rich, I suppose.
It does. It does. Playing it not so long back and actually having this circle. For this one in particular, VTR's position becomes that much more vital. There's a road which runs from Picado straight into La Bendita on the edge of the crater. And they are the gatekeepers. They are the bodyguards of this. Now, if anyone wants to transfer into La Bendita, if anyone wants to play the extremities, they have to go through them. And with how much ground they are covering, this becomes so much better now for Cerberus. It's just a big point to make here. Archangel's position has now been weakened. They're outside of the circle. They've got Eagle 365 on the rise above them. They've got Battle Arena Elite who will be rotating next to them. Probably won't be able to do too much given the current state of affairs that we see on screen, with Shen down to very little HP and one player falling on his right-hand side. But certainly for Cerberus, this really, really puts Archangel out of place, and by doing so, it may strengthen their position on the leader table.
Yeah, very important Haisaki got back there. That was quite the flex out from him. Now, what is important about this field is that actually line of sight from other locations in the circle, aside from where you're seeing Troublemaker standing, there's not many. Like, if you look, if all the other teams don't really have a good line of sight, you can see here Troublemaker does, but the way Haisaki was flexing out of this compound was covered from those angles of Troublemaker by the actual compound itself. So he can make that move out. The only threat would have been Shen, who, you know, was wounded and having a hard time recovering, but he has now found himself a little spot up next to Victim Rise. They are going to be chilling for the moment, and likewise, so will Shen on this little plateau. He's found himself just above them. If they show, by any chance, then he'll go for a little spray down. Game Home losing people to Nick from Immunity up in the kill feed there. And Game Home still getting traded down. Nick putting in some work here.
Yeah, he's doing pretty damn decent. That's off the back of that little shack, and it kind of shows you really what we're playing with. TG, final player goes down. You smile. What we're making unknown player smile. Glories and God knew down but not out. Vasily and Nick, if they can get this final kill, they may may just be able to get the revive. This time, the kill comes from a different angle altogether. So Immunity now being put on red alert. It's a very weakened position that they're in with all the noise that's been going. The third parties have certainly got interested. Boss Gold, time to step up and time to show what they're made of. 4 players alive at Kicker. We've not seen too much from them thus far. Only 1 frag on the board. Down, unfortunately. 16th position. Bottom of the table. While there's nothing really left to lose, James, they are that team that kind of scares me, because when we go into the next round, it's like, well, we can do whatever we want. We can drop where we want. We can go where we want. We may not be playing to the best of our performance, but we could really mess up someone's rotate or really mess up someone's day.
Towards the north is going to be important. Likewise, down towards the south, Troublemaker has had to make the move, and Cerberus knows that they had to make the move. Haisaki already gets 1 knock. It's important. As I was explaining why that compound has like some of the only line of sights on this compound here from Troublemaker to Cerberus, they know that they have to clear this backside here. Do Cerberus to make sure that they are going to be fully safe when transitioning up towards the north, and that's why they're taking this fight right now.
It's a really important frag. If he can take him back cleanly, Cerberus need as many people as humanly possible toward the latter stages to be able to just keep it clean and go up against Archangel, because once Archangel moves, they'll be coming this way. It's the only compound between them and Residency of keeping this entire side of the circle clear. Immunity can't do too much given the ditch that they were within. However, Immunity may just be, there we go, may just be the savior for Cerberus. The attention is drawn. Shen will go on to VTR, first player down.
He's knocked 2.
Is that the 1 versus 4 essentially?
That's the second. He's knocked a second one. I think they recovered. I think they've got people back up. Oh no. Okay, 1 is down. So he flushed 1 and he's flushed a second, and now he's pushing on here. Shen is a madman in this game.
Yeah, no fear whatsoever. Diane, POV, number 1. Quick dip dive between the walls and get the crack on the center player. He's just,
oh my god!
I'm okay with it. Keep pre-firing the mini. Up, down, left, right, whatever works. It might be scrappy, it might be messy. Needs to really get the reload on this AR and go for it though. With the 1 player in a very weakened position here, he should be. Oh my god! This is just kind of wild. I've really no idea what the hell is going on. Shen also, he's on top of the building. They realize where he is. If they don't, he could be in for a bad day. It's been spotted. Okay, good flashbang, though. It may have hit him, but it also hit the player downstairs. It just kind of silenced them for all but a moment. But position has been well and truly noted. But the refrag should be easy, James. With 2 players down, surely they can kill him.
They think it came out of the window. They still think it came out of the window. Immunity is gone. But look at them. They're looking around. Where is he?
I thought they'd realized.
I thought they did as well.
Must have been so good.
Oh, my God. Oh, okay. Oh. He looks up. Oh my days. That was this game is ridiculous. The number 1 situation with the 1v1 in La Bendita. This going on with Shen. The Cerberus is still alive, 4-man. They're gonna have to push on what I think effectively will end up being Sharper's position. I don't know it. Well, I mean, they do have options. They could push on towards Archangel if they wanted, but it looks like Archangel's going to be pushing their way, just sweeping this edge. It will be difficult for Archangel to win out this fight unless they get some nice peak knockdowns.
Okay, so let's talk about very quickly the 3 teams that are in the 80-point realms of possibility. Victim Rise, still basically the gatekeepers and the bodyguards of La Bendita. This will hold back a hell of a lot of teams, and they're in 5th position. 3rd, Archangel. This is now going to be rough. This will be a fight of 3rd and 2nd, because ultimately they will have to push into Cerberus. Now, Cerberus did clean and sweep the southern side of the circle and give themselves breathing room, but this fight on screen, James, this is for the top spot. Well, not the top spot, excuse me. This is to fight up against the top spot. This is a massive fight for placement on the board.
Yeah, it definitely is. Bear in mind as well, whilst all this is going on, Eagle 365 is still alive and eventually going to start gaining some placement points if they keep going. So that is what they're banking on here in this game. At the same time, or maybe a spoiler towards the end, but yeah, this is important. Shots coming in here. In the blue, though, at the same time. And Purple Mood here will actually go down. Big spray coming out from Haisaki, having this advantage on the high ground on that roof. Have to come down from that, though. Blue still pushing, trying to get in the cars, trying to make that rotate. This is a lot of damage being done to him while this is going on. Gonna have to find an exit point here along the walls as well, picking up. The time is against you guys. You're gonna have to make a move, and when you do make that move, it might be all the way down to where Sharper is. You're gonna have to pull up and try and make this fight happen somehow.
It's a full send, isn't it? You can see how much damage the blue just did to Archangel. They were playing up against it in every single shot that you do get upon you. The blue then just does the rest and gets the job done. But ultimately, they've made it here as a 4-man stack, and they've got themselves into the fray. There's a lot of knocks going down. Mad Dog sees one of the 365 players. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's a big nade. That's a double kill in the kill feed. We have to take a quick check-in with that because that's caused all sorts of damage on the side of Cerberus. Things were looking good, and now they've had to go into full revive mode.
Yes, they have, but while this was going on, Eagles wiped out Archangel. Somehow, someway, they've been getting kills. They actually knocked one of Victim Rise. Then they took out Archangel that were wounded and had to try and make a move themselves. Cerberus here need to keep themselves alive. They're still seeing Eagle at 365 in that kill feed. They have to recover from this, deal with Sharper White, and then move off of here and probably deal with Boss on the right-hand side that have got a decent spread. Another huge nade comes in. 6 sacks. Sharper are demolishing Cerberus right now as they keep putting on the pressure. A triple spray if he wants it. Left-hand side goes for the knockdown. Will be able to get it. 6 sacks. Demolishes Cerberus.
The quad kill comes in, and it couldn't be at a worse time for Cerberus when they're banking on points and trying to put a halt on the lead that 365 has. How in the world has 365, with 2 players, managed to stabilize and survive to a minimum of the top 6? If you had any chance of trying to stop them, this was the game to do so. But resilience has been with them, and ultimately the placement points they will garner basically just keeps them at the top, James. Like, to keep going even as a dual team, just as a duo, is phenomenal work. It's just holding the position that they've garnered throughout this competition.
Yeah, definitely so. Give them the bloody trophy right now because they are making it happen. And with Cerberus down, Archangel down, it's going to be so hard for people to catch up now. What is important, though, is Sharper White is now trying to breach into that top 4. If Victim Rise die here, Sharper White has a very good claim of being able to get into the top 4 in this game and then try and hold on to it. 6x runs over Vandal.
Still going? I mean, that's 5 kills pretty much back-to-back. He's doing some work for his team.
Yeah.
And it's put Sharper now within a shot of maybe the next game. We're looking at 2nd, 3rd position here.
Definitely.
Victim Rise.
Because every other team was so pressured to deal with it. And burning alive.
He ran into it.
He's out. He's out.
Position's been noted. Little dip dive down. Shots in abundance from a distance. Boshi answers back with a flashbang. Up. Easy love. Skyco, first one to fall. 6 sacks still keeps going. Easy love onto a second one as well. So unfortunately, Boss Gold are just feeding every other team around them. And just like that, all 4 players coming to vision. And they are dead. A lot of scattered teams, a lot of scattered players across this one for our final circle and our final 4 teams. The moment number 1 with 3 players up, they have the man advantage. And as you mentioned, alluded to, James, this would be a good chance for them to be able to springboard themselves into... I mean, even if they stay in the top 7, it doesn't matter. But if they can cross the 80-point threshold, that means we would have pretty much a 6-horse race for a lot of money come the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And the final moments there from Sharper White. Boss sheet shows Boss Gold who the real boss is. We have number 1 still peeking up against this. They have a really good spot to work with for a little while here. Unless nobody shows, then eventually if that circle dips away from them, they will be in trouble. Let's see where it's going to go. Actually, no, it takes a little while. What am I talking about? Ignore that. Zigzag's going to be finding himself a decent spot in towards the middle as well. It's going to be scrappy here for some of these teams to try and find themselves a decent situation, but Eagle 365 still alive. Extra placement points. The duo from Eagle 365, what a stellar performance, all things considered.
Oh, it's not often you would see someone switching out to a shotgun at this stage in the game, but you know what? Extreme circumstances cause for extreme measures.
Flash them and go.
I mean, Jexy's done more than enough to be able to withstand to top 4. If they'd have gone down earlier, then maybe, just maybe, we could have seen a different winner. Should be able to get the heal off there, surely. There isn't a second one to follow up. Well, the splash damage may have just clipped him. He's not going to waste the first aid just yet. Instead, he'll go for the bandies. But yeah, for them, there could have been a chance of having a different winner here if they had gone out early. If they'd gone out sub, 11th, 12th position, then maybe we'd have seen it. Because it's kind of scary that their actual kills have come later down the line when it has just been the duo working in tandem as opposed to just doing nothing and then bowing out to the blue.
Yeah.
There's even this small potential that Jexy does give it up to the blue to deny points. Yeah, it wouldn't... I'd be surprised if it went out at this stage. Yep, there we go. So he denies it. Totally fine with that one. You give it up rather than giving points because BTR are on 88. So you want to try and halter and hamper them as much as possible so you can secure your top spot. But for now, it comes down to Sharper White and VTR. Yes, number 1 is within the fray here, and a win would be huge because it would be able to bolster them up into the 80-point bracket. But VTR and Sharper White are 1 versus 1, essentially, for 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, you know, Victim Rise are one of the teams on your heels. I say on your heels, but kind of like a whole furlong behind you. And if you've been tracking the kill feed, you don't entirely know exactly how many kills have come in from them during all of this. They've got 5 kills, another kill come in on towards number 1 here. If Man can make this happen against number 1, then oh my days. Wait, what just happened? What did he throw? Okay, it did a little bit of a bounce there and goes for another spray, but no, number 1 will be the victors. They move on up here in terms of points, contesting what is effectively that top 4 spots and trying to get towards the money. It's a great win for them off the back of La Bendita. Nobody to rival them on the lip coming out.
And while we may already know as winners at this stage, I've got to be honest, seeing number 1 winning that one just gives us all that much more of a fun game because everyone's going to be blasting it and working for money at the end of the day. Regardless, no one's stable going into this next game. Everyone now is looking for 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. Everyone's going to be playing off the back of one another, and it is still pretty close. If any of those teams in their upper echelon kind of excited also to see what we're seeing from Battle Arena Elites, for example. What happens now when there's nothing left else on the line? What happens now when you can just kind of drop wherever you want, go wherever you want, do whatever you want?
Yeah.
Like the aggression. Let it off the chain. Crack on. Have some fun.
Live up to the name. And at the beginning of that game, all they did was cause chaos, and that was fantastic. I need more of that in my life. That was awesome. But yeah, now we have more contenders up towards that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. If someone blasted out of control, then maybe they could try and take that top spot, but it would only be Cerberus and Archangel. But yeah, a great game to start things off here for us at least. This is now leading us into our final game in just a few moments' time to find out who is going to be taking those top spots. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we're going to Ilu, Asarai, and Black and Blue for all the breakdown.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Well, it looks like the Eagles are, I'd say, taking this one. They're, very much dominant lead here, about 30 points over anybody else. But the battle for second and third place, that's where we're really turning our attention to. So for anybody who's watching, the supporters of Archangel, the supporters, of basically everyone from second to fifth, because we have so many players and teams who could still claim that spot right now. We got VTR who came alive. We got Cerberus who also came alive right there. And they're very close here. Asura, I'll go with you on this one first. Okay, let's face it. Eagles, they're going to... I can't see a world where they don't win this. They're probably going to win this. But second, third, and fourth, how close is that fight?
It seems like it's just going to be down to this last game to dictate that, because from what I could see, from what we saw in that previous game, a lot of the teams still are vying, struggling, and fighting for their way to get that second and third moolah, because it seems like Cerberus, who else? Sharper are coming back into the fray once again. They're getting 7 kills from the past 2 maps that we saw. Victim Rise is also doing pretty well with second place, and it's just a toss-up of who's going to be able to win this. Honestly, Elu, I can't even answer you because there's just too many factors right now, and all of the teams are doing great. Obviously, E365 is almost, or will definitely win this one, and everybody else is just playing catch-up.
Yeah, everyone is playing catch-up. Archangel, one of those teams, just staying alive barely, and they've lost their spot, man. They've lost their spot. Everyone catching up. You got VTR who popped off in that last one. And that last game was brutal for everybody who was trying to actually claim a decent spot on the leaderboard, because at some point, everyone from second to, I'd say, 6th place, except for no one, was at like 1 or 2 members left standing on the squad. It was just brutal, black and blue here. There were a couple of people that did okay. I mean, I want to point out Cerberus. They got a lot of kills before they ended up going down, and VTR as well. They managed to hang on. E365 as well. They were just like had one guy staying alive at the very end just to get some placement points and to deny actually anyone trying to catch up to them just for insurance sake. But what do you make of that last game where everybody was just like bleeding? Like, look at this here, like at the end of the circle. Even CES, who had like a good 4-man roster alive at the very end, they could have taken this, but they got naded to hell and back by Sharper.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy there, moving into those last few phases, like phase 7, 8, 9 onwards, was basically no one let all the teams here, the full stack teams still that were in the game, just clear each other out. They thinned each other out, the herd thinned itself out, and they just came in for a cleanup job, basically. So no one here, while they initially, they at the end of it rather, they do get 11 frags on the board for their side. A lot of them were taken rather, and they got those frags like more mid-game and throughout, transition moving in. They didn't necessarily go for too aggressive of a play, and in fact, as we saw here, just let the teams clear themselves out. Victim Rise, Sharper as well. We saw Sharper actually have a bunch of players going into the last few zones. There were like a 3-stack of them, same with Cerberus. But as no one are really good at, they let them clear themselves out. They know when to pounce on an opportunity. 11 frags to their name, yes, but most of those were taken in transition, and now they are just basically showing that they are very adept at really stealing away, and I love how dapper they look. They're very adept. They're very adept at, making the most out of an opportunity.
Is that a microphone that Dian's holding? They look like they're about to start a K-pop group. And the hair, it's on point.
Isn't it V-pop? Isn't it supposedly V-pop?
Yes.
Oh, well,
yes.
I guess
but the aesthetic, you know what I mean? I love the little
I
cross.
get it.
These guys are stylish, man. They're styling right now. I love it. Look at that little tuxedo and Easy Love here. 6 kills for him. A nice little shawl lapel that he's got. Oh, man. This is very swagalicious at this point. I think I'm ready for their new album launch already, Asarai. I'd tune into this band. They'd probably be... Now I have this mental image of no one just singing songs while they're on like a game. Like, how you can talk in game to the people that are near you? Just like do a little song and dance routine as they're going through it.
They drive past you and they're like,
Or they could be the first like V-pop group to be able to choreograph a dance number while on their gaming chairs, right?
While they're winning the final circles too. That's
frags and jams.
Literally styling on everybody. I'm living for it. I am absolutely living for it. This makes my day. This genuinely just made my day. But here's the top Predators right now, all the way from 1st to 5th. Shen is a ghost. We just don't know what he looks like. He's like Racer X in Speed Racer. No one knows who he really is. But it adds to the mystery because he has 18 kills there.
Or,
he's a ghost warrior.
Yeah.
Or in Teen Titans, Red X.
There you go. We just don't exactly know who he is, but he gets the kills. He has 18 to his name and an average of 354 damage. Right now, by the way, this is something I did not expect. At the top of the Predator leaderboard, we got Easy Love, who is as stylish as he is as deadly, as sharp as his suit. 22 kills and 372 average damage. I'm a fan. I am just 100% a fan like right now. Even his name is Easy Love, man. I'm sold. I am 100%
sounds like
sold.
a song already, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
I mean,
he just... Yeah.
Go ahead.
He just shot up this thing, dude. Like, he got 6 frags in that last one, and for them, was he even on that top 5 like before the match?
No,
he wasn't, right?
Close.
Yeah, he just shot himself up straight to number 1 from like 6th or 7th immediately after one map, getting 6 and all.
Okay, look, guys, no one is at 84 points here on this leaderboard. They have a chance if they come up huge here, if they get like 11 points, if they win maybe a chicken dinner and a kill, or just do quite well enough in some placement points, they could actually end up on 2nd place. I am gonna say this right now, straight up, no cap. I am rooting for them. I just stopped caring about every other team and just hope that no one does well here to take that victory. But Aserai, so like every other team right now, Cerberus, Victim Rise, Sharper, Archangel, and even Game Home dropping to 7th. My, what a far cry from their performance in the first day. Game Home was at number 1. Now they're in 7th place. Sure, they can still catch up to 2nd, but there's just something wrong with what Game Home is doing. And I have to attribute it, honestly, to the circles. The previous couple circles in Miramar, they have been a little too forgiving. A little bit too dead center, letting everyone play. And everyone's playing so passive that when you get to the final circles, everyone's just alive. And you just don't know who's going to come out on top. No one's really playing that aggressive. Everyone's playing a little bit too safe.
Yeah, I think aside from all of that, right, where the Miramar map just does not agree with the stomachs of Game Home, it seems like Game Home's style of playing very passive at the outside and trying to go into the center zone, which they've done multiple times. They haven't really adjusted as much from what I could see. They've maybe added some variations to this and whatnot, but it still hasn't procured them any wins. And it seems like their ability to just adjust from that hasn't really gone up to the wayside. Now, there's one other team that I will be pointing out once again, Victim Rise. They're the only team in this, top 8 that hasn't had a chicken dinner that is still in contention for 2nd place. And that is fantastic. I think that this team has done so well with how they've played, especially now at the dredges of our tournament here, and coming into this last game, it's the word is toss up. I want to say something else. It's gonna be a smorgasbord of shooting later on because everybody's just playing as well as they can to reach that 2nd place.
Yeah, this is literally do or die, the very last map at the end of the day. What are we going to expect here for the last one, Black and Blue? What do you want to see for this very last, very last map of the entire tournament?
Well, Illustrado, everything has to be left on the board here for all these teams. They have to show all their cards. It's the last hand that they've got really right now, and they have to play it perfectly. Teams like Cerberus, they've gotten, chicken dinners now finally on the board just as of today after kind of missing the shot 2 times almost in a row here in Miramar. And so for them to be going back into this, they're going to be looking to try and replicate the success early on today. For other teams like Victim Rise, who have struggled to find that success, the hurdle has been blocking their path. They're going to have to find a way to hop on over to that. I did say, they're doing lots of frags. I think they're still the 2nd highest fragging team right now, but the chicken dinner has just eluded them. Maybe not getting into any power positions early on has been costing them those potential chicken dinners. But the rest of the teams here, it's a bit too out of shot, but from 2nd to 6th, it's a toss-up really between any of these teams. As you said, no one with a single game could shoot straight up to the top, just as we saw Easy Love do with that top 5 fragging leaderboard. They can do the same here on the total score of the leaderboard points.
I feel like that score just kind of crept up on you. Like, you just don't notice that no one's just sort of in Easy Love is just like right there, like, hi, we're here. But, before we go, because we're ready to go into the last game of the day, Aserai, your prediction, and you as well, Black and Blue.
I'm going to go for... It's so hard to think about this. I'll probably go for Victim Rise right now because I feel like they're the ones that have most to lose and a lot to prove because they still don't have a chicken there as of now.
Yeah, well, I think we're kind of debating on 2nd here right now, or who might take this map, because Eagles are so far ahead that I'm not sure if any team are going to be able to make it unless they're out early and some team just goes insane with 20 frags or whatnot. But what I will say is my prediction to get that 2nd slot at the end of the day will still be Cerberus.
Well, for me, I think Cerberus here, they're pretty hit and miss, a little touch and go. I think last game was missed. This time, I think it's going to be a hit. Let's find out whether any of that will be true and whether no one will steal away 2nd place, just like they stole our hearts in that last panel segment. Or will it be a straightforward, clean-cut, cut-and-dry victory for maybe the team like Cerberus? But we'll leave that all in the very amazing hands of the casters right now. We got Kilaris and Sims for the final time here today. Again, it's all going to be up to you guys, so take it away.
Let's get in on it. It is the final game. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And of course, it's Miramar once again. Now, I mentioned Rich before, of course, considering Eagles 365 wants to hold on to that lead, I think that even if they did drop Samai, they're still going to be comfortable. So I don't think there's any reason to deviate. But the fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th still very much on here.
Absolutely. When we're looking for 95 points in second place, all the way down to 7th game home with 81, it's anyone's game between 2nd and 7th. 28-point lead at the top for Eagle 365. Look, it's the PUBG deck. It's the PUBG cards. Every hand needs to fall perfectly. In order for them to falter, it would need them to go out without any points. And then for one team, Cerberus up at the top.
Shen!
Is there a possibility? Is there a... Go on, pick him up. Pick him up and just drive in somewhere. Do him a favor. Don't let him get in the shack. There's the vehicle in there. Excuse me, there's a gun in there. Then we're in all kinds of trouble. Not the easiest kill to get on the back of the buggy, I must say, but at least hamper him for now. But yeah, 28 point, James, and we'll kind of leave it at that. This is very hard. This is Eagle's game to throw, but someone has to do unthinkable amounts of work in order to beat them.
Okay, he's giving up. Shen, just the mastermind of chaos. He just wants to cause everyone problems. Oh, his handgun. It gives him a little pot shot on the way out, but not to be. Vandal was on his way en route to try and make the save occur. And here we are. Rescue Private Pansy. Doing all right. Okay, so we're out. Meanwhile, Northern Circle, and already Purple Mood actually has one member over in Oasis. Not exactly the most common drop to go for, but that gives them a nice little anchor to throw down and pull towards later on. Likewise, you can see from Battle Arena Elites, Shen has sent one up despite their drop east of San Martin after the crazy escapades of that buggy.
Well, certainly. I'm just kind of looking at it now and to really bring it in the full picture here. That's wild. 14 points separates 6 different teams between 2nd and 7th. So for game home, the least of them on it, we did say we want to see them surpass at least 80 points. So for other teams that want a foothold in this, it kind of gets a little bit more difficult towards Battle Arena Elites when you're on 63. So we'll focus on 7 through 2nd. Yes, I think at this stage we know who the winner is. We will obviously celebrate them once that happens. But for now, with the money still being on the line, this is rather an important game and still a lot of things to be playing for. With the circle that's in play, let's take a quick check-in with all the teams currently that have a good foothold within it, because I've got to say, James, necessarily, there aren't too many up there that are smack banging the center. A lot of people in the teams that we're looking for, especially 2nd through 7th, they've got a ton of work to do to get to a very valuable spot in this, and there's still teams that have already dropped within there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those teams' best opportunity is rotating west and wide around the circle to try and get on in. But even then, that's kind of fraught with danger. Say if Victim Rise as well as Cerberus tried to do that, well, you're running into Sharper, who's currently in 4th. Let's say, Archangel Predator does that, which is likely. Then good luck, because you're running into Sharper in the north. It's all of these teams are in a very scary area where they could all overlap in terms of rotation and cause each other really bad damage to stop their campaign in their tracks pretty early. So people have got to be very careful here on those rotations.
I think it has to be made note of how far up this circle actually is and what it encompasses, because it's not a great deal. We have about 10, maybe 15, 20 an absolute push of inaccessible terrain that is currently beyond the wall up towards the top. You have Oasis in there, yes, where Indian Rise will be setting up shop just to the left-hand side of Oasis. The circles up there are few and far between, and that's because of the land ratio and how it works with some of these hills, with some of the water, with everything else that goes into full effect and brings you the full picture. Right now, it's cover area. That's one point of contact I will be keeping a firm, close eye on. And for a lot of these teams, somewhere that they'll be setting up shop, you then look towards the top side of Crater Fields. Maybe, just maybe, we see the left-hand side of water treatment, or certainly the hills that are going to be on the left-hand side of it. But we need that circle to hit south first. If we have another northern circle, we're almost guaranteed it's in and around somewhere Crater Fields or Le Cobber area. There's limited areas that we can go. If we get the southern shift, then yes, we have a lot more playable terrain. But for now, for a lot of these teams, it's getting to the north safely. That is the first real and actually quite difficult task, given how many teams are already up there.
Yeah, they would have loved to have taken out this member of Victim Rise, man, but not to be. He's actually changing out the vehicle. This one actually has all of its tires intact. That's the thing about taking out tires on vehicles. It's not just a case of causing your problems rotational moves on hills or anything like that. The car oftentimes just goes slower. So it makes it easier for you to land those shots when it doesn't have those tires available to them. Double drop, as this one will descend. And what do we have inside, Rich? Oh, we're not going to find out. Damn it.
It's not going to be the lead up just yet, but whatever it is free gear for everyone who wants to try and start their campaign. Ooh. TM, a team down in 9th. Won't fare them any better with this one. Double drop comes in. It's double AR this time round. The level 3 gear, the most important factor. AUG, good gun. Laser beam, but it is 5.56. Groza, absolutely decent gun. One of the best ARs in game. You're going to want to pick both of those up, but it all depends how teams, which point they're going to be picking up, how quickly they can transition for it, how... Really, there's so many factors when it comes into picking up the AR and some decisions. Probably something like this where it's a bit more open. It's going to happen for now. You'll have the time to do so. I'll hold anyway because Immunity, they found players directly in front of them. Purple Mood, 2 players up on the hillside. They have to be careful of the ones that are set off from them because the flank could be real. They decide to work their way up this mountainside and catch them in the wings where they're trying to run away from it. Style G does exactly that. Extreme holds his gun up tight. I'm fine with that. Try and hold point, but we spoke about Just Moment's position. Now it comes into vision where he can see and what's going to happen for this one.
Yeah, they're caught in a really rough spot here. And also importantly to note that the entire team of Immunity was not here. So they were kind of stranded in this 2-2 scenario. Nick and Extreme go down. The others on the way. Now, here's the big west rotate that we were talking about here before for Archangel Predator. There is opportunities for them to get in. Cerberus took a slightly shallower west rotate in just east of El Pozo, but again, 2 big names we're keeping an eye on here. I like Archangel's rotate. I think there's some good room for them to be able to set up shop probably on the west side of La Cabrera and then have to make their transitions from there.
Moment of pause. TM still being loud and proud in the distance. They lost 1 player, unfortunately. It's not going to fare them in their campaign to try and get it into the top 8. Community, a quick rotate through the middle of all of this. And we'll certainly be hearing all these shots and understanding the lay of the land, what is currently taken, what is not. And like many teams in front of us, depending on this next circle, this could be the ultimate last stand. La Cabrera, it's a very big city in a very big open area. Somewhere reminiscent of a lot of circles, certainly to the front side or the south side, if you will, on the wall, which does block a lot of teams in. But again, we also see these back and forth. This is the polar opposite. This is the upper end. Sharper White versus VTR. Here we go. This is a big fight, James.
Big fight indeed. And Sharper White looks like they are not afraid of taking it. Sixax has moved on. He tries to get an angle. Really good use of that window in between these 2 buildings. You don't expect somebody to come in from that angle at all compared to some of the wider ones. Man goes down. And Simoy, as well as Genforce, they're going to have to get out of here. Here comes Trouble Mako, though, making a third party of it with a nade coming on in. Sixax, as well as the team, a little bit locked out. Here's the angle on the top side, though. Tenoy actually goes down to Alec. Will the return come in?
This is kind of wild. This is a fight at the top, and Troublemaker are the troublemakers at the moment. Sharper White does jump into 3rd. That's off the back of the knocks that come through. As you mentioned, with Simoy and Gemforce, the last 2 standing, maybe it's their time to get involved with this one. But they will have heard that TM is still lingering in the distance. They don't want to overextend too far. If they flex out from this, it causes them more problem. Hoshi will fall. There is an answer back. There is a response. But now the mollies are about to lay down. And James, those little cabinets are very small. There's few and far between places that they can...
Safety, but I don't think it's going to happen. Here comes the second angle, and he's gone. He's gone. Sharper White around here. And I don't know if they're going to be holding on to that 3rd victim rise. All they need is just a trickle of points to try and get themselves in it. But Trouble Mako causing problems once again. The Rascals, they have found themselves. Genforce, will they be able to shut down another target and make it better for Archangel Predator? Number 1, game home.
Needs to get this kill onto Seymour. If he does, that denies them 3rd place. They go out. As simple as that. The resuscitation's there. The smoke will go up. The distraction will try to unfold. If he goes for the quick lean peek, then it's GG. He only needs this 1 frag, James, and they overtake Sharper White, I believe. Obviously, there's a factor in the back when it comes to draws and ties. Spots him through the window. Now they have some sort of idea. Flashbang goes down. First pop-up. Catched him off guard. Will go for the lean. The double's there. The transfer's denied. It's shut down. The elimination comes in.
Okay.
VTR still managed to cling to dear life. And as you mentioned, Fexia losing Sharper White. Cerberus are laughing. Archangel are laughing. That's another team gone, and another team that's been standing in their way in terms of monetary standings.
Here's the really important thing about how that went down just then, is that Troublemaker did not pick up one guy. So why am I can't say his name? Sharper White got themselves a kill after being eliminated, earning one more point. So instead of being a 91-91, Sharper White is 91 versus 92 versus Victim Rise. So if Victim Rise get no more points from here, then they would still be in fourth. There is a scenario where that makes huge differences, but still we have teams lingering in 5th through 7th that are going to be gaining more points.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that one in the back of mind. That's a really good note to make, because they did, as soon as that kill came in, I was thinking, okay, so VTR is going to go jump them. But no, Sharper White still stay there, in 3rd position because of the knock that came through. The point goes towards them even after death, and even after they're out of the lobby. And we have seen, you know, between us, we have been involved within events where someone dies to a different team after they've died, and they qualify or they gain money or it works wonders. We've seen this play a factor, so whether or not it holds in 3rd position, different question altogether. We've got to hold, because honestly, Purple Mood is just doing so much damage to Gamers Lounge. They have been escorted off of the server. Number 1 comes in to pick up a free frag as well. Let's not kind of forget about that and make note they are still chasing Archangel. Not only puts them now 1 point behind them in terms of the standings, aiming and gunning for 5th position.
Okay, here's the crazy thing as well. There's so much to talk about. Whilst all of that was going on, a very important fight, the circle meanwhile shifted really heavily north. More north than I have seen in a long, long time. There is the potential we get one of the most northern circles I have ever seen on Mirrormine competitive here, Rich.
I mean, if it centralizes, right, Rise's position's going to be amazing. We don't really get those reminiscent Oasis endings, but if we get somewhere close to it, it's usually the left-hand side of Oasis or the buildings to the left of Oasis, the road, pretty much the last chance road that leads up towards the north from Cubber area. Don't flip it. Not up here. Don't flip it. This is fine. So yeah, this is beautiful catch. Honestly, that is a very, very northern circle.
Very, very indeed. I mean, how often do we even see Oasis when we're watching observation? There it is.
It's pulled Kratos out, which is kind of even more wilder to think about it, because it removes that possibility of the bottom side of Cupboard area completely.
Where are we going? I need to know. I need to know. My mind.
It's going.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, as you say, normally the circle ends up from this point on shifting kind of that southwest away from Oasis, but this could go very, very north indeed. Okay. Archangel, where have you set up shop? You are currently not really in an amazing spot. Purple Mood still looking for more kills, and Eagles being shot at, but I think they're not too concerned. Let's be fair.
Show me the map. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited.
Look at it.
This is going to be fun. Like this could be actually in my professional career. This might be the most northern circle that I've ever cast. Yes, I've done some off the northern side of Cobber area, but it's usually where they come out of the mountainside towards the Cobber area.
Yeah.
I have seen some on this road, the winding snaky road that people can play the plateau, which is the position that E365 has taken up. If it starts to centralize or go more towards the south, like I've seen it in events gone past, then 365 could basically not only win this competition, but could win the game off the back of that, because that's a very solidified position they're holding currently.
Yeah, those compounds are very important. We've seen it in Europe. We've seen it in PCS, etc., and stuff like that. We've seen circles around there. You know, FaZe has taken up residence. ENCE has taken up residence in these compounds pretty early. Us. Even from the blue here, Isaki, big shots coming in. And the problem for Renaissance is they don't really have any cover here. They're just out. Oh, no.
The vehicles rolled away.
They're going to be done.
Yeah, that was their get out of jail card. And now you're feeding Cerberus. I mean, the pull-up could have been fantastic and formidable to be able to fortify some kind of a fight. But I tell you what, the punishment from Solozy. Oh, my word. Absolutely denied. Wrap it up in a bow because it is done. Archangel Predator, though. You know, this is a team that needs to try and remove Cerberus where possible. If they springboard themselves into this fight in third party, they can deny entry to a very, very strong opponent.
Yeah, the insatiable Hellhound gets more points on the board for that second place secure. With Renaissance going down, that is not ideal for them. As you say, Archangel, though, will be their next problem, I suppose. As we're seeing shots coming in against Battle Arena Elites from E365. Look, they're trying to get revenge against Shen, considering he was a nuisance at the beginning of this game. And Game Home just lingering down towards the south here. This circle. This is the most north I've ever been involved in for Miramar.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. It's going to throw a lot of people out of place. And yeah, it's the first time I've ever got to a phase 4. And the circle edge, actually the northern side of it, James, it's maybe just 10 meters away from the wall, away from the edge of the playable terrain. That is as far as it gets, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
That's crazy.
What a way to end this tournament. What a way, especially since that middle compound area is currently not occupied. Now, there is a good reason for this. Whilst we see these fights going on, Vandal actually bringing down some members of Game Home, and that is going to stop them in their tracks. They were one of the teams that was trying to leap up into that top 3 positions. So the reason this huge compound in the middle is not taken currently is because actually it's quite difficult to defend every single angle of it. It's very open on either side. Yes, technically you can actually spray down people from every angle if you want, but covering every position and also even getting to it, considering how many teams are currently surrounding it, you would probably lose 1 or 2 on transition as well.
IR still holding a really solid place. That's out of all of this one.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Indian Rivals' position is just phenomenal. They've been here since the very start and been able to stay there. It does keep a track of that compound you're speaking about in particular, and it probably denies a lot of people transfer. Like, the southern side of it, Indian Rivals are going to have a field day with the amount of teams that need to come by this way. VTR, 365, Game Home, like all these top teams. I actually think IR could change the fate of someone's monetary earnings here because they all have to work their way forward.
Yeah, they definitely could. Definitely. It's just so open to deal with across this barren landscape. Big grenades coming in against Game Home, and even shots coming in from Shiburit, who has been brilliant this tournament. Game Home's out. Their chances of getting top 3 are dashed against the rocks. Shen able to put the boot in there with the AUG towards the very end. Very, very nice indeed.
Still make note, Cerberus and BTR, the chase is on for second place. For BTR, it's starting to become a lot more difficult, especially given that Cerberus not only has the manpower, but probably a better position in contrast to where they are. They're stuck up against Indian Rivals. Not too much they can do once they work their way forward. 365 also has them potentially dead to rights here. However, Shen once again giving as good as he gets, finds players out in the open and just hap-handedly deals with them. He'll now transfer onto it. Flood and M0 going in tandem. They are just banging them dead to rights, and this makes things a little bit more easier for the teams vying for second and third position. Removing them from this vital spot is absolutely critical as they try and work their way forward.
Yeah, a big problem though is that Archangel Predator actually ran over one of their own members, and we're still in the midst of a fight while that was going on, so they lose another one. Cerberus was the one shooting at them throughout a lot of that. So big fight once again going on between those two. Indian Rivals taking the fight to Victim Rise, and any member that they can kill off. Genthor going down, only 1 member alive right now. They have taken over Sharper White, but that does not stop As we see Eagles eliminated, but do not worry. They are well and truly secure. Shen, in these last 2 games, mate, you have been a force.
Yeah, it's been a real unit. Big time. To be fair, when there's no more pressure and you can kind of free to do what you want, sometimes it brings out the best in players. It'd have been nice to see that a little bit earlier on, you know, especially down in 8th. You just think, okay, with the skill level that you have, could you have done a lot more than 8th position? And I think the honest answer is yes, I think they could. I think there's a lot of skill amongst the Battle Arena elites.
Rich, the top 3 are in the West all together.
Yeah, I have made note of that, and I just kind of keep tracking it in my mind. I really feel sorry for BTR. I think they've only got 1 player left, if I'm not mistaken. Archangel down to 2. Cerberus still laughing. They can kind of watch all these transfer, and basically, I think for Cerberus, it's now keep a track of Archangel, get in front of them. Do not let Archangel reposition. If they do, they then basically just box you in up against the white. That's something they need to be very careful of. Archangel also in the back is making a bit of a bolt towards that central compound you spoke of. And now players, once again, still Shen, causing grief to these top teams. The punishment never stops.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. They got to be super careful here. The thing is that for all of these 3 teams at the top, they're all on that side and all taking massive wounds. Number 1 is lurking on the east side and is still very, very healthy. They could, in theory, jump into that top 3 later on. Cerberus here trying to find themselves some cover. They're taking an absolute battering, though. Shen, once again, is like, well, you know what? Let's just keep shooting at everything here from Battle Arena Elites. Here comes a nade. Goes too far. They will be okay from that one. Another nade comes in from what is effectively this small shanty town, which is with a warehouse as well. Not exactly ideal. The funny thing is I think everybody was trying to scout out that middle compound, but just couldn't get reads on if anybody had taken it up. And yeah, now we have 1 member there.
I mean, it's Baron, right? You've also got to be really careful making that open run. If anyone is there, you're going to die instantly. There's no real... It is the castle and moat scenario. Getting to it is a problem, and you have to anticipate it. At this level, and at this time in the game, then surely it's taken. Like, the fact that it isn't is kind of wild. Indian Rivals now finally have to make a move from the safety net of the compound that they've secured pretty much since the very start of this game. They do have vehicles hidden behind the boxes quite smartly, so they'll be able to utilize that and maybe advance forward. But yeah, all eyes on the prize when it comes towards that central area. Boss Gold, Purple Mood going toe-to-toe in the distance. And once again, Shen is here just to deliver the bad news.
Fantastic stuff. He could end up with double-digit kills if this continues on. As long as they wrap right-hand side and then start bringing the fight down. Just keep firing. Just keep shooting. Blood's gone down, though. I want to get him back up here to Boss Gold. And, I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared for these top teams. I think, number 1, if they play this right... Although Easy Love's gone down to Boss Gold. Burning! Burning! Oh, Shen's gone down as well. No.
Archangel in the distance, just as a small note, getting points as a solo snake. It's absolutely vital. Number 1, step up to the plate, step up to the challenge. They realize what's going down between these 2 teams, and you know what? The third party well and truly comes in. Immunity goes down. TEG pick up 2 points. The revive comes out on the side of number 1. 2 members, Purple Mood, all in the same compound, holding them back the best they can. Flood finally will fall. 0 finds Excellent in the distance also. Indian Rivals, they do lose 1, and they're just downwind of them. There's still an issue to be dealt with on the opposing side of the map. Let's take stock of that. The BTR Cerberus issue, and even Archangel, actually, still a little triangle 3-way for that main compound, and all these teams, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, it has to come to a head soon.
Full flush from Skyco, really putting a dent in the plans here of number 1. That could hurt them significantly. Oh, Victimize is gone. Yeah. The potential jump now towards 3rd place is very, very doable for Archangel Predator, as well as, especially I would say number 1. If they win out this fight on this east-hand side, they could make something very, very significant happen. Another molly.
Macca's just M24ing people on the hillside. This is the thing for TEG now. They can kind of just hold it back and just watch everyone scrap amongst themselves and be a real nuisance. Big kill coming out of Cerberus as well to remove the VTR. Remember, that's basically second, taking down third. That's perfect for them. It removes a very, very close competitor as a solo snake as well. Another point goes up in their way, and that's because of placement. That's really now the Cerberus need to hold on to with number one and, as you say, Archangel. Number one have jumped them, James.
Yes, they have. There are some vehicles here as well to potentially use later on down the line. A few of them are completely smoked out. They are, on their last legs. But maybe if number one has to move from here, the only problem is that TEG north of them is going to be a huge hindrance. You already mentioned that the M24 was playing a big factor from the position that they have available to them. Number one here, get as many kill points as you can. Indian Rivals, I should say, moving up against this as well. This could be the nail in the coffin for number one. They need 2 more points.
Yeah, that's the thing. For both them and Archangel, it's third position that they need. If we're looking at terms of monetary value, they've got to jump up. So these are important kills, especially when you have 2 vying for it. It's okay you getting them, but if the opposing team down in 6, which is Archangel, which is still surviving, by the way.
Nice shot.
2 snipers out in distance, an M24. Oh no! He had a nade in hand as he hit him in the head.
Oh, a disaster for what was effectively going to be a breach. Disaster hits Indian Rivals. Now only 1 remains. They could potentially try and get 1 up from that, but Cerberus still staying alive on this side. He has a wall to work with after this compound, and that's about it. Dylan goes down. What is going on?
Run his teammate over. He just yeeted it in and run his teammate over. I don't know what's going on. TG, you've caused so much grief for so many other players, and now you've caused it for yourself.
Wait, he's still alive on the roof.
He is.
Oh my.
But look at the Cerberus player who decided to wrap down low. He hit. Oh, that's a beautiful little pincer. He's gone onto the wall.
Hold him. You have to hold him. You have to hold him.
He knows.
He knows.
He absolutely knows. But the thing is, the blue's going to force it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. What? What? I thought I was going to push him out.
Hold.
This is on the 3rd place is on a knife edge right here with only 5 teams. This is crazy.
I don't know if that the counter on the left hand side is taking placement points into account as well right now and using those retroactively. But anyway, this is super close. Number one on the other side of this circle, 2 alive. They have all the teams collapsing in on them though. They have to hold. Cerberus is making the move.
I believe it is, which would suggest that if either one of them gets the kill, it basically jumps them up. But as you say, it's number one also with only a 2-man band.
Yeah,
between them and Archangels. I mean, Cerberus
he got 1.
Bump straight up into 3rd.
Needs to make sure that Archangel Predator, like if Cerberus kills off Archangel Predator, if Solozzi does the business towards CJ, this will be called. Does he find him? This is important. He gets him! He gets him! Number one has secured themselves money. And there you go. Unless they make... Wait a minute. There is... If they kill a lot of people on this right-hand side, number one could make a miraculous run here in the final game. But it's going to be hard. Everybody is here. This is the end.
The end game will move us all the way over to this position. All 3 teams are basically just going to fight it out amongst the compound. Obviously, we'll wait until we get to this final standings and the admins have done all their due diligence and know exactly how it works. But without question, number one, what a phenomenal run they have had today. The win in the previous round, James, has just... It's given them so much. And that's another one in the bag also.
Okay, so it's calculating placement points as well. Seen on the left-hand side there for the moment. And the spray comes in. Maka is going to be shutting down their chances at getting up towards 3rd. Another return comes in, though. But Easy Love is now down. It looks like TEG is going to be able to walk away with this one unless something crazy happens. But I think our top 3 is decided here, Rich.
I absolutely think so. Second, it's on a knife edge, and again, I don't want to completely count it out just yet until it's over and done with the placement.
Oh!
He gets it, but it's shut down. It's denied, but still, while we have TEG bagging themselves a win, number 1 making it into second after a 21-point game in round 11. That has just been a insane set of affairs to jump all the way up into the top 3. They've made money. They have had a phenomenal day. Cerberus, damn good. This will sit them in second. But ultimately, Eagle 365, James, have just had an insane tournament.
What a performance from Eagle 365. They are going to be the champions, and we knew it coming out of day 2. Sometimes these things happen in PUBG, but Eagle 365, regardless of that happening, made it look spectacular. What a performance. A back-to-back-to-back from them in terms of placements in that round. Round 6 first, round 7 first, round 8 first here. Congratulations for TEG for winning out this final game in terms of the pride that they garnered. But Cerberus are number one, especially in these last 2 games here, Rich. Just as you said, brilliant stuff from them. What a run to get into the money. What a run.
Incredible. Yeah, and I like it when we don't. I know we have this clear-cut winner, but I like it where there's still uncertain circumstance. When we get to the final game and you have these final players that are basically all banking on one single point. I mean, hell, things could have been completely different if it was Cerberus who fell before that one player. Then you would have a position solidified, but ultimately, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's certainly been enjoyable. I've enjoyed this one. It was a lot of action.
Yeah, definitely so. Very, very, very entertaining in terms of how these teams were going up against one another. All of those teams on the west-hand side as well in this last game, making it fall on a knife's edge as you describe it. Well, for now, we are done here. Thank you for casting with me, Rich, and thank you for having us, Predator Gaming, for all of the action. We're going to head back to the panel here to round things out as Eagle 365 are our grand champions.
Big congratulations there at the end of the day to the Eagles soaring high, and right behind them a couple of teams that we did not expect here. Number one coming out from the woodwork. I don't think any of us expected them to do this well and to suddenly perform that well. Again, my name is Illustrado. Joining me is Asarai in black and blue. Here we are at the end of the day. And how do you feel about that last match there, Asarai?
I mean, I asked for us to get a smorgasbord, and it seems like I got what I wished for. Every single phase, every single minute was just action-packed. Teams just flying out of nowhere, running people over, shooting. That start where E365 was just running for dear life. There was a buggy that was trying to just maul him with the wheels and stuff. It was just fantastic. And like you said, there were some teams that really popped off, and I think BAE was also one of them. Shen able to net, I think, 7 or 8 kills by his lonesome and basically just play spoil sport to a lot of the teams that were trying to just frantically get to that 2nd and 3rd place. And it seems like it just did not bode well for them when Shen came into that server.
Yeah, Shen was doing amazing, and Caster's also pointed it out. Like, he's always been sort of like a stalwart, sort of a bastion for his team, whether it's just staying alive at the very end and then just getting pick-offs there. He was just doing amazingly well. Not surprised now, however. But what I am surprised about is how early a lot of the top teams did fall out. None of the players vying for 2nd and 3rd really survived there. I mean, sure, come to think of it, no one really. I think we had a definitive 2nd place, but when it came to the latter stages, black and blue, the 3rd spot was just open for grabs, and no one coming out of nowhere. Number 1, rather, they just survived and kept all of their members alive where everybody else failed in that regard.
Yeah, they really did. That match was a curious one because we had teams get far into it who normally haven't been. Like TEG, for example, they are finally able to get a chicken dinner on the board, not one we were expecting. The previous maps that we did play Miramar on, the highest they ever got was 3rd, but that already seemed like an outlier because the other ones, they usually end up at like 8th, if anything. And so for them to take it home here, it's a good sign for them. But, well, it's the end of the tournament, and there is a team that we were talking about, we were looking to finally bring it home. It was Victim Rise. Unfortunately, could not get that on the board here in the APAC tournament for the Predator League. Another team that we also didn't really expect to get far into that match, but I guess we're happy for them to finally prove us wrong, was Indian Rivals. Finally the strongest showing we've seen from that team by far, representing the region, and so that's, I guess, a good sign for some of these teams that we do have to, at least ending strong, even though throughout the tournament it wasn't too hot for them. But, well, I guess it doesn't matter how you start, what matters is how you end, and they go out with a bang. I don't think they're going to be too high up at the end of the leaderboard when you actually do, tally all the numbers in the point system, as Eagles are definitely going to be the winner, but at least they're able to end things out strong. I think that's going to be an important thing moving on forward into other tournaments from now on.
So at one point in this tournament, in this last match, we actually could have seen a four-way split for third place. There was this one point when it was like Archangel with VTR, I think it was Cerberus, and no one. We were so close to seeing a four-way split for 92 points apiece there for each team, but that just almost happened. It just didn't come into fruition right now. But you're seeing the winner chicken dinners right now here. TEG Esports, first time we're really seeing them up there, and these guys have shown us that they're also here to play. Also, right, this is kind of a big deal when you win these tournaments, these matches at least, and get your name out there. It gives you access to better scrims. It gets you access to better, maybe sponsorships that organizers will notice you. How big of a deal is actually performing well in these tournaments?
I guess for the lack of a better term, it's exposure. If you're able to, get these performances or catch-offs against established teams who people are expecting to always play consistent and just overwhelm everybody, you give yourself a bit of reputation, right? And in turn, like you said, it's going to allow you to net a bit more of advantages, wherein whether it's at scrims or whatnot. I think it just also allows you to get more confidence. I think that's the most important thing here, is if you're able to go up against these top teams and you're not floundering, you're able to perform well. I think that also gives you an understanding that you're not just a team that came here out of sheer luck. You're here as a team who wants to compete, who is able to compete, and can let these teams have a run for their money if you play in these tournaments, and it shows, right? At least for the other teams that we've seen come into the Predator League, at least here for APAC and Asia.
Yeah, and you set that expectation, and as well as the fact that you get to perform on an international kind of tournament. There's just nothing like it. We heard it said earlier that scrims will never, ever, ever be a substitute for an actual good tournament experience, and that's true. That's when you get that tournament experience, you learn to deal with the pressure, and of course with the pressure of the money being involved, you really want to go for that. And let's not forget to mention that if you're on a LAN, the hundreds, the thousands of people watching you, breathing down your neck, and the fact that you have to not disappoint, it's kind of a big deal here. But let's go ahead and talk about, I think, Black and Blue, the winners themselves. Eagle 365. What a beautiful run from this team. They were just absolutely fantastic this whole tournament. They just seemed to play all their cards right.
They definitely did. I think they were given some nice hands, though. There were some zones that definitely did favor them and their play style. But yeah, of course, PUBG is a game that if you're meant to win it, you have to win it. And so it's not like it was just handed to them on a silver platter. They're definitely by far one of the most consistent teams we've seen so far. And I just want to pat myself on the back because for Asia, I predicted Ghibli to win the whole thing. And for APAC, I predicted Eagles to win the whole thing. And for now, I'm 2-2. Hey, isn't that nice? Anywho, yeah, talking about Eagles, they soared high. What else can we say, dude? It was by far, even moving into the final map of the day, we kind of already knew it's pretty much lock-in, right? They're, 25 points ahead from the next team. It's, unless Eagles get out, at the very start of the match and don't get any points, and that's the only chance Cerberus has to catch up or any other team, but otherwise, it was a locked-in deal. They're very, very good on picking their power positions, very knowledgeable on when to rotate, and their timing has been spectacular. That last round, last match that we did see, not too favorable for them. They did get caught in the low ground with a bunch of teams over the valleys looking down on them and, well, pretty much lighting them up. But, well, it was already in the bag, and so they didn't necessarily have to sweat into it. So Eagles, very impressed with that. What I've seen, I don't think they were the favorites coming into this, but I do think they had a lot of potential, and they made the full use of that, going all the way up to 11.
I think we're all really rather impressed with how consistent Eagles were, and you know, honestly, I don't think we ever saw anyone as consistent as them throughout this entire tournament. And I think one of the reasons for this is they knew exactly how to play safe, sure, but we have to accept the fact that this tournament did seem, I think the last 3 games seemed like the perfect storm to keep them on top. Every single game for the last 3 games, the people vying for first, second, third, and fourth, you know, all of that, they were getting knocked out fairly early here, Asarai.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's like just dropping onto weird locations or getting spotted out by opponents here, or the pressure of trying to play catch up just to get that second and third. It really messes with your mental, especially when you're playing PUBG, right? When there's so many factors that you have to also put into the equation, that if you lose at a certain rank, if you get knocked out early and you're not able to net any kills, that would just mean bad for you. But if you try to only get into the higher points or into the higher placements and not get a good amount of kills, you're still not secure, because you don't know if your opponent is third place but has like 10 kills and you're like 0 kills. It just doesn't work that way. So we saw a lot of teams really put themselves out there, and the last couple of maps that we had here for Miramar, the 2 near Los Leones, really put them out into the open. It really made into a mess, and that's what Caster said as well on this last map, where we got to the northern part. Who was the true king of the north? It seems like it was TEG, but a lot of these ones challenged and would not bend the knee, and they just wanted to get as many points as possible. And yeah, it just was a kerfuffle up until the very end.
I'm gonna agree there. It just seems like a solid performance through and through for a lot of these players here. But we're just about to wrap up soon. We actually have to look at the final scoreboard just to see formally exactly where teams lie, but I think we have a pretty much clear-cut idea on how things are going to go. We do have Dota 2 coming up right there later on. So if you're excited about Dota 2, obviously you got to stick around, and we have to figure out who the Intel MVP is. That's also later on. But now we actually do have a chance to finalize everything. We're looking at the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, and seeing which of your favorite teams placed exactly where. So here we go. And there you have it, with 3 chicken dinners winning definitively in 125 points. Eagle 365, just an absolute masterclass of a performance, textbook stuff coming from them. Cerberus followed up with 2nd place, and number 1. They ended up in 3rd, so really great stuff for them. You know, a hair away from 2nd. Unfortunately for the rest of these teams, it's just not close. We have a tie between Victim Rising Sharper and Archangel getting 91. It's just heartbreaking for these teams, Black and Blue, to come just so close and end up falling short.
Yeah, but I still think I would be proud of what they've done so far. Victim Rise getting to 4th without a single chicken dinner. It shows you how consistent they have been, at least to get into like the top 5 slot of most of the maps. Number 1, especially, no one rather. They literally became somebody in front of our eyes. Probably the most clutch performance we've seen from a whole team throughout this tournament. From here on the last day, for example, you know, Easy Love rather, shot up onto the top slot of the Fragger leaderboard, and then they shoot up here straight into 3rd in a single day. That's such a huge performance coming in from them, and that's something definitely to be proud of. There are good things, I think, here in the future for a lot of these teams between 2 to 4. You know, Victim Rise, they're a known team, but Sharper White as well. No One and Cerberus, they've got a lot of good things coming their way, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of up-and-coming teams here, just showing what the future of PUBG in the region looks like. And I agree. If we can maybe consolidate these forces and have a concerted effort to maybe have a super team from SEA, I don't know, I'm just hoping here. We could see a little bit of a better performance, I think, not just as a region, but globally for these guys as well. Asarai, we are drawing closer and closer to the end of the day. Let's be real here, Archangel Predator, I feel like it was a little disappointing for them, how they ended up in this spot right now, and because I know we've been focusing on them, and also not just Archangel Predator, for Game Home too, because Game Home started so strong in this tournament. They were looking like the clear-cut favorites, and suddenly they find themselves in 7th place.
Yeah, again, Probably we'll be better off asking, I think, Eagle 365 later on, because I think I have a good enough question that might give us some form of closure for what happened there. But yeah, game home, they just never really got back out. They just pushed themselves deeper and deeper, and other teams were just performing, popping off, and yeah.
Yeah, well, agree. Just so many teams, they're able to come into the mix and show what they're worth. We do have an interview with the Grand Champions right now. We have none other than Shibrit, who we all thought was just absolutely insane here. Joining us is the Grand Champions right now. We got Eagle 365, and this is Shibrit right now. Hey, congratulations. First of all, how are you feeling now that you've won the Predator Shield?
Hello.
Setelah menang.
Apa?
Gimana perasaan di turnamen ini setelah mengetahui kalau?
Oh, I'm very happy. So happy. I don't know. I'm very happy.
Oh,
that's
happy
great to hear, man. I'd be super happy and satisfied as well after a performance like that. I'm gonna ask you, Chibrit, your performance, you were crazy, top, you were top of the board time and time again. So many kills from you guys. How are you able to stay so consistent across all of your performances in this tournament?
Selama permainan ini dan positioningnya bagus, gimana bisa konsisten?
Konsisten karena kami udah sering latihan, karena latihan kami selalu latihan, scout depan lagi, dapat dapat depan lagi. Kalau nggak dapat zone, kami mesti fight. Alhamdulillah menang.
So they keep on practicing zoning, scout. Yep, they do some kind of adjustment and practice every day to get to be compete in this.
Okay, awesome. So my next question here, just real quick. So day one, I know that Illustrator said that you guys were playing very consistently, but on day one, it seems like you guys were shaky. Did you feel that it was because it was the Erangel maps that threw off your game, and then when we went to Miramar, that was when you were in your element? Or did you do something to your game plan? Was it because of the maps, or was it because a change of strategy that helped you win this tournament?
Kalau dilihat dari permainan di map Erangel agak berbeda ya dari map Miramar yang hari ini ya. Gimana cara kalian itu bisa sustain untuk main di Erangel?
What? Apa? Gimana cara?
Kalian bisa bermain bagus untuk mempertahankan posisi di Erangel dan di Miramar.
Nah, main seperti yang kemarinnya lagi, main stabil aja. Apa yang sudah dilakukan dan apa yang mungkin ada kesalahan di sebelumnya gamenya dirombak lagi. Itu doang sih.
Okay, so they are practicing from their mistake at the first day of the tournament, and then they are doing good at the Erangel. I mean, they are still using the same strategies like zoning and scouting, and for Miramar, they keep on doing as well as Erangel. So not much thing to improve.
I see. Well, I've got the fun one for you. I noticed, actually, we all noticed how good you are with your grenades and your utility usage as a whole as a team. But you, Chibrit, you've been landing so many crucial frag grenades and, smokes that really do give you concealment. You guys are good at utility. Do you practice that specifically? Do you play baseball? Because you have a good throwing arm, my man.
kan melempar granatnya dan semuanya itu sangat bagus. Apa ada latihan khusus untuk melempar granat atau kalian main baseball atau semacam?
Tidak ada latihan khusus. Mungkin hanya bisa dihitung granat ada dalam hitungan aku sampai 6 detik. Jadi ya gitu. 6 detik dengan kayak gitu. 1 2 tergantung dari jarak. Dan itu bisa dikira-kirain.
Maksudnya itu 6 detik.
Itu granat itu kalau dipencet R itu butuh 6 detik dalam hitungan aku meledaknya. Nah, itu gimana cara aku dari taunya jaraknya dari mana?
Okay, so they are practicing the granite. For sure, you know, granite it's like only 6 seconds after you. So they keep on practicing about the distance and the timing for the granite.
All right, so one last thing before I let you guys go. Any shout outs to your fans or friends or family? And again, congratulations to you guys.
Ada itu kata-kata untuk keluarga, teman yang menyaksikan turnamen ini.
Kata-katanya makasih buat tim dan makasih buat keluarga yang udah doain sama fans-fans yang ada yang doain. Makasih banyak. Support kami di next tourney lagi. Ini baru awal bagi kami. Insya Allah kedepannya juara lagi.
Terima kasih untuk Acer.
Apa?
Untuk Acer terima kasih ya.
Untuk apa?
Acer Predator.
Thank you for Predator.
Terima kasihnya.
Apa bang?
Yeah. So they say thank you for friends that supporting them, and thank you for Acer Predator for doing this PUBG PC tournament. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, and again, congratulations. Thank you to our interpreter as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, and there you have it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your grand champions here for the Asia Pacific region, the winners of the Predator Shield and the Predator League 2021, proving that they truly are above and beyond, soaring to new heights. The Eagles 365. There's your champions right there. Jexley, Vandal 9, Chibrit, and of course Hansi, the amazing squad right here who is able to take everyone down, definitely up for a win. Just so much great performances from these guys. I'd say most consistent team in this entire tournament, and this includes the Asia region. Would you agree with that, Black and Blue?
I would. Initially, I would have said Ghibli from Asia, but then, coming to the last day, things did falter on. Not the same case here for the Eagles. Continuing on strong and holding things down from the start of day 3 to the end, not giving any ground up here, not letting any team get even an inch close to their line. And, well, the Eagles, they soared high above anybody else right now. They should be proud of what they've done.
I 100% agree with you here, but we do have, before we go guys, because we're gonna go and move on to Dota 2, have to remind you guys, please make sure to vote for your favorite Intel MVPs. I'm gonna remind you exactly what that is. We're gonna pull it up on your screens for you. We're giving away laptops and trophies, one for each player who you feel like is deserving of this here. So the fans, the talents, the players, they all get a say. If you want to participate and vote for your favorite player, head on over to www.pl2021intelmvp.com. Log in via your email, vote, and choose one for each. Dota 2 is Asia and APAC, and the same thing for PUBG. So we're picking 4 winners at the very end of it all. And also, make sure to check out New State from PUBG. And also our tweets, because we're giving away some stuff, not just free vehicle skins when you pre-register, but also we're giving away some great stuff like an RGB mousepad that I definitely want quite desperately. Predator, hit me up right there. It's just been an amazing run here. So before we go and pass it over to Dota, Asarai and Black and Blue, any final thoughts?
That was just a fun set of PUBG games, and I hope that we can do some more in the future.
Yeah, I'm just very thankful to be here, especially with our casters who did an amazing job always bringing the fire, the heat to every single map that we've had. It's been a pleasure to be on the desk, Ilu and Asarai, with you two guys once more. Hopefully we're going to get more Predator League soon in the future.
Well, it's the end of our run for now, but stay tuned. We got Dota 2 coming your way. But for now, we got to sign off and leave you guys to it. So for the last time this tournament, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. My name is Illustrato. This is Asarai. This is Black and Blue. And on behalf of all the amazing casters as well, we'd like to say thank you, good game, and good night. We'll see you all on Dota 2 a little bit later on.
Definitely do it. Look, E3. What E365 is doing right now is a little bit outside of the norm, and don't speak of things that are outside of the norm. Samoy found
pushing fights and winning them. Where were they the last couple of days? This #1 has been strong. That said, Tedious sets up a very nice little ambush, but now he's being charged by 3 good free fire attempts, but all
position of Game Home open.
There comes Sharper White as they go back and forth. You got to respect the hustle they've been putting in. Disgusting, though, finds the flank position. Blaze is fun to play. I'm excited to see how it develops. I love the communities that are showing up in the... as we saw at PGIS, so I'm hoping to see that come out of a few more of these smaller builds.
Absolutely. Shen isolate, fence it, to give a 50-50 to Game Home around the corner. Waiting on that hard 180-degree angle, and they come around, and it is a good stun. That buys a ton of time for that as well is here. Godnu pushing forward. Nick's ready for it. Grenades exploding on his backside. Godnu with a heck of a move. Comes around the back.
They knew it was happening, so 365 took that compound we talked about a minute ago. Jen Foss gets the flash and push, sprays him down, barrel meta, baby, and gets the kill, so a nice drop and flush, but the fight continues. Jen Foss still defending as hard as he can. That's 2 down. Can he go the distance? He does.
In his left-hand side, clearly making note of his presence, or maybe not, because there's no gun whatsoever in that man's hand, and a quick jump into the open spells disaster. As the first player strikes, good damage onto the second as well. This will force him back, and instantly, with the grenade in hand, the pin is pulled. It's in the window. Does it find contact? Yes, it has. Good to take this close combat fight. Flashbang up, arm should be up in the air, double wide if he's seen it. It's no idea.
They're fully safe when transitioning up towards the north, and that's why they're taking this fight right now.
It's really important.
Cerberus here need to keep themselves alive. They're still seeing Eagle at 365 in that kill feed. They have to recover from this, deal with Sharper White, and then move off of here and probably deal with Boss on the right-hand side that have got a decent strike. Another huge nade comes in. 6 sacks. Sharper are demolishing Cerberus right now as they keep putting on the pressure. A triple spray if he wants it. Left-hand side goes for the knockdown. Will be able to get it. 6 sacks.
Points, and then for one team, Cerberus up at the top.
Shen.
2. Is there a possibility? Is there a... Well, pick him up and just drive in somewhere. Do him a favor. Don't let him get in the shanks of the vehicle in there. Excuse me, there's a gun in there. Then we're in all kinds of trouble. Not the easiest kill to get on the back of the buggy, I must say, but at least hamper him for now. But yeah, 28 point, James, and we'll kind of leave it at that. This is very hard. This is Eagles' game to throw, but someone has to do unthinkable pies. Spots him through the window. Now they have some sort of idea. Flashbang goes down. First pop up. Catched him off guard. We'll go for the lead. The double's there.
Definitely. It's just so open to deal with across this barren landscape. Big grenades coming in against Game Home, and even shots coming in death.
That's something they need to be very careful of. Archangel also in the back is making a bit of a bolt towards that central compound you spoke of. Yeah, all eyes on the prize when it comes towards that central area. Boss Gold, Purple Mood going toe-to-toe in the distance. And once again, Shen is here just to deliver the bad news.
Fantastic stuff. He could end up with double-digit kills if this continues on, as long as they wrap right hand side and then start bringing the fight down. I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared for these top teams. I think, #1, if they play this right, Easy Love's gone down to Boss Gold. Burning! Oh, Shen's gone down as well. No.
Archangel in the distance, just as a small note, yeah.
Towards CJ. This will be called. Does he find him? This is important. He gets him! He gets him! Number one! The business.
Without question, number one. What a phenomenal run they have had today. The win in the previous round.
Go! German sausage? Come on! Narinig ako. Asa yan?
Alright. What are we doing?
I think we are doing the Whisper Challenge. Alam mo ba yun?
Alam ko yun, but I've never tried it. Have you? Okay, first time.
Okay, so sino ang first blood?
Well, ako. Ako ang unang huhula.
Sige, good luck sa'yo.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Gluty, ano? Cutie. What? Rooty. Oh my gosh! Rooty. What? Cutie. OT. Next na lang, next. Open. Free. Open freak. Feed. Open field? Oh, open field! Open field! Oh my god. Spike. Okay. Beast mode? Yes! Okay, next. Wait,
We lost the last one.
alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Easter eggs.
GG?
Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Sneakers?
Easter eggs.
Easter eggs.
Ay, shit! Narinig mo ba ako? Next. Okay. Triggered.
Ano?
Triggered.
Stinger?
Triggered.
Trigger.
Narinig ako.
Stinger. Ano yun?
Boss.
Boss?
Boss.
Boss.
Yes.
Boss.
Summon your strength.
Huh? Ano?
Summon your strength.
German sausage?
Summon.
Ano?
Summon.
Summon?
Summon.
Summon!
Your.
Summoner!
Summon your strength.
Summer Shrift? Ay, mali.
Summon your strength.
Summon your strength!
Yes! Okay, I stop na. Ah, what you got for?
Yeah.
Okay. Summoner. German sausage. Related naman sa gaming, eh, no? I got 3, you got 4. Okay, congratulations. That was so fun. Yeah, let's do it again next time.
Summon your strength.
Baka wala akong makuha. Wait lang. Pass! Okay. Easy, easy.
Kaya natin?
Kaya natin.
Nanalo tayo.
Nanalo.
Nanalo tayo.
Timer starts now.
Go.
Spike. 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 Spike! Easy. Next word. Beast. Beast. B. B. Beast. Beast mode! Beast mode! Panalo tayo! Okay. Camping. Camping! Next! Next word. Easter. Easter. Teacher? Easter. Eggs. Egg. Egg. L? Next. Pass. Triggered. Drink? Triggered. Triggered. 4 out of 5. 3, 2, 1, go. Post. Bo. Po. Pi. Po. Mo. Pass. Ang haba mo. Summon your strength. Intel. Gaming. Stronger. Sure. Journey. J. Joking. Pass.
Summon your strength.
Hi, I'm Marlon and I am a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and playing RPGs such as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 8. I started playing video games since I was 8 using Game Boy. When I was a kid, I was really fascinated with gaming magazines, Nintendo, Mario Kart series. When I was in college, it's really 8 to 12 hours. But currently, it's more or less 4 hours. On the weekends, I still game because it's part of my DNA. My most unforgettable gaming experience was when my voice, together with my partner Duno, was actually included into one of the games, yung sa Dota 2.
From two dedicated casters who were relatively unknown in the mainstream Dota 2 community until they uttered 4 magical words.
People actually pay to hear your voice. And it's very expensive at that time, no? And it paved way for Filipino gamers, creators, casters, influencers to be recognized globally.
Marlon Lon Marcielo and Aldrin Duno Pangan kicked off their careers as the go-to broadcasters of Filipino Dota 2 right in its infancy.
Sobrang kulit, tapos iba't ibang lahi nagustuhan yung lakad matatag.
Any way that people would recognize you guys? Any iconic things that they might know you?
So it was really a very great break for me and my partner at that time. I think yung favorite RPG character ko si Alucard sa Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Wall Lionheart, Final Fantasy 8. Normally pag naglalaro ako, it's always either milk tea or iced coffee para you get the sugar. One of the meanest tweet na narinig sa amin is squatter kami, kantok gaming yung casting namin, tsaka wala kaming class. To be honest, it's quite true. But ano naman eh, that's where the fun factor comes in. It's our style eh. So if they see us na parang squatter, parang squammy, it's not our problem anymore because at the end of the day, mas marami naman kaming fans kaysa sa haters. So I still think we're still doing a great job. My favorite item is yung yung Predator X 34 curve monitor. Kasi nakakabaliw siya in terms of gaming. Kasi kuha niya na yung peripheral vision mo eh. So the 34-inch will actually give you a very high level of gaming. Very happy that Predator has recognized someone from the ground up, someone from the start of the scene that actually has contributed to a lot of things now. As you can see now, we've seen a lot of influencers, gaming teams, gaming organizations. 10 years ago, that was just merely a dream sa Pilipinas. And I'm very happy that I was acknowledged to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
Smoke on smoke.
Jump in, wants to get it. Arena already down. What do we got as Mars is basically dead? Gabby getting chased on the snowball. They've got the true strike through it, and it's going to be Rapier on the deck. immediately loses it. Armel, did he manage to pick that one up? No, it's still on the ground. They're going to pick that one up for somebody.
We'll see Queen of Pain try and get back to secure a bounty rune.
Ooh, well, tries to get the stomp, will be able to connect. Yopaj moving in a position, but the stomp is not long enough. They do break through that bottle and trying to slow down a couple. Could go for the turn here onto this Death Prophet. Blinks forward, dives in aggressively for this one. Yopaj trying to live, the stomp connects, but first blood going to be drawn by Tims and Armel. Trying to live through, won't be quite enough there in the...
Worth like this, but Bok is just farming up a storm, not rotating out of his lane, just happy to continue to apply pressure.
Oh, and Skem gonna go in. Gets caught there by the spear, but the stomp afterwards onto two. Can find a kill here. Doesn't it? Bok caught off by the shards. They find another one. Ormel is get it now. Almost 1,000 gold behind Yopaj. It's really felt. Oh, the arrow connects right onto Armel out of nowhere.
Damage.
Oh, wants to blow up Tims, but won't get it off before the Supernova comes out, but it's not protected by the Mars. They already take down Januel, and, well, the relocate does keep alive Skem for the moment, as now they try and turn, see if they can take down the...
Much as possible.
Scepter lift up, Yopaj down to half HP. They're able to cancel that Sunray, moving in afterwards. Exorcism rolling one by one. Keeping on the chopping. They do flip and then reload.
Ren takes top tower, later on takes mid tower. They just be crushing it. And of course, a BKB.
Oh my god, down so low, jumps away, trying to get out of there while chasing. Good dual scepter. Gabby not able to get out though. They lose two and blinks in. Does have BKB still. Gotta run, gotta hide. Yopaj is there, pops the BKB, finally trying to get out of there, but Gabby is going to die. That was a 10-second BKB, and now Spirit's moving in, trying to take down the clock. He's gonna die as it continues to just be a bloodbath here. Bok getting absolutely obliterated. Will he fall as well?
It's a, you know, best of one, and I feel like giving them the eye was just a big mistake in hindsight.
Absolutely. And we will see Clockwork go down yet again. The spear is going to connect back onto Natsumi. And Will tries to hit the stomp. Sonic Wave, but will connect finally, getting themselves a couple of kills here. It's there. FBZ gets the Kraken Shell, does have Ravage available, thinking about popping it, but holding off. Devil going to go down. They take down Skem and save the Ravage. Yopaj in the meantime, chase down. Ooh, good taunt with that Remnant, and then the afterwards play. But yeah, the chase down, it's coming. Has stick charges as well as again, didn't quite get the connection there, but FBZ still down to about 300 health. So be really careful about another power shot that's coming in just a moment. Jump in comes afterwards, baiting the taunt to get him yet again. Oh man, these like little
for a fight into the Ravage egg, but most likely those ultis are going to be back up soon.
All right, they just now are going to get the egg done.
Mentioned, they're that alliance that's always ready to fight.
I'll move in now, trying to take down the ET at the start. Great catch, and now the silence onto everybody. Walking forward, looking for more FBZ. Natsumi again chasing him down, but that's pulling him away from the rest of the fight. Might not matter, as they have killed 3. Now the roll, with everybody else moving in a position, play hard. He's going to try and back out. The coil is there. Dreamocell going to get the bugs out, but then Ravage comes afterwards. Look at this fight for Boom. The stomp after and the connection. By virtue of Yopaj, they still have that Ravage, but not enough mana.
There's no mana, yeah.
Chase down, Skem in the area, wants to finish him off. Can they get this? Anyways,
yeah.
But regardless, chase down, trying to keep alive their ET. Play hard, moves in, gets the magnetize. Oh, this is really good right here for Obi Neon as they chase forward for more. Ravage comes out to try and protect the egg, but you can't deny the Earth Spirit as they take down the Supernova. Dreamocell is going to get caught. The Abyssal playing from that.
Boom did hold for a while with their big ultis, but Neon just having a field day.
Hyde, he gets his BKB off. Still holding on to that Supernova. 40 seconds until the Tidehunter is back up again. But in that time, Neon going to be able to claim Mega Creeps most likely. Although Natsumi playing things a little bit safe, but the jump forward tries to find the shackle shot. Brilliantly done. The catch is there. The kill is there. One by one, they fall. A buyback coming from the Weaver, but Neon, no prisoners.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final as we head now to the Asia Pacific region for Dota 2. We have witnessed so many championships already. In fact, for PUBG, for Dota 2 Asia, and of course both the regions for PUBG. Now we're here to determine the champion for the Asia Pacific region. My name is Wolf, your panel host. Of course, Nathan and Pao. Man,
hello.
I know you've had a little bit of rest, guys, but I know that you have been reading all the patch notes. I'm sure.
We have actually. I got up really early today, despite our schedule being in the afternoon. Just, trying to get a feel for the new patch. That's the thing too, right? This is a tournament where we might be potentially crowning a new champion, but it's also a new patch. So it's doubly, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot to feel out. I'm excited.
Yeah, you know what? For Pao and Nathan, I know that you've already chimed in your votes, but for all the fans out there who aren't yet aware, we will be awarding one Intel MVP per tournament. So that means that Dota 2 and PUBG will have their own Intel MVPs. And what you need to do is to just participate in the votes. 40% will come from us talents, 20% will come from the players, but 40% will come from you guys. So what you have to do right now is to enter the voting process done through the website, www.pl2021intelmvp.com, and log in via your email and vote for your Intel MVP for Dota 2 Asia, Dota 2 Asia Pacific, PUBG Asia, and PUBG Asia Pacific. And of course, the winners of the Intel MVP will get one Acer Nitro 5 laptop for each winner and one Intel MVP trophy for each winner. Duration will run from April 6th to 11th, 2021. Now, I know, Nathan, you don't want to reveal your actual MVP, but here's an interesting question. If you were to decide three, who are your front runners for the three top players so far?
Wow, that's really tough. I mean, for me, it would usually come from someone who is in the grand finals, at least, just so you can reminisce over the whole journey that they made to go all the way from the lower bracket, maybe even from the upper bracket, all the way through to the end. But I really feel like the ones that have been playing really, really well, my top three, I can't even pick, but I probably would say that they're all from Neon. OB Neon, I swear.
Okay.
These guys have just been playing so well. I don't see any other team being able to play at their level just yet. We do have, of course, our other teams that we will be able to watch a bit earlier than the grand finals. Of course, we do have Boom. We do have TNC. So, yeah, I still feel like my votes, if any, might probably go for the front three. It's just so hard to pick, though. If you ask me to say top three for me, it's just kind of hard, because if you're talking about Neon Esports, the way that they play, it's easy to maybe pin it on, let's say, maybe Japwe, right? Fine. He plays very, very well in mid. He rarely loses a matchup. He almost often really carries the team through the mid game, and it's just the way that the team plays. They have a very, very stellar mid game, and it shows. But there's so much going on behind the scenes. Januel, I feel like, is one of the players that have been a bit more quiet, especially for those who don't really look for the flashy plays, but he's just been such a solid 5. Playing Troll 5 is maybe one of the most spectacular 5s that I've seen in recent times, or maybe even overall that I've seen at all in my lifetime of watching Dota 2. You have, of course, Play Hard, just a solid position 4. You have Scam, of course, definitely as the captain, as the drafter, making these calls and whatnot. Just directing the team, because that's sort of something that we don't really see, especially as viewers or maybe even us casters. We don't see what goes on behind the scenes. Maybe he's the guy who keeps everyone in check. Maybe he's the guy who keeps everyone happy, and I'm listening to everyone's thoughts and whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, Natsumi as well can be made a case for him just because of the way that he plays in the carry role. So yeah, for me, it's just a matter of who might just be a bit more flashy. Of course, that's the easiest vote that maybe people might go for, but for top three, it's kind of hard for me, honestly.
You know what? We will get to see the top three of the teams play it out for our last set of matches. One best of one for the lower bracket finals and best of three in the grand finals as we have waited. But I want to ask Pao as well. Let's just say that we will be talking about the MVP for at least the top three teams. And then later on, after the grand finals, let's look back with our answers. Pao, so far, was the standout performer from you from all the top three teams that we will be watching today? Like, I'm going to give you a little bit of help. I love the fact that we saw earlier on FBC and Hyde, for example, but I also am really surprised about Boomy's performance as 5. But what about you, Pao?
I think, because we don't know, right, who's ultimately going to win it all, a case could be made for, like, who is the MVP so far from just each roster. For my money's worth, I completely agree with how Nathan broke down the Neon squad. For that team, my pick is for Natsumi. He has sort of gave himself a little bit of a redemption just because he was the one that was forgotten on the bus, right? He was the one who wasn't able to go to Singapore, and he's the one that has to sort of not necessarily mean to say that he should prove himself to the rest of his squad. But he's definitely the one who's playing a little bit colder compared to his teammates that competed in Singapore. And the way he sort of slipped into this Neon, this post Singapore major Neon squad, I thought was really, really solid. Yeah, I absolutely would say that my other pick for that team would have been Jan Noel, just because he was so solid and he honestly opens up the draft just because of his hero pool. But Natsumi, I think, has been the most consistent carry in this region's tournament so far. For Boom, what is there to say, man? I think FBZ has just been phenomenal all around. Hyde also has been explosive, but FBZ is going through games without dying. Like that in itself, being such a high impact player naturally because of his hero pool and not getting any kills as the offlaner who is usually, not getting any deaths as the offlaner who is usually starting the fights. I feel like that just shows a lot of mastery in his position. And meanwhile, last for the TNC team, this is a team that a lot of people wanted to see. They wanted to see how they're going to stack up with Neon, but mostly they wanted to see how would the experiment, the rebuild, how would it fare? How does it look like? And so far, in the early stages of the tournament, there were stomps, yes. They didn't look as crisp as they could be. Definitely, you can see that they're still trying a lot of things out. And then now it's a new patch. Boomy has been a good addition to this team just because of the way that they can now have sort of a flexible idea in the draft. They aren't just running stuff that TNC is known for. They even they brought out the Elder Titan, right? That was the carry that they brought out. Past that, I would say Bok. Bok honestly is different from KP. And for a lot of TNC fans, that was one of the things they were pointing out. KP just kind of plays the same way every single game, every single time. His heroes, you're changing it up, but he's doing the same role. We saw in some of these games, Bok could be carrying his team. He could be initiating. He could be supportive, as we've seen from that game where he was the alchemist and just handing out Aghanim scepters left, right, and center. At some point, he didn't even give Armel, because I think Armel was teasing him the night before. Didn't give Armel an Aghanim scepter, right? He gave one to the lion instead. So I would say, I would say it's between TNC. I think the new additions deserve a second look, or at least a nod for the MVP vote. They are definitely the team in the tournament that I can't decide for yet. Boom has shown consistency. They've shown that they have mastery over the heroes that they have. We've yet to see how they're going to fare in this new patch, which I'm very excited for. And Neon is just such a known quantity that if you're someone who's been following C, you could pick anyone on that roster any given day, right? You could pick a lot of people are fans of Japoy. If you pick Japoy for MVP for this tournament, I wouldn't blame you. I think it's a solid choice. You pick Play Hard, you pick Scam, great. You pick Janabal, you pick Natsumi, great. But TNC, man. TNC, Gabi, you expect great things out of Gabi. And he did that on his PA. He did that on his Elder Tide. Right? You expect solid things from Chief Armel. He's done that in his games too.
Yeah.
Tim's, nothing to say. Probably one of the best fours in the region. Still that, right? But he's been playing a lot of Phoenix. I kind of want to see him to be in a Tusk kind of role,
Yeah.
Bring back the Tim's Earth Spirit. That's all. Well, maybe not now because they nerfed, they nerfed Earth Spirit. But bring back aggressive rotating Tims.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
Do we kind of feel that TNC is quite patch based? As from before, we see them perform well with that. Then again, let's talk about that later. I want you to gather those thoughts. Are the teams that we're seeing are they like patch related or patch dependent? Is this the patch that Opinion will even be better since we're talking about a lot about the fights? For now, let's talk about the prize pool of the tournament as we are hyping this up so much, and a lot of the teams, especially those who have stayed up until the top 3, will be so excited about the division of the prize pool of the $85,000 prize pool. That's 50,000 for the first placers. And if you're looking at the second place, it's 25,000, which means that you double the prize pool if you become the champions. And if you fall to the third place, which will be deciding in the next series, you'll get even more than half, right? Or more than double, I mean, if you get to the second place. So, I mean, we don't really talk about usually about the prize pool and its distribution, but I think that there's a lot of intensity and pressure for the teams, knowing that losing just one game, right, in the lower bracket finals will lose you a lot of money.
It does. Just looking at the prize pool as well, right? The difference between third place and second place is more than double.
Yeah.
So third place really will feel bad. Not that these teams need any more incentive to perform, because the 3 teams that have remained in this tournament are 3 of the strongest teams in the region.
Yeah.
Right. These are all upper division DPC teams. So these guys aren't, they're not messing around, right? They don't need the money to be really competitive, just because I think that's just in their DNA. But that being said, third place, that's a big incentive not to lose.
Yeah.
You lose more than double, but between first and second, it's 2 times, but between 3 and second, it's more than twice. So,
yeah, pretty much. And why don't we look at the format and see how well we have been hyping about this? Because so far, if you have been living under a rock and you don't know what the format is, it's a double elimination bracket, which also features a best-of-1 series format for all of the games except the grand finals, which will be a best-of-3. We saw a lot of funky drafts. We saw a lot of standard drafts as well in the previous days of our broadcast. This is entirely because of the fact that it's a best-of-1, and there are 2 routes that each team can go to. Either you go standard or you go novelty or the other, right? But for now, since we are now heading into the lower bracket finals, it's going to be totally different. It is Boom Esports and TNC Predators meeting each other in the losers finals. Totally different when it comes to their journey to here. For example, Boom Esports were defeated by 496 early on into the semifinals of the upper bracket, and they dropped down, but they managed to easily they managed to defeat 496, but losing to OB Neon in the upper bracket finals, and that's why they are now in the losers finals. For TNC, they are also defeated by OB Neon, and quite earlier on, it's the semifinals, but they also easily went through the losers finals. Does that tell us that this losers finals will be so intense? Will there be a class division, or a
class
difference when it comes to class?
Listen, I think we talk about how the format goes, right, and how the the best of ones come up and whatnot. I haven't been complaining about it too much just because of the fact that we have a lot of stomps, it's fine. You do see a class difference in some of the teams that have gone up against each other in this tournament. But as the tournament progresses, you see these teams, and I think especially for Boom and TNC, I feel like these two teams are very, very evenly matched up. I wouldn't say that one team has a huge advantage over the other, and that's where this format comes in. And I sort of think it's a bit of a shame that all of a sudden these two teams are going to be playing in a best of one. Of course, it's exciting as a viewer. I see it and I say, whoa, you guys only have one life. You better, whatever you have under your sleeves, just reveal everything that you have. But a bit of me, or a part of me, sort of wishes at least that this was a best of three, just so that, especially with a new patch as well, just so we can see a few more fresh ideas, how these teams may want to approach this patch, how they want to play. And yeah, I mean, best of one is exciting and whatnot, but I'm just excited to see these two teams play against each other. Again, yeah, I wish it was a best of three, but thank God at least the finals is a best of three, not a best of one.
Hey man, look, listen, man. I have lost at a lot of best of ones. All right? I've lost in the lower bracket of Moscow.
Yep. Tell me about it. I've seen it.
I lost in the lower bracket of TI9. So best of ones are, for the viewers, it's really hype. It's the great equalizer, right?
Yeah.
It's the great equalizer.
For the players, on the other hand,
for the players, that's a nerve-wracking experience. That being
Exactly.
said, these two teams, they're veterans, right? Yeah. These guys are veterans, and the other thing that we sort of need to really factor in, not to beat a dead horse, but it is a new patch, right? There are new ideas floating around. Yesterday, the top winning percentage of heroes in pro level pubs were a completely different picture from what they were this morning when I woke up.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of these guys are, playing pubs. They're each getting their own ideas. What I expect to come out of this match is just them testing out theories with each other, and to see, which sort of ideal of how to play Dota right now really stands out. And in a best of one, it's not going to be definitive, especially because it is the early of the patch and we're expecting more changes to come. But definitely the team with a stronger idea and a stronger sort of will to just impose that on the other team, I think initiative will play a big role in this game. You can't afford, in a new patch, in a new environment, in a new meta game, and in a best of one, to be passive. So I expect explosions coming out of this game. Yeah, quite honestly. I expect both teams to have solid team fights, attrition matches. Not a stomp. I don't expect that anymore, just because we're out of the old meta. So
if you want initiative and explosions, I think that this is not foreign to the next team that will be featuring. That is TNC Predator for sure. We have seen them succeed in the past, even with different members, and also the new members here for TNC. We've also seen them have many successes in the past. In fact, Boomy himself have made his own name back a few years back, even internationally, with this position 4. But now he's going to be playing as 5, paving the way for teams, one of the best position 4, if not the best, in the region, going with Buck, Armel, and Gabby, all of which are players that also have made their name in their respective positions. And it kind of makes me think, TNC Predator, they have the tools for success. They have the ingredients. Why is it that we have not seen the dish? Is it just because it's not yet cooked? Or is it just because it's too early?
Yeah, it's probably not cooked yet, man. There's a saying in the pro scene, right? It takes about 2 months for our new roster to gel. TNC Predator right now, they have the benefit of already knowing each other from past teams. They have the benefit of already being world-class players, very experienced. Like, any one of these guys can go on to a different C team and sort of, call it their own and sort of run the tables and call the shots in a different team, right? But these guys chose to stay together. They chose to play together. And it's not as though you're injecting completely new ingredients. right? You have Gabby, Armel, Tims. They've played together for a long time. You have Bok and Boomy play together for a long time, and you're injecting that into that sort of combination. That being said, it is early, right? And if I just, if I put myself in the position of TNC, you sit out the major, you rebuild your team, you spent all that time working on your teamwork, working on your synergy, but you're doing it in the context of the old patch. Well, now it's a new patch, right? So this is yet another test for this rebuild team. Some teams, we've seen them, they look amazing and cohesive in one patch. Moment a patch hits, they disband just because they no longer agree on how to play Dota. That's TNC's test right now. I don't expect them to. I don't expect them to disband. The DPC is coming up. Season 2 is coming up right around the corner. I don't expect that to happen, but it's going to stress. It's a stress test for what they've built so far. Dish ain't ready, brother. Still needs a little bit more time to bake.
Yeah, I think it. Well, for me, it's more of Southeast Asia's always had that kind of maybe a name where you could say that this is a birthing ground for a lot of talent. I mean, you look at these guys, all of them, huge amounts of MMR between them. Even added up, mechanical skill, technical skill, they've got it all. For me, it's always just been an issue of understanding what kind of strategies you want to try to pull off. Trying to understand a patch early, because I feel like that's where Southeast Asia's always been, the region has been a bit lackluster, honestly. We talk about it all the time. I think this is a region where there are a lot of position 2s that are really good, a lot of carries that are so damn good, position 4s. These are roles that demand a lot of high technical and mechanical skill. But the problem is, where are the position 5s? Where are the captains? I think that is the issue when it comes to this region. We don't have those kinds of people who have the sort of leadership that can lead a team, or have the evil genius sort of mind to be able to construct these awesome strategies and be able to pull them off, because these teams have never really suffered in terms of competing inside Southeast Asia. I think they've had their fair share of championships in the region, definitely. You talk about Boom, they've won tournaments in the region. TNC, they've won tournaments in the region. It's just these guys, they understand that they're strong. They're always looking up ahead. They're looking at TI. They're looking at being able to play in a scenario where they can beat the top teams of the world. We're talking to international here when it comes to these kinds of teams, and it's just such a shame, that whenever it comes to those times, they always fall short. Look at TNC. They've done very well in Southeast Asia, but when they've gone international, they've always fallen short. They've always gone, maybe let's say, best when they have some kind of mastermind behind the team. You talk about Heen. Maybe he made a huge difference when he came to TNC. People were even projecting TNC to maybe even TI champions at what TI9 was it, if I'm not mistaken, or was it TI8? But yeah, whichever TI it was. Yeah, TI9. Yeah, TI9 where Heen was working with the squad. Right after that, Heen left, went to Team Secret. The rest is history. We talk about March as well coming into the team. He made a huge impact as well, although maybe a bit of a different approach for the team. They ended up winning a major. So in my opinion, I feel like TNC, what they lack is not mechanical skill. These guys are absolute beasts when it comes to clicking buttons and making plays happen. They need a coach to be able to guide them and have a solid game plan when it comes to trying to beat these top teams. And I feel that's where Boom as well actually probably have the same issue as well. That's where they suffer sometimes. But I mean, going up against these two teams, it's a new patch. Maybe I've made the environment maybe a bit too serious, but honestly, these two teams, I'm just excited to see what ideas they have for this match, honestly. Yep.
Yeah. You know what? We've talked about TNC so much, and why don't we hear what the TNC players will have to say? I believe we have a video for you guys for all those who wanted to hear from what the players feel like, and heading into this tournament, how important this is for them. So why don't we sit back, relax, and watch this video from TNC.
Hi, I'm Armel Tabios, mid laner of TNC Predator. Just hanging out with friends, family, and traveling anywhere. Less rock as of now. I think Gabby too, because he's the carry and he make most of the decision in the late game. Same as how we prepare in most tournaments because as much as possible, you wanna win tournament always when you join the tournament. I think the last major, when we're not really together as a team, we just train the bootcamp and our two foreigners can't really travel in the Philippines because of the virus. So because of the major, we really wanna play together, like have a chemistry in the bootcamp, but we can't do that in the major. I think just Neon because they went to the major and we think they're really strong too as a team. Just keep supporting us and hopefully we give back your support by winning. Thank you.
You've heard it from the chief himself, Chief Armel. Very, no, how do you say this? It's a lot of honesty in there, and a lot of natural and genuine way of answering those questions. And I kind of want to ask Pau here because he knows so much about this team, and of course with Armel and the professional scene in general. What do you feel about Armel's honest answers to those questions?
Oh man, I just love Armel, right? Because you can kind of see that there's a lot of personality, especially if you're a Filipino fan, right? There's a lot of personality coming out of TNC. All of their players have honestly been lovable, and even when they have foreign players, just because of the natural charisma that Tim's, Gabby, and Armel sort of have, jiving, joking around with each other, they sort of bring out that sort of personality. And Armel's personality has always been, he's just honest. He can be kind of like the goofball where Gabby's a little bit more sort of, cool and all of that. But what I will say is just listening to them, it reminds me of something that Heen said about TNC. When Heen was working with TNC, he said once that at least maybe to the Western fans, right? And we are in the English broadcast. Maybe there's a bunch of you guys watching. TNC can seem, pretty stoic. Right? Like they don't have any emotions, just because in years past when they would do interviews in English, they would just say, yes, we think they played well. We expect the best from, it's a little bit robotic, right? When you have to answer in English, in the second language. But when Heen was the one who pointed out to the Western world that actually the TNC guys are very emotional. And you can kind of see that from Armel's answer, One of the things that he mentioned there that I would like to highlight here is that because of COVID-19, they couldn't play together in the boot camp. And what was important to him in playing together in the boot camp is so that they can have sort of a bond. They can develop a bond together, right? He's not the kind of person, TNC is not the kind of team or organization that just sort of, hey, let's all sit in front of our computer, it's Dota business as usual. No, they're the kind of team that if they're close, they're really close, and they can trust each other inside and outside of the game. If they can rely on them, almost not just as teammates in Dota, but also as friends. These are guys that can take down the likes of OG 2016, right? They operate. They it's like they feel. I feel like they run on a higher frequency if they use the power of friendship. And that's why it was important to them that KP was playing from I don't know if he was playing from Australia or from Korea, but it was important for them to have them in the Philippines. But COVID-19, Febby was playing from Korea, March was playing from Korea, right? And we could see that it affected them. It really did. It really did. So yeah, I love Armel's honesty. And you can see what's important to him. And now that all of them are in one boot camp, maybe that's the multiplier effect, right? Maybe that's the X factor that they're lacking. Again, like I said, cooking's not done yet, right? Yeah. But that is they have the secret ingredient at least. They've procured it from the market. It is now in the boot camp. They just need more time to cook the dish.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to chop those and maybe saute them first or whatnot, whatever preparation that they needed. We're going to be there to witness it for sure. And that will start here, the Asia Predator League 2021 Grand Final for sure. Now we've heard about it from TNC. Why don't we hear from their opponents, Boom Esports? We also have a video for you guys to get to know them better. So please watch this.
Yeah, I think it was long time ago. The hero is Ember Spirit, so the story was it initially supposed to be mid hero, but the enemy countered the Ember Spirit really hard, so the team decided to give it to me and pick another mid hero, and I think it was really fun because I'm not used to play Ember a lot, and I have to play. Yeah, I think it's gonna be really exciting to play in the Predator League because Predator League is good tournaments and the prize pool is pretty huge. So I'm really excited to win the tournaments, and I think the lockdown doesn't really affect my preparation personally because I'm just staying here in the boot camp. I didn't go out that much, so yeah, it doesn't really affect.
That's FBZ coming up from Team Boom Esports, and you see his enthusiasm to just literally say the words, "I'm excited to win the tournament." They're gonna be here and they're gonna win it. That's how plain and simple it is.
That's
But
confident.
another thing that's another thing that's plain and simple is that how, I guess the word is primal, his gamer genes are. It's okay for him to have the with the condition that we are in because he just stays in the boot camp playing Dota. What do you think about it, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about dishes and being cooked, but you know what's cooking? Boom. Boom is cooking. You know? It's just the way that these guys play. You know, honestly, I know that these guys have such a high ceiling, but you know, we were talking about it in contrast, of course, to the TNC interview that we saw earlier. They're not really as affected by the lockdown because they stay in and they don't go out as much. So the preparations are just like that. And like what Pao was mentioning earlier with Armel and how he mentioned about how they weren't being able to play together in one room or in one boot camp, it affects people, you know. And for Boom, all of them being from the same region and being in the same boot camp, it helps, definitely. It helps them a lot. So yeah, I'm just excited for Boom to finish cooking, hopefully. And like you mentioned, you know, he really does want to win the tournament. Of course, the money as well is going to help them a lot. And yeah, I just feel like with Boom, it's not... I understand that in recent games that we have seen, FBZ and Hyde are the ones who sort of stood out a little bit. But for the longest time, I think the guys that are really behind the success, in my opinion, for Boom is definitely Mikoto and the Dreamacell carry that's been coming back, because Dreamacell did leave about a few months ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. It's finally come back into the squad after Boom didn't really do too well with Drew. Of course, there's another player that is playing in the tournament as well, or was playing in the tournament. But yeah, I feel like the squad being back, you know, them knowing each other, the familiarity factor is going to be huge when it comes to Boom, in my opinion. And maybe that might just be the extra step that you could take to you know, maybe step over TNC. But again, it really just comes down to what ideas are going to be better. And I still think that these two teams are really, really equal when it comes to head-to-head. You know, you're probably looking at Wikipedia or something and see the head-to-head difference between these two teams. I don't think it should be that much. And I think historically, these two squads have always been on top of the region, always been contesting for the grand final spot for any tournament that they've been in. Unfortunately, they're going to have to kick each other off the tournament in the lower bracket final, and at a best of one at that as well. So yeah, I feel like, of course, with the recent rise of Neon Esports and how they have been playing, of course, these two teams of in Boom and TNC have suffered maybe just a little bit in the recent success, and maybe they just haven't found what's strong this patch. Maybe they just haven't found the dance that they want to dance to be able to finish the end game of this tournament, or maybe even for the patch as well. But again, a new patch could make or break some of these teams, and for TNC and Boom, it's definitely going to start here to the road to the finals.
You know, some keywords that you mentioned during your during Inside the Bob Boom is familiarity. There's a lot of loyalty, I would say, for both of these teams.
Sure.
In fact, Boom Esports, you know them so much, and even the players, because they have long-running players. Like, for example, Mikoto has been part of the team for, as the record states, 2018, 2017 for FBZ, and 2017 for Kezcute as well. Even Hyde started 2019. Dreamocell also started around that time, but he left because of he was replaced by Drew in and out. But all of these players are, I would say, loyalists. And you can also say that with TNC, as Armel and team started to become the faces of the franchise, now with Gabi in there. So this is low-key a classic, right?
It should be.
How important is that for the region and their loyalty to the squad?
I was actually, my mind is blown. While you were saying that, I actually had to check in Liquipedia. And I did not realize, maybe I was just taking it for granted, but Kezcute has been with this team since 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been 4 years.
Yeah, I think he's probably been the one where we don't put, or maybe even analysts and casters alike probably don't put too much emphasis on as a player. It's just because, you know, he's not the kind of guy that's uber flashy. He's just a solid position 5. And, you know, maybe we talk about faces of being at the team. You know, we talk maybe way back about how Dendi was the face of Dota and Dendi was the face of Na'Vi and this kind of stuff. And again, that was probably just because he was a very likable character. He was a guy that was always, goofing around. He was playing very well at mid, but obviously things do come to an end. But with Kezcute, you know, he's just been the kind of solid rock, basically, of Boom. And yeah, the two teams, of course, the two organizations have been at it for years and years and years. What you mentioned, years like 2016, 2017. I mean, looking at what the year is now, it's 2021, and you're like, oh my God, that was what, 5 years ago? You know, I can't believe that we've been watching these teams just for so long playing against each other, and that's why it's just a very familiar, you know, I guess the matchup, that we can talk about it when it comes to TNC and Boom, because again, they've just been playing at it for many, many years.
It's also mind blowing to me, right? Because when working as long as I have in esports, it means something when an organization has that kind of longevity, but it's an even more of an outlier to find players who have stayed with you for over 4 years.
Exactly.
Right?
And in Southeast Asia, mind you, in Southeast Asia, that's hard.
Right? You hear it all the time, right? It becomes a meme sometimes that some team will announce that, welcome to the team. After one tournament, goodbye and good luck further in your career, right? That's a kind of meme kind of environment that we've been experiencing here in Southeast Asia, and I'm sure, you know, across the Kezcute, 2017 May, FBZ 2017 January. So I mean, these guys basically have a key to the boot camp that's, you know, on the same hook as their key to their car or their house. It's mind-boggling to me. It, in a certain way, it sort of gives me hope that, you know, a lot of teams are sort of building long-term. And I feel like Boom almost got there in terms of, you know, exploding into the scene. I remember something like 2018, 2019. They were the minor kings.
Almost. Was it like your dream was with them, if I'm not mistaken, during those years? You
know, they were winning every qualifier for the minor. I think they actually won a minor, if I'm remembering things correctly.
They did.
There you go. Right. So I hope it's a resurgence. And you know, anything can happen in the new patch. They've shown that they have the mechanical ability. And it's a new patch. It's a new start for the DPC season. It all starts here at Acer Predator.
All starts here indeed. And we are going to be starting with our best of one lower bracket finals right after this break. I know that you're all excited, but gonna have to hold it for a little bit. For now, get everything that you needed. Get your snacks, get your coffee, get your drinks. So we now head into a break. When we come back, it's the best of one lower bracket finals between Boom and TNC. We'll see you after this break.
Thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th-gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything. Thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th-gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything. Thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything. There is plenty of. Many other useful functions. And that is the Helios 300. If you want to know more, just check the list below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything. There is many other useful functions. And that is the Helios 300. If you want to know more, just check the list below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal, pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth, no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th-gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes at the top of the base. Such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of. Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. Plenty of access all of us to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of. Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures,
and the APAC Grand Final. Let's welcome the team here now. Eagle 365. What's up, guys? Hello.
Hello. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of.
I can see a lot of big smiles there. Hello to our friends from Manila, Dina Vasquez, Ray
access to our utility
hello.
Ron
Ron Barbasa,
monitor temperatures,
Village People magazine, Lionel.
Gak nyangka bisa jadi juara juga.
Oh, dia feel very happy. Nah, terus ada lagi nggak?
Gak nyangka bisa juara.
Gak nyangka bisa juara. They don't expect that they can be champion. And
wow.
They're very happy.
That's wonderful. For each player, is this the first championship for most of you, or who here in the players is this the first championship for?
They feel very happy.
First champion, first. Nice, good feeling, good feeling. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You won.
They don't
okay,
expect
before
that
we start with our questions from the friends from the media. I would like everyone to answer this first. You won $37,500 US dollars. That's a good amount of money. How will you be spending your money? Is this the first championship for?
They feel very happy.
First champion, first. Nice, good feeling, good feeling. Congratulations. You won. Okay, before we start with our questions from the friends from the media, I would like everyone to you won $37,500 US dollars. That's a good amount of money. How will you be spending your money? Is this the first championship?
They feel very happy.
First champion, first. Nice, good feeling. They want to get who's getting married? Congratulations. You won. Okay, before we start with our questions from the friends from the media, Good start. Good start. Very good start. Congratulations to you guys. My God. Okay. Just for the team, I know, of course, you've been here since the beginning, but we have some new people from the media. Is it okay that you introduce yourselves? They want to get your position from the team, just for our friends from the media. Start with our question from the friends from the media. Congratulations.
Perkenalkan di bab 1 soalnya banyak media yang lihat, jadi perkenalkan di bab 1 mungkin bisa juga role-nya sebagai apa, sama ini apa.
We have some champion from the media. Is it okay that you? My name is Sandy and my role is my position from the team, just for our friends from the media.
My role
Thank you.
My nickname Jaxi. My role game leader.
In-game leader. That's the captain there, Jaxi over there. Okay. So congratulations again to you guys. All right. So before we move on, let's open to our friends from the media. We'll work for games just joining us as well. Thank you. This is from Gizmo Manila. Congratulations to Eagle 365 Esports after winning the APAC Federal League 2020-2021 Grand Finals. What's next for Eagle 65? In-game leader. That's the captain there, Jaxi over there. Okay. So congratulations again to you guys. All right. So before we move on, let's open to our friends from the media. We'll just joining us as well. Thank you. This is from Gizmo Manila. Congratulations to Eagle 365 Esports after winning the APAC Federal League 2020-2021 Grand Finals. What's next for Eagle?
So now juara di sini. So continue lanjutkan.
Juara buat next paling semoga juara PTS untuk lolos ke Global Champion.
Okay. So now they are preparing for the PTS and they want to be champion at the PGC, the Global Champion PUBG Global. So they must first pass the PTS and then the PGC.
That is a very good goal. That's a very good goal. Okay, we have more questions from the media here. We'll be flashing it. Sports on air to the champions. How do you plan to celebrate the victory and what is next for you? Okay, so in this case, let's just go with how do you plan to celebrate as a team? Anyone can answer this? Anyone can answer this? That is a very good goal. That's a very good goal. Sports on air to the champions. How do you plan to celebrate the victory and what is next for you? Okay, so in this case, let's just go with how do you plan to celebrate?
Okay, after it, they will have a big meal, big party.
Anyone can answer this? Anyone can answer this?
And then they will be preparing for the
yeah. How many weeks do you have for the CS?
lagi buat
how do you plan to celebrate?
ada 2 minggu.
2 weeks. Okay, so maybe 2 days, 3 days celebrate.
Okay, after it,
sleep, recover, and then play. Back to practice. That's good. That's good. Okay, so we are going to be flashing in another question from the media. This is from Ron Barbaza. Before day 6 and round 9.
Looking at the heroes already, you know, I feel like there's a bit of the same as far as what we're used to, with a little bit of some new things.
Oh, for sure. I don't think we're going to see too much experimentation until people figure out more of the meta shifts. Hang on, we're going to see the smoke play out before I get into some theories.
Well, Bach's in the perfect position to reveal it, but he still gets stunned, so in some trouble here as the homing missile finds him. Could be an early first blood. Nice body blocks from Kezcute, and he's going to go down with the mid-storm
the lead is very tight. So they will make a different strategy to get kills. Just to get frag.
Okay. So small lead, kill, big lead, just relax. Just relax. Big lead, just like small lead, just kill. I understand. Of course, with the big lead, you can just relax and just not pressure. You keep your distance. Not have to be to the fight. Protect your lead. Definitely effective strategy. We have more friends. Questions from our friends from the media. From Metropolar. I don't know if I apologize. What's the challenging part that you've experienced during the competition? If you remember one.
Cukup satu aja gitu. Yang paling mengesankan selama turnamen.
Karena chicken 3 kali berturut-turut.
The challenging. They feel very happy when they have like three times chicken dinner yesterday. So that's it.
But that's it. 3 chicken dinners for you is like wait, was that the biggest challenge? Was that the biggest challenge? Getting 3 chicken dinners, or they were just happy about it?
That's our biggest challenge.
Getting three. Yeah, it's hard to get 3. Yeah, it's hard to get 3. Yeah.
Of course.
3 straight.
Back to get chicken dinner like that.
That's true. That's true. Was that a goal? Was that a goal to get 3 in a row?
We went right.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, no, but to get 3 in a row. Was that a goal that you guys set for yourself? Let's try to get maybe 3 chicken dinners in a row, or it just happened.
Kira-kira kalau kalian tuh strategi kalian emang buat ngincer 3 chicken atau tidak gitu?
Jujur emang kita bilang 3-3-nya kita ambil coba untuk pertama kalah kita bilang 3.
Iya. Yes.
Ya benar itu ghost. It's ghost. Ya,
that was go on.
Karena di hari kedua dari hari pertama kelar game tuh kita bilang besok nih kita mulai chicken. Nah di hari kedua tuh game pertama kami keberapa? Keempat. Nah pas habis game pertama tuh kami bilang ini tiga game selesai ini kita chicken ini. Nah benar langsung chicken.
Oh, okay. So yesterday, at the day 2, they commit themselves to have the chicken. Must get chicken. Yeah. After the first game in the day 2. Yeah.
Okay, what was the most pressure to get? The first chicken dinner, the second chicken dinner, or the third? What was the highest pressure?
Yang lebih berat?
Yang mana tekanannya yang lebih banyak?
3 in a row is crazy.
Chicken dinner keberapa?
Kedua masih yang
lebih tegang yang mana?
Chicken kedua, soalnya ada miskom. Chicken kedua.
Oh.
The second one.
The second chicken dinner. Yeah, the second one. Because they're having a miscommunication. Yes.
Okay.
They're having a miscommunication in the team.
But so the second was the hardest. Third was like easy. If you're a team, we're gonna flash. We're gonna flash the next. By the way, 3 chicken dinners is amazing. That is so hard to do at this level. So congratulations with that. I can imagine if I'm another team. Your enemy team, seeing this team, they got 3 in a row. You're just like, you're just like, right? That if you had an enemy team get 3 chicken dinners, that destroys mentally. It's very hard for your enemy teams, I'm sure. Yes.
My adrenaline up.
Your adrenaline's up. Yeah. And your fiance, your soon-to-be wife, like, oh, it's my husband.
Yeah.
So good. So 3 chicken dinner. Oh, I cook you chicken dinner when you come home. All right. So we have more questions from our friends from the media. Here we go. Sports on Air. What do you guys think are rooms for improvement? This is a good question on the next tournament. I mean, you had such a dominating performance. 3 chicken dinners. I mean, that's an amazing performance. But if there is still something to improve, which of course normally there always is, what would you guys want to improve on?
Sorry, gimana?
Ya. Kami mau ngomong satu-satu.
Okay. They want to comment one by one.
Komunikasi paling saya lebih lancar. Agak belibet soalnya kalau saya ngomong.
Communication?
Okay. The communication should be very smooth because maybe they feel some lagging or something.
Can you share with us what for the first one with the communication, just follow up. What was it that you had miscommunication about? Can you tell us what was it? Can you give us a specific example of a miscommunication that you had in the tournament?
Kayak nembak ya. Ada orang kadang nggak ngomong, kadang lebih diem doang. Asal nembak aja nggak ngomong ke tim.
Oh, so when some of the players, when they made the contact, shoot and kills the other team, they don't communicate each other.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So like, if you spot an enemy, you must communicate with us.
Yes. So you see an enemy and you're just like, you didn't say anything. You're just like, well, why didn't you? It's important that you, I think in any team game, it's important. So you said that's one thing, communication. What's the second thing that you wanted to improve? You mentioned another thing.
Hal kedua yang kira-kira kalau mau improve selain komunikasi.
Paling harus main one man lah. Buat diri sendiri juga. Kadang kan nggak bisa hidup semuanya gitu di game survival ini.
Jadi harus bisa individual skillnya harus.
Iya, harus bisa individual skill, paling dinaikin lagi nanti, di upgrade lagi.
Oh, so they must improve more of their individual skills, shooting skills. Yeah, because they cannot depend on the other teammates to survive.
That's true. Very nice. Thank you. We're going to be flashing another question from our friends from the media. Will work for games. Hi, for the team org, what will this mean for the organization and the team moving forward? What does this championship mean to the organization? Eagle 365, what does a championship like this mean for you guys?
Jadi, kalau di organisasi ini, kemenangan di Eagle 365 ini jelas jadi satu tolak ukur yang bagus ya untuk tim baru ini, karena kan Eagle ini sebenarnya tim baru, ya kan? Tapi
berapa lama ya?
Belum lama. Jadi kemenangan ini bisa jadi tolak ukur dan batu loncatan kami supaya bisa depannya bisa dapat prestasi yang lebih besar lagi, yang lebih bagus lagi untuk bawa harum nama Indonesia juga. Seperti itu.
Oh, okay. So this team is actually it's not more than 3 months. So this is a very success story. Yes, just and this is the first thing to upgrade their spirit and skills and bring the nation's name very good.
No, that's good. Wow, 3 months only, and you already won a championship. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful achievement. Okay, we're gonna flash another question here from our friends. Okay, Brian Joseph Yalong, how do you intend to address miscommunication?
Gimana kalian ngatasin miskomunikasi? Latihan terus Pak. Di dalam game apa? Di dalam game. Ya, ngomong banget itu. Bahasa.
Kalau mengatasi miskomunikasi itu dari individual lagi sih. Misalnya komunikasinya dari salah gimana musuhnya gitu kan pasti knock teman kita tuh. Jadi antara kita individualnya aja lagi. Tapi habis game habis game bakal dibilang. Habis game bakal di review. Sebenarnya kamu harus ngomong sebenarnya ini.
Okay, so they first thing after the game they will have meetings to avoid this kind of communications. But in games, they will maybe ask what do you kill and what are you doing inside, just to make sure that everything is all right. Yeah.
That's good. That's definitely a good way to go about it. Before we flash the next question, I just want to. There's an earlier question that was nice from Dina Vasquez. How many more tournaments do you plan to join this year, and will you have the same lineup?
Berapa turnamen? Dan apakah lineup ini tetap seperti ini atau ada perubahan?
Kayaknya sih paling dua atau 3 turnamen lagi, dan line up-nya sih masih sama harusnya.
So they're using the same lineup with this, maybe for another 2 or 3 tournaments.
2 or 3 tournaments.
PCS and PGC.
Very, very cool. Thank you. We have another question here. We're going to be flashing it right up from our friends. Here we go. We're going to be flashing one more question. Okay, this is from Tonsty, flipgeeks.com. Now that you're champions, how do you see your competition? Are you more confident moving forward against previous teams and new ones? Yeah, how does that do for one's confidence?
Kayaknya kalian lebih pede nggak untuk ketemu tim-tim setelah jadi juara? Tim lain di Mobile Legends.
Jelas lebih pede lah. Soalnya habis juara ya kan, pasti naik adrenalin juga, lebih pede lah pokoknya.
But my team not scared of all team.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so they're feeling very good. I mean, to face another good teams, they're not scared of any teams in the world.
I can see that. I can see it. No fear. That's right. Just be scared of your wife. I think that's the only thing you can be. No teams, just fine. But your wife, you're just like, oh, respect. Okay.
My dream go to BGC.
BGC. You want to go to BGC? Really? Okay. Yeah. Tell you what. If you guys come here, we'll give you a tour to BGC. Okay. Oh. Yeah, you come. You eat all the food there. Very good food. Wow. You go shopping with your wife. That's right. Okay.
And you can come to have some good food.
Very good food. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, sounds good. Okay. I've tried your food. I've been to Indonesia. Food is amazing. Very good coffee. Yeah. Very coffee. Yeah, coffee is good. Coffee is so good. Okay. So all right. If let's mention that to Predator. It is his dream to go to BGC, so we can make content for that in the future. Once we have a tournament here in the Philippines, we'll make it's a dream come true to go to BGC. Okay. We're gonna be flashing another. Okay, here we go. As Ari mentioned, would you rather want the other teams to be afraid of you knowing you already got 3 chicken dinners? Now, flipping that situation, let's say your enemy team had 3 chicken dinner. If they had the same thing, how will you recover from that as a team? If you see another team, you're like 3 chicken dinners. Let's say that was we flipped the situation. How would you feel as a team if you have an enemy getting 3 chicken dinners against you guys?
Kalau ada tim lawan yang sudah mendapat 3 chicken dinner, gimana rasanya? Apa yang mau diperbuat?
Kalau tim itu bisa, kenapa kita nggak bisa?
Jadi kejar terus. Fight. Jangan
fight. Oh. So they will keep on fighting and chasing. If they can, why we can't?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Just have that fighting spirit for sure. Very true. That's correct. Absolutely agree with that. We have a few more questions before we wrap it up for our interview. But yes, we'll be flashing a few more questions for you guys. Will work for games. For the team, what is the one thing you want to see changed or improved in PUBG to make it a better game for you? Very nice question. What improvements with PUBG would you want to see overall?
Apa yang pengen?
Drive by.
Drive by shoot. I hate Really, I hate.
Oh, yeah.
If I shoot the vehicle, him shoot me, I'm dead. Ah.
So are you saying that the hitbox for the vehicle is bigger? Bigger
Yes.
hitbox?
Yes.
So big.
Really?
They want for the vehicle bigger.
Really? You want it smaller hitbox for that's cheating. It's almost like cheating because it's harder because you're so fast, you have armor and you have a bigger hitbox. That's OP. That's all right. All right. So Bluehole, if you listen to that, make the hitboxes smaller, please, for the vehicle. It's really big. Is it big? Very big. Big hitbox?
Rasanya hitboxnya tuh terlalu gede kan, kalian kena mulu soalnya kan gitu kan. Jadi ya memang itu. Jadi pengen disesuaikan kata hitboxnya lebih kecil.
So they want to adjust the hitbox smaller.
Make it smaller. So if you hit here, is dead. Like you aim here, dead. Like headshot. Like, yeah, right. If you aim here or here, this is the hitbox here. So if you shoot here, you're still dead.
Hey, sir, Neyman.
Yes.
You playing PUBG?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You if you shoot enemy in the vehicle,
yeah.
You shoot him, shoot you again.
Yeah.
Him shoot you back, you die.
You die.
Leave me.
Okay. Yeah, I can feel the anger. I can feel you're so angry. I can feel it from all of you.
I hate it.
Yeah, I understand. All right. So yeah, there you go. Apparently that needs to be fixed on the next patch. Let's make the hitbox smaller. I got it. All right. It's not fair. It's not fair. I understand. It's not fair. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, so we have a question from the Kampung Nerd. Is there anything you can share to the fans, any messages, and what to expect in the future for the community, especially esports scene in Indonesia? Nice question.
Pesan-pesan buat fans kalian ke depannya. Let's go. Sama buat Steam.
Apa yang ingin disampaikan untuk komunitas di Indonesia juga?
Jangan lupa dukung kami terus. Lanjutin dah.
Apa sih
jangan lupa dukung Eagle terus untuk prestasi berikutnya supaya bisa lebih bagus lagi ke depannya. Jangan dukung kami pas kami juara doang, tapi pas kami kalah juga. Kalau bisa juga dukung. Terus doain kami terus supaya ke depannya bisa juara kayak gini lagi. Amin.
Amin.
Nice. So keep supporting them, not when they win, but when they lose someday, keep on supporting them and pray for them to have succeed in the other tournament.
That is wonderful. And I think with that, that is a great way to end the interview. Thank you very much, Eagle 365 or 365. Congratulations on being champions. $37,500. Wonderful. 2 of these guys getting married very soon. Okay, so congratulations. I think that's Hanzi and Chibirit, right? Getting.
And Chibirit.
Jexy.
No.
Vandal.
Oh, Vandal. Sorry, Vandal and Chibirit are gonna be, of course, getting married soon. Congratulations on that, Chibirit. It is his dream to go to BGC one day. So all of you, it's your dream, Eagle 365. It's your dream to go to BGC. Okay, guys. If we ever have a big Philippine tournament when the pandemic is over, maybe Predator, we can think of a segment where we shoot you going to BGC. Then you can just enjoy BGC for yourselves. I think that would be a very fun piece of content. But in the meantime, congratulations to all of you, Vandal, Jexy, Chibirit, Hanzi. Congratulations on being grand champions. Enjoy it. Take care. Stay safe, and good luck on your next tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye. There you go. Thank you, Stanley, as well, our interpreter, for that. It's their dream to go to BGC. Yo, Predator, let's make that happen. It's their dream. We should make their dreams come true one day when they're here in the Philippines. As you know, to our friends from the media, we were supposed to have a MOA Arena, Mall of Asia Arena tournament back in 2020 before the pandemic hit. But of course, COVID-19 happened, and that we are now having a virtual tournament instead. But I think there's no reason to hope. And after, of course, chatting with your CEO, that they are definitely looking to have a big tournament once this pandemic is over, because I'm sure all esports fans are hungry to have another big tournament once again. Of course, fans of the games, I'm sure our friends from the media would be very, very happy to cover a live tournament again after this pandemic is over. So again, thank you, Eagle365. Thank you so much to our friends from the media, Brian Rosa, Brian, Christian Garcia, Metro Polar, Rain Balagtas, Brian Joseph Yalong, Will Work for Games, Vlogging in Tandem, what's up? Gizmo Manila, Lionel Makahilig, thank you. The Kampong Nerd, thank you for joining us today. Rain de Ocampo, Tonsty, Fanboy SEO, The Geeks, what's up, guys? Pinoy Metro Geek Blog, and of course, to the rest of our friends, thank you very much. Adobo Tech has been here since, of course, the beginning. Ed Uy, Brian, Winky Olarte, thank you. Edsa Loretta, thank you very much. Sports on Air, thank you for joining us today. Bam Amor, what's up? Dina Velasquez, thank you very much. Lionel as well, being here since day one. Strolling Over Coffee, what's up? And Rain Balagtas, thank you very much. And Village People, thank you very much. All right, Fanboy SEO, thank you as well. And Gab Diaz. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. That is our winners, $37,500 playing video games. I think that is not bad at all, playing from your home. Thank you so much, Predator. I think we have one more interview a little bit later. I believe this is going to be for Dota. I believe we do have Philippine teams part of this grand final. So this is going to be very, very exciting. Looking forward to that interview a little bit later. In the meantime, I'll catch you guys a little bit later. Enjoy the games. I will see you all in just a bit. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy the games. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they blew so much on that gyro initially. It was like a 90-second team fight. If Dream and Still just had a bit more damage, I think they walk away with the fight win because they blew everything. The shield coming in, he pops the Satanic, you get the improved lifesteal. It also was buffed in the last patch. It lasts forever now, and you're getting those auto attacks off even when stunned. It's 6 seconds of 200% lifesteal. You're gonna get 6 regular attacks when your Ag's in during that time, and whatever you can do when you're not stunned with that little bit of bonus stats resist, plus all the assistance of your bed. And unfortunately, Gabby, as you said, just equally survivable, also has an AC. So the team fight power of TNC is just too strong.
yeah, it feels like both carries kind of unkillable in their own sense, but eventually seems like the supporting cast of TNC just offers a bit more. And Gyro, by the way, also has a Possessed Mask. You know, that tier 1 neutral item at 26 minutes in the game. Some added lifesteal, which he's benefiting from, so... I think this game
wasn't
can
toned
look different.
down.
Once Dreamercell does get that damage item, like, I don't mind his build if he can get to an MKB. He's going to find Bloom here perhaps for a kill, but the infest save is there from Lifestealer for now. Helps the Blade Mail. He is still going to go down. The disarm on Dreamercell, and he's in trouble now. Coiled. He gets forced up to the high ground. Great force stuff coming in from Boom. And they keep him alive here. The turnaround is not going to be there. As it looks like full retreat. Kezku trying to TP out. Not going to work. And Boom just going to get picked off one by one.
It's just, I think, too late at this point. You look at the net worth, like, poor Makoto, he when we last checked on him, he was 4-1-4, now he's 5-1-7. He hasn't died, but his net worth has just dropped off the planet. And this is, you know, if Will was here, I can hear him whispering in my ear, this is why you can't play Storm into too much team fight.
Yeah. It's like, I don't feel like we've seen TNC not grouped as 4 or 5 for like the last 15 minutes. It's just been this constant, we're going to run around the map together, steal your bounty room, steal your farm, and pick off your heroes one by one. Makoto goes down without buyback, and that could be game.
That is.
As down 15k gold and losing ranks.
Yeah. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. As you said, it's the auras, man. And the life of the lifesteal. Like, you can't really kill the puck. He's too elusive. Beastmaster has a BKB, so who are you supposed to go for? The Lifestealer with evasion, with a billion armor? He even went to the evasion talent, and all of your damage is Dreamercell, and he's just not powerful enough, unfortunately.
And we've seen Lifesteal making these team plays too, like Infest saves. It's like this 1200 heal that has been able to save his team, or even just doesn't save his Clockwork there, but he forces Gyro just to commit that little bit further to get a kill, and that ends up getting the Gyro killed. So. Yeah. Really good play from Gavin's game, and just TNC as a whole just feel like they have a good game plan coming in.
I mean, I want to see an Ags Lifestealer to finish this game out. I want to see him, you know, Alien 5, jump inside of this lion and kill it and burst out.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get that, unfortunately, as TNC just a little bit too dominant. Gabby, with an Aegis still, would just siege high ground with Rage if he wants. They are going to back off. A little bit surprised by this one. Perhaps just, runes. They're close to a couple of items. What time do runes even spawn? What's 3 minutes? I don't even know, Kyle. NA math. I can't do it.
21, 24, 27, 30.
30. That's the one I'm looking for.
That's the next one. That's right, Parker. I knew you're Australian on the inside there.
There we go.
Yeah. You haven't spent too much time in LA.
You know, it's adding up. I've had more than half my life in the U.S. now. You know, I feel like I'm soaked up a bit too much.
Oh God, stop! You're making me feel old. I looked at my mom keeps sharing these photographs on Facebook. Like, this was 11 years ago. I'm like, oh my God, I was already in esports. What's happened to my days, my life?
Yeah, or you know, it's kind of fun, you know, where esports used to be this young thing that we always talked about, like, oh yeah, you know, it's new and emerging. Now it's like, you know, we've all been doing this for like almost 10 years. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah. I got into Sweden using an exemption as a necessary support staff at a international sporting competition. You know, 10 years ago, they would have just chuckled at me.
Yeah, exactly. We're legit now. That's what I'm hearing. Well, what's legit perhaps is TNC, who are about to make it to the grand finals. Gabby just wanted to finish his Satanic, it looks like. That's what the wait was for. And they still had, you know, 50 seconds on this Aegis, which is enough time for them to get Mega Creeps. Gabby just destroys the racks.
No
Too much damage. Now they're going
to
swap on the Dream Coil. Dreamercell just melts as TNC going to wrap this one up here. No GG calls just yet, but you gotta imagine Mega Creeps and, well, FBZ isn't even... FBZ's off farming an Ag Scepter, actually. Yeah. Funnily enough, he's just down bottom, like, chilling. He knew the 3-minute intervals. 30 minutes, he's like, that's bounty room time.
Who's he gonna give it to? Like, what's the game plan here? Who's gonna turn it around?
It's gonna be Storm. I gotta imagine.
Okay, there it is. Now we just... A 5-man pull into Dreamercell? Oh, no.
Yeah. Hey, Flat kind of got buffed. You get that extra hit now. You could see some magic. I don't think so. Not without a rapier. He's got the rapier queued up on Dreamercell, but he's so far away from it.
Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Zip in. Pull on 3. Already charging the Alk stun. AoE stuns everybody into the damage from the gyro. That gets you enough gold for the rapier. Oh. We only got one.
Okay, maybe this is it. But Gabby's got the rage off, and he's just going to instantly turn, kill the Lion. So there's no AoE stun from the Lion, perhaps from FPZ, but he's already missed his Alk stun. And now, well, Gyrocopter locked down. GG is called. Boom. Finished 3rd place here in the Predator League. A good showing from them, but, you know, not quite perhaps as far as they would like. TNC going to have a best of 3 against Neon in the Grand Finals.
It's a matchup I've been looking forward to. This new TNC, you can see they're boot camping. They are taking this one seriously. I've seen some of the videos from said boot camp. They're working on their TikTok dances. It's a necessary talent nowadays as a modern esport athlete. I think that Neon is coming in with a ton of momentum, but this is the BO3 I was kind of expecting to see. A nice performance here, and I hope that they continue this style of drafting. You know, a lot of aggression, constant team fight. I think the brawling TNC is almost always when they're on best form.
Yeah, I feel like this is a patch that could really suit TNC. And even though these two teams met in the upper bracket, it was a best of 1, and it was a best of 1 where TNC gave Neon a carry IO. So, you know, I don't take too much away from that game where these two teams met before, and I'm excited to see that best of 3 grand finals. It feels like, you know, this is not just the battle for like SCA dominance, it's the battle for, you know, who's the best team in the Philippines now. Although it is, of course, new patches. A lot, you know, can be unpredictable. It's going to change very quickly with this new patch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the right point. Like, this was a pretty standard lineup from TNC, but solid. Boom's doing more of a gimmick that we've seen fleshed out in the last patch. But yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot more pace from Neon. We're going to see Puck banned, I believe. Both these mid players should not be touching Puck. And then from there, who knows? Anybody's game.
Well, it's a best of 3 between Neon and TNC. You guys don't want to miss it, so stick around as we're going to hear it from the panel, break this one down, and get ourselves ready for that epic grand finals.
And I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would have to be Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, FF9 to be more specific, and right now I'm really enjoying Valorant. I started playing video games at a really early age, probably around 3 years old. Actually, my mom would always say that she has been playing video games while she was pregnant with me and my sister, so I guess before we were even born. It was actually just me watching my older cousin, Kuya Lloyd, play Super Mario on the family computer. So yeah, he was the one who started it all for us. Right now, because I have a lot of things going on, probably around 4 to 5 hours per day, I would play video games. My most unforgettable gaming experience. Oh, okay. It was when my sister and we were really young and we were playing Final Fantasy VII, the original version, and my sister was having a stomach ache, or so she would tell me, that her stomach was painful at the time. And that was the part where we were looking for the lunar harp, so you have to dig through this mining campsite or something, and then when I finally found the harp, her stomach ache went away. So nauto ako dun. My favorite RPG character would be Kairi from Kingdom Hearts because, well, number 1, Kingdom Hearts is my favorite game. Number 2, I kind of like relate to her because she's such a carefree person and she lives on the beach. My go-to food while playing video games would probably be chicken nuggets. Meanest tweet, I just remember people saying my sister and I aren't really gamers, but my favorite Predator product would probably be the Helio 700. It's so cool because when you open the thing and when you make it overclock, it turns the sound on and then it sounds like it's gonna transform. So it's just really cool. To be totally honest, I feel like 100 times cooler because aside from my sister Alodia also being a Predator ambassador, I'm also alongside so many notable people in the gaming industry. So that just makes me feel like, wow, I'm so cool being a Predator ambassador. I'm Ian Mercado, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Valorant, League of Legends, and as of now, I really like Ragnarok Online, Eternal Love. I started playing video games when I was really young, at a young age. So probably nasa around 12 years old ako or younger. My passion for gaming was influenced by my dad. Nung bata kasi ako, pinalaki ako na nasa bahay lang. I grew up in a very, very strict household. So, my best friend is PS1. So, doon ako nagsimula mag-gaming. And me and my brother always bond together with video games. And throughout the years that I grew up, doon ako talaga naging gamer kasama yung brother ko. Average hours, to be honest, siguro minimum na yung 6 hours kasi I play a lot of games. Pero yung pinaka-peak is almost the time I wake up until the time I sleep. My most unforgettable gaming experience ever, of course, one is being the ambassador of Predator. It's one of the biggest things that ever happened in my life. And of course, yung pagiging boom din ng gaming industry. So that's the most unforgettable because I never knew that this would be a thing. I just risked my life and just do what I love to do. My favorite RPG character, it really depends on the MMORPG that I play, but I usually play as a support, minsan mage, pero of course, mahilig na ako sa mga priest or saints. My go-to food when I play, I think my viewers know this. So, nanood ka na stream ko, I usually drink milk tea. The meanest tweet that I've ever got or message or usually what I get on stream is that I'm boosted. Medyo true. Medyo true. But, okay. My most and the best gaming Predator product is what I use right now. It's Triton 500. You know why? Because it's super thin. I could bring it anywhere, and I just love it. And because of it, dual PC setup, bro. It changed my game in sense of, for example, yung gaming setup ko, grabe. Before I stream only in one PC. Sometimes I do get lag, diba, kunwari. Nag-stream ka and nag-game ka at the same time. Minsan hindi kinakaya ng PC. So because of Predator, I have my dual PC setup. Actually, it's laptop, but dual PC pa rin yun. Dual setup, so I could stream on my Predator and play my games at the same time to the PC ko.
Summon your strength.
It's time to summon your strength.
presented by gaming masters and icons. Forge strong alliances. Expand its clout and engagement. Mounted efforts to reach the gaming community. Summoned during solidarity calls. This is Predator. Summon your strength.
Back in action for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. It's all about Dota 2 and the Grand Finals. But before that, why don't we take a look back in that interesting series that we've had. It's a best of one lower bracket finals wherein we kind of like the heroes of Booming Sports, but we also liked how TNC Predator drafted in a way that it was so, how to say, tempo-based in a way. And they looked wonderful in that particular match, and they even got the victory. Now, my name is Wolf, your panel host, with Pau and Nathan. Where I'm going to talk first with Pau here. Pau, you kind of mentioned that you kind of predicted I guess that's what I'm trying to say. That TNC will be taking that W, but is it just as you predicted, or was there anything else that we found out in that particular game?
I favored the last pick for TNC. I want to say, right, I really felt that the Life Stealer was going to be able to punish the Alchemist pick, just because I don't feel like the Alchemist is in that same position where you're just free to hand out Aghanims, right? I felt like in that game, BDZ, oh sorry, FBZ, not BDZ. That's a completely different player.
We know BDZ, but yeah.
FBZ was in a position where he could have, from how I saw it, he could have just built items for himself instead of giving out to his teammates, because he was going to be up against just so much damage coming out of a TNC Predator, right? We called it that, the Life Stealer paired up with the Vengeful Spirit was going to be painful for any of their heroes. So yeah, we saw in this game just the fact that there is a reason why we call this so far a man fight meta. There's just a lot of team fights happening, and I think TNC, one of the smartest things that they sort of realized in this game is that if they group up together, and they have the right items, the Solar Crest coming out, the Assault Cuirass, as Nate was in my ear as we were watching that game, there wasn't enough damage. There wasn't enough for Boom to even dent their advance, right? We saw earlier in that game the Gyrocopter against the Beastmaster. Honestly, it was good in lane. The Gyrocopter was consistently taking down all of the summons for Bop. But as the game dragged on, there are changes to Beastmaster. The level 15 now adds plus 300 HP to all of your summons, so it's earlier. And because they built Aura Team armor items, everything, not including these summons, are not dying when they're facing the Gyrocopter. No. And for what it's worth, I felt like the Boom lineup also didn't sort of respect that sort of timing. We saw a distinct lack of damage from the Gyrocopter, and in the end, TNC were just able to group together and march straight on to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think for me,
it's... Nathan, what did you feel about this grand final? Is this how you also expected it to happen, or were you actually surprised in how Boom Esports felt really weak when it comes to this man fighting against TNC?
Yeah, I think that's sort of the thing that I missed. But first off, I just want to start with how I think TNC may have just have a better idea of how they want to play the patch. I think they have the timings right. I was looking at the early game, the way that Boomy was moving around the map, getting those early water room, well, not the water room, but securing the runes for his allies, stealing the 3-minute bounty runes and this kind of stuff. I felt like it was just a bit more polished in terms of the early game for TNC, honestly. But yeah, I think the sort of the name of the game was just what kind of steroid can you provide for your carry, and will your carry the game for you, basically. You have the Life Stealer with the Solar Crest from Tim's on the Vengeful Spirit, the Wave of Terror to be able to reduce the armor of opponents, and of course the Aura that would up the damage that would be provided by the Aura for the Vengeful Spirit for the Life Stealer, and of course the attack speed coming in from the Beastmaster. So overall, I think TNC, they just itemized a bit better with the Solar Crests or the Assault Cuirasses, and on the other side, they just had a good old-fashioned idea to have an Abaddon behind a carry just to be able to help him out, just staying him up a little bit. But yeah, it just came down to just not enough damage. Yeah, you had the early Aghanims for the Gyrocopter. But yeah, you know, basically with TNC and Neon, you know, it's sort of just the clash in this region. Who's going to be able to out aggress with TNC. You know, they just they've been playing in a way that is just absolutely fantastic. You know, maybe up against Neon again with the aggression in the mid game, it could get really scary.
Wow, well, TNC Predator in their performance when it comes to just the draft and how they showed us a little bit of a preview on what's to come in the upcoming meta and the new patch that we have. Are you actually impressed on how they approach that lower bracket best of one finals?
If there's anyone I was impressed with, it was Boomy's positioning. You know,
Great.
I think Nathan touched on it a while ago, but he was just in the right spots, right? I'm gonna call back to that sequence in the mid lane. Clockwork, Boomy goes up 3 minutes in, gets the bounty rune on the dire side, immediately goes for a fight, draws the other two supports from Boom, manages to bother the mid laner, gets the water rune, is in position now to control for the next set of runes. And this is, I think, where you would see Boomy's pedigree as a position 4 is serving him really well in TNC, and especially this meta where you have 2-minute water rune, you gotta fight for it. 3-minute immediately, there's going to be a bounty. 4-minute, there's going to be another rune. It's only really minute 5 that you can sort of breathe, and then minute 6, it's power runes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
When you have that sort of dynamic, having a position 4, basically 2 position 4s in your team, kind of makes the game really easy for you, or at least kind of gives you a lot of advantage in the early goings of this metagame. There was a sequence up top where I believe Kyle was the one who mentioned that without the ultimate on Clockwork, you're just gonna walk to places, right?
Yeah.
But he was in the right place at the right time. He trapped 2 people with the cogs, instantly followed up from Chief Armel, and you know, at that time, Boom was leading because they were winning the laning stage basically in 3 lanes. But because of those sort of sequences, I think that's where we can see, you know, TNC's mentality or form, as I would say. They look like they are ready to prove a point to Neon. You know, they are the new kids on the block, really hot. But now, you know, TNC is saying, you gotta watch out. There is a reason why we're called TNC Predator. Right? There's a reason why they're the defending champions of this tournament. And it looks like they're gonna come out with these ideas. I kind of want to see more Solar Crest action, if I'm absolutely honest with you. The item just seems amazing. It's 1K cheaper.
Feels so good. It's true.
It feels so good. It was an interesting point that Nathan was making as well, right? I believe when we were watching the game, we saw how early the Vengeful Spirit had it. And to be quite honest, you know, a lot of people, including myself, Nathan, Jules over in the Filipino panel, we were talking last night. We were playing games together, and we were saying, yo, this Solar Crest item is so valuable. And Nathan was calling for a second one on that team.
Yeah, no, honestly, I feel like just because of how strong it could be, and of course the addition of the reduction maybe of Necronomicon and having the Helm of the Dominator now, maybe you have one for your carry and one for your creep that you have dominated. You know, why not? Just because of the fact that it's just so easy to build. You know, maybe an offlane or a position 4 can get one. Maybe a position 4 and a position 5 can get one. But here we go. It's time for the draft. Grand finals time between
It's
OB
Grand
and
Finals
TNC.
best of 3. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go.
I love this first band.
I expect aggression, team fights, man. Early, just boom, 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 boom. That's what I'm looking for.
I love the first ban out of Neon right now. I am a big Beastmaster fan. I've been screaming all over Twitter how I just want to play this hero and just stack all the armor in the world and just murder people with, you know, with my summons. That is the only one that's available. But now TNC with the first pick, it's going to be Io.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Can never go wrong, I would say, for the
This is
IO.
a support, right? We're expecting this to be the support.
the damage has been nerfed, and the shard is now. I think they changed it so that the tether stuns as you pass them. So for a lot of Dota 1 fans, that was what tether used to do. They changed it because the past shard was when it breaks. Neon will take away the gyro then. Neon looking really interesting with that hit. It's gonna be
Pango
Pango. I see. All right.
Okay.
I have Bloodseeker. Let's go.
It's quick. There it is.
Yep, told you.
Ooh,
I mean, it's
instant.
just a hero
Yep.
that's just too good to pass
Yeah,
up on.
it's too
when
good.
you're playing against Pangolier.
Yeah, it's elementary at this point, right?
And it's buffed too. It's buffed
was.
too, right? They added damage on the Rupture cast, so it just instantly it removes 10% of your HP. I love it. I feel like TNC Predator, they still need an actual pair with the IO, and they still have a few Leshrac still in the pool, although against the Pangolier, maybe not the best, but you already have a Bloodseeker against it. Maybe Neon now, they're looking to make sure that they don't have pairs, right? They don't have a pair for it.
You don't like IO Bloodseeker?
Not necessarily. I love the ban from TNC though. Elder Titan Gyrocopter is another sort of pair, and honestly, the Echo Stomp changes rebalancing doesn't hurt him one bit, and you know, Natural Order is still good against Agi cores, as TNC have already picked it up, and so I really love this. Neon, they need to remove the ability of TNC to make this IO really pop in this game. Meanwhile, TNC Predator, they just really need to remove a partner for the gyro. So it's just a battle of supports that they're removing.
NP is also here that Obinion showed their mastery with, not only with one role, but also in various positions. Probably why TNC also respected that fact. Grimstroke, however, from Obinion, we saw in the matches yesterday during the Asia final that Grimstroke kind of played an important role where it's Dispel. It's Dispel once you get the items going up, and as well as just its innate way to get into the lane and just try to have tools. Not really to dominate, but at least have tools to answer whatever lane opponents they might have. So, Nobinian, this is just some glimpses of the new patch that we are running on. But then again, there's the Gyrocopter and the Pangolier first pickup. We saw in that last game that the Gyrocopter did not have much success. What do you think that this is a hero that we will be looking for as a priority for teams moving forward in this patch?
I think so. I definitely think so. You know, they buffed the early number of flat cannon instances, and it's still good at farming the jungles, especially now that it can it can hit 3 camps at once. It's easier to do on the Dire side, a bit harder to do on the Radiant side, but it's possible. And it can fight early, as we've seen from the last game, right? You kind of want to fight early. I think Neon is going to be the kind of team where they're different from Boom. I think they're going to prioritize a damage item, which is definitely what Boom lacked the last game. They didn't build a damage item into BKB. They went S and Y into Satanic.
Satanic, yeah.
I don't know actually. I mean, you mentioned that it can fight early. I still feel like Gyrocopter could still be okay in the position 5. You know, I feel like Neon, they saw the IO on the other side and we're just like, you know what, we're not going to give it to them. We'll take it. And I don't know if Neon have already decided whether or not more of these heroes, because right now I'm not really sure how. And
Universal back also a hero that Obinion kind of respected, TNC. We're talking about flexibility. Bristleback's also a hero that TNC Predator have shown that they can run as the carry or the offlaner. So that's a good thing to do it. Now, Obi Neon, a little bit of a similar approach compared to Boomy Sports earlier, where they put in the Abaddon with this gyrocopter. Is it actually okay against the two of the heroes of TNC Predator so far?
It's all right because you just want sustain and you want a little bit more HP for the gyro, especially when you're up against something like Bloodseeker. Right now, TNC, they're not outputting that much damage instantly on you. You definitely have to stay in the fight or in the zones that TNC want to fight in order to take some damage. So that's where, you know, the Abaddon is really excels. That being said, I'm not entirely sure if it's the kind of pace that Obi Neon should be taking in this game. I feel like with the amount of damage that they can dish out, maybe they can take the initiative. So I'm not sure. Maybe it'll come down to their fourth pick, right? The last time we saw this boom, they picked up the Storm Spirit, which is a problem if if the other team just sort of groups together. So I kind of want them to pick up something that can sort of complement the damage output of the gyrocopter. I don't think they're going to be served by just having one damage dealer, especially now that they're potentially showing two supports already, and their supports aren't necessarily damage dealing. Speaking of, there you go. That's the one that I wanted to see.
So much objective taking potential as well. Your mid lane, if ever it will be in the mid lane, it's also a good dominant force in the mid lane. And also, rune control is also very important. I think that as we have seen in that previous match of TNC versus Boom, there's a lot of emphasis controlling that rune area, and Leshrac, a valid target for a bottle carrier, will also be there to just control every single rune and then transition into taking objectives. I think that you also accelerate your farming on the gyrocopter if you just continue on pressuring the map, and you can do that with the Shrek.
Invoker, okay. Yeah, I'm still sort of formulating my ideas on how the lanes will go out. I think we potentially already see the mid laner. Well, I think this is probably going to be a mid lane Invoker, right, for TNC. They ban out the TA, so that should pretty much just confirm it.
It should be that, yeah.
Yeah, this is probably an off-lane combo between the Bloodseeker and the Clockwork, so we're still looking for a carry, I think, that goes to the IO. Maybe TNC is sort of trying something funky by saying, look, this could still be a carry, but no, I think with the nerfs, it should be that IO has gone back to the support role. With Neon, on the other hand, now that you have a Leshrac, I'm not sure how the mid lane matchup goes between the Leshrac versus the Invoker, especially since the Invoker can go for either a Quaswex or an Exort build, but I'm still not sure what Neon is looking for.
They changed how the Quaswex and the Exort work, right? It now gives attributes. So you're right. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to play out. That's the beauty of the new patch. I feel like TNC. 10 seconds remaining. The nerf on the Wisp has been the damage output on the orbs, right? It's been it's more than halved, almost halved. Does 25 damage on rank 4. So this still might be position 4. We see the position 5 Clockwork, but is Bloodseeker going to be enough? Bloodseeker, for what it's worth, I will say, has looked really good. It looks really good in just looking at the patch notes. I like the ban. The brood ban here, I think, is really important. Yeah, just because they're
No, not today. Not today. No cheese. Not yet. Not yet.
Best of 3, man.
Best of 3.
Might be a bit early, but Obi lanes. So I think that's why they're taking their time. You see Bruni on the camera there, sort of explaining how the game plan's gonna go. It's gonna be Snapfire.
Yeah, I think. Hold on.
Welcome back, Snapfire.
I don't know honestly how this goes, because there's so many scenarios for TNC right now. If you're looking at the draft, it could be a carry IO, could be a support IO. If it's a support IO, is it going to be a Bloodseeker? Any of the last three heroes here from TNC that will be a carry. So I think it's just either the IO or the Bloodseeker, honestly. And with the Void Spirit, this probably means that this is an off-lane Leshrac,
I think.
Yeah, so this is sort of a hero that Scam played as a carry in the major, and Death, they're standing at the time, of course, since Natsumi wasn't able to join them. Death was the one that was playing in the offlane, and I think for Neon, they understand that it can be played this way. They understand that it is a patch that you have to be aggressive, you have to play aggressive, and looking at all these heroes, honestly, they can all be aggressive once they hit the power splice. I think level 6 on some of these heroes is pretty strong. The Void Spirit is not too bad, I think, versus the Invoker. I think they doubled back on that. Maybe Leshrac mid wasn't the answer towards the Invoker. Of course, Leshrac is sort of a hero that wants to run people down, and if you can't run the Invoker down because he's going to tornado you, then it's sort of useless. But yeah, I'm not sure how I read on this. I still feel like Neon is overall the stronger team in terms of draft, though. On the other hand, I don't know who's going carry here for TNC Predator. I don't know. That's the reason why I can't really comment on how I feel about the draft here for TNC. But I feel like with Neon, it sort of fits the patch sort of fits them a bit better. Honestly, if they continue what they used to do in this patch, it feels like a Neon patch. Aggression, fight, all these runes, chaos, basically, and that is the name of the game basically for Neon, is chaos. A lot of the top teams in the major, they suffered versus Neon. And I think Thunder Predator, shout out to them as well, of course, from that region. They suffered because they couldn't keep up with the tempo. They couldn't keep up with the aggression. So I feel like Neon, I think they can still take this.
We'll see. I won't even bother asking Pao. I'm sure that he just wants to see the game itself. Thank you so much, Nathan and Pao, for that expert Pao. But now we're going to be passing it over to Kyle and Gods for game number 1 of this best of 3 grand final.
Thank you very much, guys. We've got a grand finals here. Our first best of 3, and it is a fantastic one. The 2 best teams coming out of the Philippines, TNC and OB Neon. Joining me is Kyle. What do you make of this matchup between these 2 teams, Kyle, as far as your first impressions go on the new patch?
I mean, it's the matchup I was hoping to see. I think they're certainly evenly matched. The styles of both sides do definitely complement what we expect to see, which is a hell of a lot of fighting, early rune contesting, and some tower diving, some 5-manning. It is Gabby on the Wisp, which I was expecting. The last pick of the draft going to Yapaj, who really made a name for himself the last major. I think relatively even lineups, to be honest. I just kind of want to see how it plays out.
Okay. Well, we'll see how some of these lanes go. We are going to be seeing that core IO. I'm curious if this IO is kind of looking like it might be geared up for this mid lane. It looks like Gabby, at least cutting some trees, is going to be trying to find the right matchup. Got to imagine Armel on Invoker is going to be playing that mid lane Invoker and going for early Exort. So we are going to be seeing perhaps the return of Exort Invoker. We kind of talked a bit about before we came to this game. Invoker seeing some changes. You now get all the stats with Quaz, Wex, and Exort. So Exort giving you a lot of last hitting and right click potential in lane.
I'm hyped. I think we're going to see a lot more Invoker. We just saw Enigma announce that ILTW was joining, Miracle back to mid. I can only, Kuro does what Miracle wants. He asked for that lane. I think a big part of it is the mid meta shifting. All these playmakers, heroes that are fun to play. Void Spirit versus Invoker. Let's get more of this all day.
And on a patch where it seems like fighting is going to be very prominent with these 3-minute bounty runes and just a lot more emphasis on, taking over the opponent's side of the map. So we're going to perhaps see, a lot of fighting on this patch and definitely mid laners who want to brawl.
Yeah, for sure. And I think carries are going to go that same route. We even have an off-lane Lesh in this game. Some changes to Lightning Storm and the talents. Now it's more, also I think a buff to the stun radius, was it? At level, was it just the talent? I don't remember. There's too many damn patch notes. I'll check my notes.
The Splitter Shard pulse count increased from 2 to 3, so that's with the Shard.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how good Carry Io is still. As see, we're gonna have Flood down bottom. Abaddon chases down Tims and finds an early kill, but Carry Io received pretty heavy nerfs. The spirit damage getting reduced heavily. 40 damage to 25 is a big nerf at max level.
Yeah, I think it was necessary though. It was just far too strong. Whenever you see a nerf that drastic, you know, I think every captain starts to kick themselves like, damn, why didn't I make my carry play this more? Like, it can't have been balanced when you take a nerf like that.
Well, perhaps this will be the first test to see whether or not it is still viable. Clearly, TNC thinking it is. They did lose to it last time they played against Neon, so looking to perhaps get some revenge. As early on, it does look like TNC having a slight edge in some of these lanes. Io having a rough time getting any early last hits though, as another kill going to be coming the way of TNC this time. Down bottom, Tims killing off Yanuel.
Yeah, it's a brawling lane down bottom, especially if these guys continue to play aggressive. I've been watching mid mostly, where relatively even, as you would expect. I think that the game, it really comes down to the Void Spirit and what he can do at level 6. The weakness of Invoker is that you are quite susceptible to being jumped on top of, being ganked perhaps, but with the Forge Spirits getting more levels, I think you start to trade more efficiently.
I'm curious to see if we start seeing those Sunstrikes into side lanes. I feel like a lot of just Dota players in general probably forgotten about, you know, expecting Sunstrikes because Quas Wex has been the only way Invoker has been played in some time.
Yeah, I love the X-Sword though. I think it's just more fun to watch, and when it works in the meta, it's a more rewarding style of play.
Yeah.
Like you're a carry Invoker, you're not this run around the map with drums Invoker. You know, I wanna see an Ags at 20 minutes again.
Yeah, it used to be, it felt like on the old patch, like you go Quas Wex, and then if the game's really slowing down, like you might go back for a Midas and start transitioning into some, you know, late game Ag Scepter that comes in to play like 40 minutes in, but now we're getting it from the get-go.
I mean, I just like Invoker is going to be, you know, death to your screen if you don't have enough of a refresh rate. Once you get really maxed out, like the Shard giving the bonus meteors, Cataclysm, level 25 AoE Deafening Blast. Like I just want to see that refresher combo. It's been so long since I've seen one of those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you mentioned, yeah, Miracle perhaps returning to mid lane. He was one of those Invoker specialists, but Armel himself had a lot of Invoker back in the day, so very comfortable on the hero, and we'll see if Yopaj has the answers on the Void Spirit. Imagine we'll see a lot more kind of activity out of Yopaj, at least once they start fighting over these runes and looking to make early plays. Invoker probably going to be a bit more static in this mid lane.
Yeah, I think you should start to get ahead, though. I mean, you can just push lane, farm easy camp pretty much on command. I think the 4-minute rune... Well, wait, well, both teams get 4-minute runes. What am I saying? It's not a contest at all.
The water rune, yeah. Well, we'll see. Yopaj looking to fill his up, but Boomy is there waiting, so he's going to look to deny this, I imagine. As he does manage to take... Yopaj will dissimulate himself away. It's just funny that there's a water rune now. Like, we always get hype when a new rune gets added, and the new rune that got added was some dud rune.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe it's opening the door to some more runes to come out, like an Earth rune.
True. You know, I'm down for that. Maybe, you know, maybe you make this the... What I would like is if this got, like, renamed to Puddle Rune, and then there's, like, a stronger water rune later on in the game, you know? Like, this is a little baby water rune.
I like that. I mean, it's funny. Well, this is something I think we'll potentially see change because this, oh, you didn't get the rune? I'm very sorry about that. I had checked it. It didn't work out. Let me just teleport back in, give you a free charge and a bottle back.
Yeah. It's the But he's level 6 now, so he could be calling for his teammates to either rotate on Invoker, or he may look to start roaming to one of these side lanes.
Be interesting to see. I mean, Clockwork needs a couple more levels. I mean, without Cogs, they don't actually have any real setup for this Sunstrike.
Astral Step has 0 mana. Yanuel's going to try and kind of bail him out. Has the shield as well as a Fairy Fire to heal him up a little bit. The Sunstrike going to land on Yopaj. He does make it to the rune, but dies in the process. And TNC want more. They're going to chase down the Abaddon as well. Great move from TNC, knowing that those 6-mate runes are coming up. Rotated all their supports.
Yeah, that was huge. Really well done. And yeah, it's surprising. Yopaj just got a little too aggressive there, and that's the... If he does, this fight goes completely differently, but... nice from Armel. I like the build. Double Null has a magic wand, 12 stick already saved up. This is what you need. You know that they want to play aggressive into you, so you go for these stat and early aggression items. Make sure that you're powerful enough to continue fighting, even if you take some damage initially. Yopaj chase? Yeah, he's just trying to kill the spirit.
Does keep his... Oh, doesn't quite keep this thing alive, unfortunately. The creep wave came a little bit too late. Otherwise, this tower could have taken a lot of damage. Now they're going to TP in. Yopaj does have 1 Astral Step left, but they're looking to gank with the Rupture. Doesn't have a TP, I imagine. Yeah, he TP'd back to lane, so still 48 seconds on that. Illusion Rune will dodge the Sunstrike. And now with Yanuel showing up, he may actually survive his way through this one. But Invoker coming in. Yopaj, no Astral Step for 10 seconds. Yanuel still trying to heal him up a little bit. Has another shield in a couple of seconds, but not going to get a chance to use it. Great rotation from TNC. Yeah, I think Abaddon dies here as well. Invoker's just kind of pieced out already. He's going to Sunstrike in a couple of seconds. He might try and snipe this kill. As a Cookie is going to set up a stun into a Sunstrike. Perfect play from TNC.
Wow. This is a TNC I haven't seen in a while. They are on point right now. Looks incredibly well executed. Their one downside is that this top lane, while all this action happens middle, is not going well. Gabby a little bit behind the CS count of the Leshrac, but it's more about the experience. Lesh almost level 7, Gabby only 6 now. I guess it's really not even that bad. What am I saying? The CS just makes it look deceiving.
Yeah. I think the IO had a slow start. Like, I saw, like, you know, the first, like, 4 or 5 waves, it felt like IO only had, like, 1 creep away, but has picked up since getting some levels. Relocate back to Fountain just for a little heal trip. And yeah, TNC feels like this is a perfect start for them. This Invoker, level 8 already, is absolutely crushing this game, and same for the Bloodseeker. Early rotation with the Rupture is making a lot of plays on the map happen.
Let's see. This is the thing, the Leshrac, level 7, you have that maxed out Edict, and suddenly these tier 1s start to take some serious damage, and IO throughout this game will be at a bit of a risk. The DPS that a Lesh can give, we've seen Liquid play this a bunch too. When you have something like an Oracle or an Abaddon behind you, you can play aggressive enough to get in people's faces, and then that damage really starts to stack up.
Yep. Do you think TNC are going to look to try and defend some of these towers? It looks like for now they're ditching this top one, but are they looking to fight head on, or are they still a little bit behind?
I don't think you can fight for a bit. You need you just need more time. I think if you're going to defend a tower, it'll be mid. And if I'm Neon, I'm going to look to abuse this. You know, my Pango is almost 6. When he hits it, you just collapse on this mid tower. Because I just can't see how this TNC lineup could possibly fight into Pango ult, Lesh, Gyro, Void Spirit. Like, they are so powerful just with their spell casting, with the levels they have. Great stacks for Gabby, though. This is nuts amount of gold.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he's getting this uncontested. Something perhaps seems a little less used to this new patch.
Yeah.
High ground ward from the Radiant does get a little bit of vision, but team's just not fully understanding, you know, how the jungles work, I feel like, because of the map changes.
Yeah, Dire jungle is so strong now. It absolutely... you know, if you compare it to Radiant, it is so much easier to triple stack and farm those Dire camps efficiently in comparison to the Radiant bottom triple near their outpost. going to TP the base here, but the changes, 10 HP, 5 mana regen when you're in the river is pretty too much on Void Spirits, but I think after the changes, maybe the True Strike just got it into people's minds, but it's just a value item, and I think in a game like this, it's going to be better. Armor's real nice.
It feels like this more like aggressive early game item. Top lane, they go in on Debil, Skem. He could be in some trouble, but he's just looking to turn it around on him. He's just running in and fighting. He's on his own in a 1 versus 4 scenario, and he's almost killing everyone with this Hood plus Chip Fest. Unfortunately, just not quite enough damage. That's going to look good on the damage dealt stats, but it is a death nonetheless.
Yeah, he did more than the enemies by almost 1,000.
Nice 2.6k damage dealt. As Rupture is going to come out on the Void Spirit. Yopaj could be in some trouble. Hookshot goes through his body, it almost looks like here. Is Penguin going to come in with the Rolling Thunder here? This could cause problems for TNC. They've got to try and juke away from this one. They pull Playhard in pretty deep here. Nice cookie. Going to help Armel get back to safety, and Playhard, he's perhaps overcommitted. Bloodright comes out, in goes Yopaj, gets the kill with the Astral Set forward, and now Armel manages to dodge into Similar, gets the Tornado EMP off, and Yopaj loses his mana, does still have bottle charges here as the cooldown going to look as Zussi back, but TNC playing around the outskirts of this one, except for Bok. Bok in trouble on the Bloodseeker here. Team's getting incredibly low, as does Armel, and Gabby is just going to tether himself back to the high ground. TNC just being outgunned here, Kyle.
Oh yeah, this is the Neon I remember from the Major. They are 5 heroes in the Tier 2, Tier 3 area of TNC, but this is how this draft has to play. They are so strong right now. Pango ulti, TNC have no option against this other than to just run away, especially if Rupture is on cooldown, and it's just too much damage. It is way too much damage, and they have no answers for this Void Spirit just yet either, so this is your time to shine. If you're OB Neon, just keep going in, just run at them.
And as for TNC, like, even though they had that good start, it feels like they're kind of on the greedier side. They've got this Io who takes some time to come online with Ags, the Invoker, just this greedy here in general, so it does feel like they need to avoid these fights, if anything.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like an Orchid build on Armel is going to be the answer. He actually is swapping to the Quas-Wex build.
Boomy, unfortunately, missing another hook shot. We will see the Mortimer's Kisses coming in. That may be the death of Playhard. A lot of damage coming in. TNC finding a pick-off, and is this going to be more the game plan for TNC? Just try find these like pick-offs and then avoid team fights, do you think?
I think it's the only real way you can play this. Like, I'll be honest, I still don't really understand how Io works as a carry. It just, it just feels like the hero farms, he gets really strong, and then he's just so strong that his team wins the game. But
it feels kind of anti-mage like what anti-mage used to be, It's like, if you get your item times, you win the game.
Yeah. So I don't know, like, yeah, the Ags is nice. At some point, you'll probably have a Heart 2 and like a Kaya Sanjiash or whatever, and then you're just like, wow, I just can't stop this hero. But I'm not sure when that kicks in against Gyro, Lesh, Pangolier, Void Spirit. Like, you're just going to get ran at, and you have so much AoE damage on this Radiant side that, it's not like you can tether to an ally. You're both in danger then. And no BKBs are going to come out for this dire side for some time.
Neon have used this good start and this advantage. They've had to take all 3 outer tier 1 towers now and put themselves in a decent position. Bok is charging forward very ambitiously, has a Blade Mail here, so when you talk about all this big AoE damage, it's somewhat uncontrollable. So playing against Gyro Ledge, Blade Mail feels like a very strong item to have. Oh, Boomy. Hook shot onto an illusion. He's had a rough game for the past few minutes. A couple missed hook shots, now a hook shot into an illusion, and unfortunately for TNC, it means they're probably going to have to back off.
Yeah, and this isn't necessarily bad for them, but I am concerned at the lack of scaling I think we might see from the Dire lineup. Like, the swap to the Quas-Wex build means that Armel, he's not going to be that level 25 Miracle Invoker that we remember. There was no Midas. He's 204, he's 4th place in network, behind enemy offlane.
Gabby on the IO needs a tether target. He's being chain stunned here. Gets the tether out, and now it's Playhard. Perhaps having this one turned around on him. Bloodright with a cold snap. He's gonna kill himself to the Rupture, unfortunately. It was either that or the Bloodright, so nice counterplay from TNC. That's just a bit over-ambitious, thinking they could kill the IO, it felt like, but OB Neon, they're not done. They're looking to charge in now. This Leshrac with Hood and Mech, incredibly tanky.
Yeah, they just don't have catch. You can see the issue is Yapaj is pretty much the only one that's going to offer lockdown.
And he's actually gone back for the Yule Scepter now, it looks like. So recognizing that the catch is a big problem, so Yule's is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, it makes sense. Net worth-wise, they're still doing all right. It's just, and they do have the Ags now finished on Natsumi as well. It's weird, you know, neither one of these teams really have the greatest lockdown. So it's just a lot of, hey, we're strong, run at them, followed by the other team saying, no, it's us who are strong, we will run at you. And eventually, we'll have probably this massive team fight around an objective, but bottom,
Play hard bottom.
Pango, nice jukes.
Oh, he's, yeah, juking the kiss. I think every single one except maybe one. He is being scouted up by the Thirst, but perfect jukes on the Mortimers.
Somebody's got their WoW subscription still.
Unfortunately, Boomy with free vision from the Thirst gets killed. This time he's not missing the hook shot.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you kind of mentioned, you know, you're worried about TNC scaling. Do you think Gyro, if this game goes late, is kind of that ultimate carry?
Hard to say. Like I would say yes, but it's not like he doesn't like win the game by himself. It's more a product of like the rest of his team. It's that the Leshrac will become an equal carry in terms of damage output to his Gyro. And the Void Spirit, although how did he actually die? He just got ruptured, I guess.
Exactly. He got ruptured. Astral step away. Io kind of chased him down as well. I guess he just didn't have a TP out, or his TP got cancelled. I didn't actually see that part of it.
And we'll see. Yeah, the nice vision up by TNC. I like this. They're going to be able to control their bounty. I'm sure they'd love to get frisky. It's just easier said than done. I think the BKB timings for their cores. You see, Invoker's got his queued up, as does Bloodseeker. And yeah, there's the Wisp with his queued up. When they get these items, that is their timing. Because the downside of the OB Neon lineup, it's all magic damage. But until then, they have a big edge.
See both teams going for some of these BKBs. Unfortunately for Leshrac, no BKB on him. He gets rotated on, making use of the relocate, and feels like TNC using their vision to great effect here, protecting their bounty runes and also playing aggressive in this bottom jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, they're gonna go into the Roach. They got a DD. Great timing.
Yep. DD and a Pango. That's all you need sometimes. Oh, does get scattered up by the Rocket Flare, and I think OB Neon, yeah, they're gonna get cold feet because of that.
Yep. Heads up play by
see
Boomy.
themselves get wiped in the pit.
This is a very dangerous location to fight against Bloodseeker Clock.
Yeah. I think neither team really wanted to get caught in the Roche pit when you look at, yeah, like Snapfire, Mortimer's Kisses in there, Pengo roll.
Yeah. See, the thing is, OB Neon, their timing is waning. You know, this Leshrac did not go for scaling items. He has Arcane's mech. He wants fights, and they're not getting them. Snapfire now, a mech of his own, and that's a support. So, you know, Yapaj with the Yules, he's not going to scale super hard as well. It's really a lot of pressure on this Gyro. He'll get his BKB first in game. No one else will have one. And that could be their slight window to get a fight going where their carry is nigh unkillable and TNCs are vulnerable.
And TNC, I mean, until those BKBs come up, this Invoker Orchid can cause a lot of problems as well. It does look like they might be gearing up for another smoke. Tim's does have one, but... And now just chilling in their bounty runes. And 20-minute mark coming up, perhaps going to see a fight over some of these power runes. Smoke into the Radiant jungle here. They're running once again. It's Scam on the Leshrac. They're making a beeline from Abaddon. Cease is coming. He TPs him preemptively, but I don't know if he can save this. The rest of Neon is making a beeline for it looks like Scam. He's going to be kept alive. Bloodseeker runs in with the Blade Mail. He's turning this one around, and Scam absolutely gets obliterated. But here comes the Gyro with the Rolling Thunder to back him up, locking everybody down. And the Gyrocopter, doesn't kill the Io. Relocates out just in time. As you can see, trying to stop the chase with some cogs. We'll get back to safety. So Invoker for Leshrac, not a bad trade, I feel like, in some ways for Ubi Neon. They're not done. Yopaj finds Clockwork in the mid lane. Boomy gets caught out here, but the Blade Mail damage just absolutely deterring Yopaj from any further chase. But Natsumi, well, chasing with a homing missile, hook shot out. Boomy managed to keep himself alive because of it, and both teams always ready to fight. None of those long cooldowns to play around, and it feels like, you know, it's just this big back and forth game.
More bottle filling us. 21 minutes in, Yapaj still very aware of his limitations, and I think, yeah, this is the right play. You still need a fight if you're Neon. You have the BKB on Gyro. You need to force an active engagement here.
Well, we're going to see how that engagement goes. No Pengo rolling Thunder for a couple of seconds, so they should have it for this fight. Rupture comes out early. Yeah, he's gone it really deep early on, and that Mortimer's Kisses may just finish him off. He is not playing with buyback, so he's just dead. The Clockwork is the sacrifice for this one, but that's a support Clockwork, so you don't mind that if you're TNC, and the Clockwork is actually going to survive his way through this one. Natsumi no longer has BKB to fight with, and they've lost 2. Bok is just zooming his way into this fight now, as Gabby is there to back him up with these spirits, doing a lot of damage here, even with the nerfs. Gabby loses his creep, needs a new tether target, tethers to Bok to keep him alive, and with the Sunstrike they take out Natsumi. He's dead now as well. And the Tornado going to do perfect play from Armel, catches out the Beal as well as Playhard, and they are absolutely destroying Obi Neon now. 1 kill left to get to complete one, and that's going to be 6 kills in total with buyback.
Wow,
great fight from
what
TNC.
a fight. I hate to call him out, but Yapaj, man, you can't get that aggressive. His first astral step was right into a tornado, so he's just starting with half his charge. Then he goes up to the high ground. I believe he got ruptured preemptively, and then has to defensive step away. He's just dead. He throws his life away, forces his gyro to spend BKB just to run up the high ground. And whoa,
Well, redemption
okay,
art.
I say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. You know, he heard you talking shit, Kyle. He's, you know...
Spoke too soon.
But still not a good place to be if you're OB Neon. Yeah, that's nice. That's, you know, that's a bit of a turnaround from Yapaj, but what we saw, it feels like he's getting ruptured, and then he can't use this Astral Step without taking a ton of damage. And these Blade Mail, what happened to Blade Mail? Did this item get buffed or something? It's looking insane. The reduced recipe cost, meaning everybody, these supports have Blade Mail, is just destroying Neon.
Yeah, and there's just nothing they can do about it. The Clockwork Snapper is just doing so much work. It's the control. You know, the Neon supports, they don't really have that on-demand lockdown. There's no positional tools they can utilize. So it's the Pango roll forward and Yapaj diving in. If they don't connect, if they don't force an engagement around a small enough radius that the Gyro, Flak, and Ultimate can actually do some work, it just feels like TNC just kite them away. Eventually there's going to be a tornado coming in. They just find kills so much easier in these fights. And now a pretty commanding lead, I would say.
Yeah, they've got the gold lead, but I'd say more importantly in some ways, they just got triple BKB.
Oh, yeah.
3 cores got BKB at the same time. Well, Invoker's coming out in a courier.
Yep. The gold advantage, you know, I can hear Seb in my ear. Like, advantage is nothing. It's all about timing. Fear would tell you the same. And right now, this is the definition of a power spike for TNC. Look at their heroes. Nobody's got more gold than the Clockwork, who saved up 400. All 3 cores combined probably have 400 gold on them. They have magic immunity. They are ready to rock and roll. Obi Neon knows it's coming. They're going to smoke as well. But I don't know if you want to find TNC at the moment.
Yeah. TNC perhaps ready for this. They don't even, I think they don't care about this Aegis. I think importantly, Playhard yet to get a blink on this Pengo, so he won't have the easiest initiations for the Rolling Thunder. They do have the high ground though. They put some wards here, and I think they know where they are. Yapaj goes in first on the Invoker, but he's going to BKB. He instantly looks to turn. A great Cogs catches out 3. Clockwork happy to throw himself away for the cores here. They get caught in a huge amount of AoE. TNC going to buy back the Clockwork here. They've already taken out the left. The Aegis being wiped out already, and Bok is just charging in headfirst with his BKB. That will wear out now, but without a Rolling Thunder, Playhard just gets ruptured up and picked off. Didn't get a chance to use it in the end, and TNC winning the numbers advantage so far, but they... Okay. They want to keep fighting. Gabby's holding on to his BKB. He's just in the middle of things, but he threw away the Bloodseeker's life as a result, so he does come at a bit of a cost here. They cancel the TP of the Abaddon, so this should get them 1 more kill. Not the most convincing team fight in the end for TNC, despite the triple BKBs.
It's a 4 for 3. I think that's all right. Oh,
yeah.
Just kidding. The buyback's going to pay off.
They're going to get 4. Yeah, now we're talking.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Nice
Tornado finds him on the left. Oh, that's really convincing team fight now.
Yeah. All it took is that 1 kill.
That changed it.
Yeah, that was the Aegis too, because if there's no Aegis, that fight looks real different, because Yapaj died in that initial onset. So he just, you know, has Aegis, but now ends up falling as well. I just think the fights get easier and easier for TNC as this game continues. There just isn't enough damage right now from Obi Neon. You know, they needed to be ahead. They need to be the ones pushing, taking these fights on enemy tier 2 towers. I just don't know if they're going to get to that stage of the game.
It feels like, yeah, they don't have the answer to these BKBs. Like, Gyro is this very magic-heavy carry, and until he gets more items, he's not going to be doing much physical damage, so... Could be rough, but TNC luckily did not get the Aegis for themselves, as we are looking at, you know, like a 5-for-1 kind of trade there. See what... I mean, you mentioned Neon, they're the team that wants to be playing from ahead. Is the answer going to be just to keep on trying to fight your way back into this, or do they need to sit back and wait for TNC to make mistakes?
I think you might need to wait for TNC. It's really hard to say because these BKBs, like they found the initiation there, right? They Yulzed on the Invoker, we're trying to set up, but he just pops BKB on Armel. So it's just easier said than done. Now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
we've seen TNC do have the lockdown, even into theoretically BKB. Hookshot into these cogs, Clockwork, you know, Boomy just chucking his body in there for the greater good and setting up a lot of these AoE spells to land perfectly for TNC. When you've got an Invoker, you've got a Blood Rider with Mortimer's Kisses, all they need is that hero to go in first, and when that hero's a 5-position Clockwork, you don't care if he lives or dies.
Is he turn off your damage? So when both Gyro and Bloodseeker run at you, Blade Mail pops. There's just no, you know, this Radiant lineup is built to overwhelm their enemies with damage, and because of the BKBs and the Blade Mails, it's just much easier said than done.
Yeah, and I imagine you don't really want to pop your BKB just for a Clockwork Blade Mail, like if he's the one going in. You're trying to save that for the Invoker and his spell combo.
Is under attack.
We'll see some of these tier 3 neutral items coming out now. Maybe some of those will help make a bit of a difference. Cloak of Flames on lane. Sounds pretty nice if you can get in nice and close, but without a BKB, this Lesh is having a tough game. Bottom though, Gyro doesn't want to use BKB here, make have to hookshot, but Umi now able to zone away the Abaddon with the cogs and Natsumi. BKB TP out. Just gets
Nice
out.
play, heads up play. Saw the clock, Hook was down, and just immediately goes to the TP. Only way he lives there.
Does feel like we are reaching that critical mass of IO items. I mean, you kind of mentioned like it's hard to tell how this IO just wins and carries games, but when it feels like this is a situation where core IO just is unkillable and uncounterable.
And yeah, I mean, you said it. There's no real scaling damage, especially with the item builds on this Neon side. I mean, the Scotty seems nice on the Gyro, but that's mostly, I think, just to taper off the regen from the heart. It's not really a damage tool. Maybe the DD will help, but yeah, it's just tough. It's just you don't see the damage. The support duo not very helpful in that regard. And while Skem has played a fantastic game, he's 0-5-3. I don't think he earned that scoreline. You know, he's had more impact than that. But with this build, Hood into Greaves, you just don't scale. They needed to win this game at 20-25 minutes.
Well, now we see TNC plop the IO in the front lines to push, and the rest of the team just kind of sitting behind Gabby. This feels like go time for Obinio, and they just got the Scotty. I mean, this is a timing. Scotty with a DD Gyrocopter does feel like they are ready to at least take some kind of a fight if TNC push too far forward.
They got to get somebody. They need somebody to die before getting his BKB off. I just don't, like, how do you set that up? I guess a Blink Initiation from Pango followed up by a Lesh Stun?
Yeah.
Like, they do have a DD Scotty.
Pango.
Yeah, Natsumi is pretty strong. They're going to smoke. I don't think you'll get a better timing than this.
Yep. And the Rocket Flare does go flying over it. Scouts the fact that no one's there, and that may kind of tip TNC off, like, okay, if they're not at their triangle, where are they? And they're making a move. The line being drawn. It seems like TNC have an idea of where Neon are coming from. Yeah, TNC themselves camping the high ground. They're expecting Neon to come this exact way. Teams running into each other. Bok gonna run to Debil. Bok gets gone on, but he gets the BKB off, throws out the Rupture here. It's on Yopaj once again. Yopaj just unable to play into this Rupture. He gets back to the high ground with the shield and the heal. He may be able to outlast this Rupture, as Leshrac without a BKB is going to get isolated and picked off. Boomy does end up going down. Gabby could not save him in time, but that's a support for a core.
Yep. The DD, like, it's the only reason that TNC are afraid here, because Gyro actually does some serious damage when he's hitting twice as hard. If that hook lands, Yopaj might be in trouble too, but unfortunately it goes wide. As you said, like, they get Bok, but he just BKBs. It's just, if you're gonna win a fight, Neon needs to pop and poke, and then back off, and then somehow turn it around with a huge counter initiation. And TNC is playing too well to give him that.
Yeah, exactly. Natsumi needs that, like, lockdown for him to do flat damage, like his teammates to lock people down, and they just don't have that. It's like they're entirely relying on Playhard's Pengo as their only source of lockdown.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it is a, you know, BO3. You've got there's a learning experience for both teams here. I believe the first real S-tier Dota 2 we've seen in a 7.29. So I'm just hyped seeing how these teams figure it out as we go along.
Yep. Oh, I agree. Yeah, we have seen, you know, the two of the best teams from this region, like you say, S-tier Dota. These are both tier 1 teams. And we're seeing them duke it out. Best of 3, so we're going to see those adjustments going to game 2. One of the, I feel like, interesting things like I just occurred to me is I feel like playing Pengo on this new patch is probably way harder because you don't know the map.
Yeah,
Pengo,
right?
you need to know the map.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you're totally right. They changed so many outlines and like cliff angles. Like finding your bounce is actually near impossible.
Like if you've played like 100 games of Pengo, you know the places on the map where you can perma-stun people, but suddenly that's like, oh, you know, let's change half of those. They no longer exist, or there's new ones that exist.
Oh my god, Ace, what?
Oh boy.
Now this is a build. Still at the 3-point squash. Max out Wex Exort. This in Armel Invoker. The alacrity is so strong. 135 attack speed and damage. Plus the ACR.
Gets going on, gets ruptured, gets back to the high ground here. Still alive for now. Tornado going to follow him up.
Oh my god.
Mortimer's Kisses there as well. Yoke going to get himself the hell out of here, keep himself alive, but his teammate's not so lucky, so it's all in on saving him. But where's the turnaround? The Gyrocopter needs to dish out the damage with the Pengo roll, and it's just not quite there. The IO, the sustain onto Bok. Is the damage going to be there? The Rolling Thunder still kicking in. It's going to wear off soon, and unfortunately for Natsumi, there just wasn't enough lockdown to keep him alive, and that is 3 dead, about to be 4. Only Pengo Playhard remains, and TNC have just ran over them with a Gabby Ultra Kill.
Oh yeah, I mean, you just saw Invoker and Wisp standing on the high ground, just turrets of damage, smacking into this 3,000 HP Gyro with a Paladin sword in the eggs. Not even nearly enough lifesteal. There's just too much HP on these heroes. Way too strong.
Gabby, 4.4k health when he's, like you say, tethering the Invoker now, who has the AC, so they're just dishing crazy right-click damage. It is not looking good at all for Neon. And Boomy going to find a, perhaps pick off up top, the relocate coming in, Playhard has a TP here. Not going to be able to go for it just yet, perhaps could look for a Tornado, but it looks like he's going to get out. Okay. Melt, Tornado was on cooldown, so didn't get a chance to throw it out, just fishing for a kill. They'll relocate back to the mid lane. And right there, they're going to find Scam. Scam gets instantly ruptured up. Going to look to turn into as much damage as he can, but he's going to get picked off. 0, 8, and 3. It's been a rough game for him. Like you kind of mentioned, his impact is better than his score, but it does feel like they went all in on this early game item build, and now he's being punished for it.
Yeah. They just didn't get that connect. They needed a fight before these BKBs. We were talking about it. They're just suddenly all immune, and like they're pushing with no fear. Look at the sustain. Like they're just completely ignoring the efforts of Obi Neon to push this back.
Oh, they're going to Rolling Thunder, but where's the follow-up damage? Gyrocopter wasn't really there until now. He's going to try on the Aya, but they just don't have the damage. This Aya.
He's so tanky. They're using all their spells, and TNC are just like, okay, what's next?
Yeah, you can take away his regen, but he doesn't need his regen when he's got almost 5,000 health. And he's going to kick back in soon. He's still got a BKB. He has the cheese now as well. He can cheese himself with Bok. He just took it out of his backpack. Not even going to need it for this one. He just gets burned up, and Abby just sharing all that regen around, and they may not get racks now, but they've got themselves a 17k gold lead, and I think they're making the call just to secure some of these runes.
Yep, and you're getting all these next items up. You're going to have a Abyssal Blade finished in just a moment on Bach. Gabby has Halberds or Sanj Kaya soon. Armel, I don't even know what he's going to buy. They just want more towers, right? You just start walking down lanes. Almost level 25 on the Wisp as well, and then things get real crazy with the attack tethered allies target, plus all the attack speed of an Alacrity. Like, that's going to be
They're poking at the racks, and there we go. Hits it, gets level 25, gets the attack tether targets. As Hookshot going to go in, but they're going to look to push the Beal into them. Immediately pops the Greaves. He's like melting as even with the BKB, he's just dead.
The OB Neon draft was exploitable to an extent, but this was still really well done by TNC. Like, they hit that BKB timing and just never looked back. Like, this was dominant from their side.
And from looking at the eye, it felt like, you know, maybe he was doing a lot less damage with the spirits because it was, you know, 40. It was almost half the damage the spirits are doing with the impact, but he was just as unkillable as ever. So perhaps Carry IO is still going to be something that's featured in the new patch.
I think it's certainly likely, and also, you know, shout out to SEA Dota, man. This is a team with OB Neon. They were 6th at the major. They come here, TNC. I think it certainly still go both ways, right? This is just good Dota. You can say that both these sides are certainly on the same tier, and like, how does that stack up against the world? It's probably pretty damn well. Looking to see how TNC continues to adjust, though. They need one more to take the final.
Yep, it kind of got out of control in the mid to late game, but definitely early on we saw a lot of signs of hope for Neon. They just couldn't quite get everything to click. We'll see if game 2 things can click a bit better as we head to a break, as well as go back to our panel to talk a bit more about what's coming with game number 2.
And I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would have to be Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, FF9 to be more specific, and right now I'm really enjoying Valorant. I started playing video games at a really early age, probably around 3 years old. Actually, my mom would always say that she has been playing video games while she was pregnant with me and my sister, so I guess before we were even born. It was actually just me watching my older cousin, Kuya Lloyd, play Super Mario on the family computer. So yeah, he was the one who started it all for us. Right now, because I have a lot of things going on, probably around 4 to 5 hours per day, I would play video games. My most unforgettable gaming experience. Oh, okay. It was when my sister and we were really young and we were playing Final Fantasy VII, the original version, and my sister was having a stomach ache, or so she would tell me, that her stomach was painful at the time. And that was the part where we were looking for the lunar harp, so you have to dig through this mining campsite or something, and then when I finally found the harp, her stomach ache went away. So nauto ako dun. My favorite RPG character would be Kairi from Kingdom Hearts because, well, number 1, Kingdom Hearts is my favorite game. Number 2, I kind of like relate to her because she's such a carefree person and she lives on the beach. My go-to food while playing video games would probably be chicken nuggets. Meanest tweet, I just remember people saying my sister and I aren't really gamers, but my favorite Predator product would probably be the Helio 700. It's so cool because when you open the thing and when you make it overclock, it turns the sound on and then it sounds like it's gonna transform, so it's just really cool. To be totally honest, I feel like 100 times cooler because aside from my sister, Alodia, also being a Predator ambassador, I'm also alongside so many notable people in the gaming industry. So that just makes me feel like, wow, I'm so cool being a Predator ambassador. Hi, I'm Alodia, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would be World of Warcraft, Diablo, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Alice Manus Returns, and now I play a lot of Call of Duty Warzone. I started playing video games the moment I gained consciousness, so that was 1 year old. I think the person who influenced my passion for gaming would be our cousin. His name is Kuya Lloyd, and he used to play a lot of video games when we were little. It depends on the day how many hours I play. So if I'm streaming, sometimes I play at 8 hours, sometimes 4 hours, sometimes 12 hours. My most unforgettable gaming experience would be, we're big fans of Resident Evil, so I've been playing this since I was like 7 years old or younger. So I speed run through Resident Evil 2. And then many years after, maybe like 2016, I got a call and they said they would bring me and my sister to guest in the Resident Evil movie in South Africa. We're on the set of Resident Evil, and so we flew there and met Mila Jovovich. My favorite RPG character would be the Black Mages of Final Fantasy. That's actually where I got my in-game name, so I've been using it since Counter-Strike days. It's because Black Mages are really powerful, but they're actually super cute and clumsy and fragile, so I think that's me. I'm accident prone. So my go-to food when playing video games would be instant noodles with tons of mayonnaise. The meanest tweet would be, well, when people call us not gamers, because I don't know how they can say that. My whole life revolves around gaming. My favorite Predator item would be, I guess you guys know, it would be the Predator Thronos. I mean, that's definitely life-changing. I mean, everyone who actually sees it wants to try it, so it's like Disneyland at home. Being a Predator ambassador has definitely changed my lifestyle because it helped me not only with my passion in gaming, it actually is the reason I could stream really well every day without fail. So it actually helped me with my work, and yeah, I'm super happy to be part of the family.
Summon your strength.
And so it seems that the IO is still in here. Well, at least my my panelists think that it is still strong. It's not like the OP IO that we have seen before, though I'm not sure about that. But then again, here we are, gonna be analyzing that particular first game for the first best of 3 match and the only one grand finals of TNC going up against OB Neon. My name is Wolf, your panel host here for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final Dota 2 Asia Pacific with Pau and Nathan, the Wolfpack. Boys, man, we kind of thought that OB Neon will just naturally dominate this game, but it was TNC doing all the right stops. And Pau is shaking his head. I wonder why. What does that game tell you, man?
I mean, I wasn't able to do my predictions last game, but not to say that I would have voted for TNC. What I was gonna say last game was that I don't know. I genuinely did not know what was gonna happen. There were a lot of question marks, right? It was an Exort Invoker. We hadn't seen it in a long time. It was going to be a new IO carry despite the damage nerf. And I love what Nate said, while we were off air or while we were watching the game. It's not OP anymore because when it was OP, it had damage and survivability.
Yeah.
Now it only has survivability. So maybe it's not OP, but it's strong. But over and above that, I think TNC in this game, drafts aside, because you can see, like in the clip we're watching right now, it's 5-12, 20 minutes in, but Neon were still holding a lead, right? So you could see that, it wasn't an out draft by any means. What I will say is TNC's decision making in terms of where to be in the map, what items they were getting, I think that's really what punished Neon, honestly, in this game. Double blade mails purchased because all of the damage on Neon are indiscriminate, meant that it was really hard to play Leshrac this game. And shout outs to Boomy and Balk being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful hook shot in. They punished Japoy so much in the early game that a lot of the pressure was on Skem. We saw Japoy, I wouldn't criticize him for his play. I'm not a mid player. I don't know what was going on, but it really did look like a lot of his early Astral steps in were punished by TNC. So that's props for TNC being able to, scout him out, delay a lot of his impact. And in the end, even though Neon had better side lane pressure because of the Leshrac, TNC had the time to just get their blade mails. The triple BKB timing was perfect. It was in sync, and from that point forward, they just kept running at Neon. So TNC, I would say, this is no outdraft by any means. I feel it's an outplay. It's just better decision making for TNC at this point.
Well, would you agree with that, Nathan? The fact that we kind of felt that way, that TNC, especially in the mid game up until the early parts of the late game, we see TNC Predator starting the fights better. Neon, OB Neon, making some mistakes, and then those mistakes were amplified by how Bok played, how the Raptures were placed, and how well the TNC's hero players and heroes are positioned around the map.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna be able to go too much into
10
detail, but I
seconds
basically agree what Pao mentioned. I think a lot of what enables
5
OB
seconds
Neon
remaining.
is definitely how Japoy plays the mid lane. He doesn't lose many mid lane matchups, and the way that he plays during the mid game as well, just getting solo kills, making so much space around for the whole team. I feel that was what was lacking, I think, for Neon. But yeah, I agree with every point with what Pao mentioned earlier.
Well, we like the task so much for OB Neon. These are those kind of heroes that will make you feel confident if you're watching both TNC and OB Neon, knowing that there's a lot of emphasis on the laning stage and in the early stages, in the early rotations, right? And Tusk always allows that, a hero that will, if you're a fan of OB Neon, will make you at least confident, knowing that they can be aggressive and that they can make the plays. But there's the puck and the Beastmaster banned out by OB Neon. TNC Predator, they themselves banned the IO, knowing that OB Neon is first pick.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
honestly just
slight-
watching
go
it a
for it,
while
sorry, Pao.
ago. No, I was just saying, just watching it a while ago,
TNC
it wasn't
Predators
dealing out
turn
damage. It was
to
Armel dealing the damage, but
yeah,
still immortal.
The AC Alacrity Exort Wex Invoker. By the time 2021 to actually watch that.
They got the Earth Spirit for
10 seconds
Tim's
remaining.
probably on the side of TNC. Something that you were looking for, pal.
Dire
I
team
just
pick.
wanted Tim to be a little bit more aggressive, but TNC, they pick up the Bloodseeker again.
Dire
Bloodseeker
team
gaining
back.
a lot of stock. Again, the Rupture buff is
Predators
here.
turn
And
to ban.
Neon are going back to, I think, their comfort pick from the major, right? This
Yep.
looks like, if this was a major, this really looks like the kind of draft that they would go for. First pick Tusk into the Troll, immediately going to ban the Razor. And now they have 2 counter
10
picks for
seconds
whatever
remaining.
TNC plans to do.
Dire team back.
Interesting that OB Neon went for the. Usually, we're used to the
Predators
order
turn
of
to ban.
picks from before this patch, wherein you don't get those combo picks plus ban. This time, it's a throw order into the Razor ban, so instantly done that kind of feels like it's all tailored for OB Neon. It's a ton of those new things that we can see in the
10
recent patch as the
seconds
captain's mode was modified a little bit.
Yeah, used to be 1-2-1-2. Now it's 1-2-2-1. Yeah, I think TNC sort of just
Dire
preemptively
team
saying,
back.
you know what, these guys, they play Pangolier whenever they have the chance to do so. Let's just pick up the Bloodseeker just in case, and it
Predators
worked
turn
for
to
us
ban.
last game, so why not?
Going to be the Mirana for TNC. We have not seen in a long time, but as we have seen in the previous draft, we had an emphasis with the Elder Titan. It's all banned once again.
10
OB
seconds
Neon,
remaining.
I definitely agree with the Invoker ban, as
5
TNC
seconds
Brother
remaining.
showed so much strength with that particular pick onto Armel, one of the players that can actually handle that Invoker so well. And now the OD, it's also a nod to the fact that they are trying to make this Troll Warlord work, as both bans direct towards the counters onto the Troll Warlord.
Think it's basically just, you know, Neon protecting their troll pick, like you mentioned. Of course, you have the
TNC
Astral
Predators
Imprisonment that
turn
could
to
make the troll be kind of useless. Razor obviously is sort of self-explanatory with the static link. The Invoker, you know, with the troll sometimes he doesn't go for an early BKB, and you know that's where Invoker shines. If you don't have a BKB, I'll throw Tornado, I'll throw Cold Snap, you know, I'll throw Deafening Blast.
10
You just won't be able to do
seconds
too
remaining.
much against it. So. Yeah, sort of just interested to see what TNC pick up here
5
next. They've been
seconds
banning
remaining.
purely supports, basically, I think, for the whole second phase. So that's a lot of support bans. You know, ET, Mirana, Grimstroke, respecting definitely Januel, and maybe even Playhard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oof, I love it. I love this pick. I think the buffs right now were directed more for the Winter's Curse. I was thinking maybe they could go for something like an Oracle or a Winter Wyvern, but they did go with the Winter Wyvern just overall.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
guess just the winner of the patch lottery, right? So
5
Arctic Burn
seconds
cooldown has
remaining.
been reduced. The Winter's Curse, the cooldown has been reduced. It looks like a really strong pick. OB Neon have been trying to protect this troll pick, but looks like TNC Predator have a little bit of an answer at least.
Yeah, especially against the physical damage, I would say, of Neon Esports, right?
There's also a embrace.
Yeah, you have, of course, tag team. You have the right click from the troll, but there was sort of an interesting build that I saw before, especially, for example, when you pick troll and you just had no choice where the opponents would pick Razor. You sort of just went for proc items on the troll warlord. You know, you'd go for items like Diffusal or Maelstrom, MKB. That was, I think, when MKB was still pretty strong at the time. You know, yeah, you take away my damage, but my attack speed's real quick. I can still proc these items, Basher maybe even, you know, just to be able to kill the opponent, even though you're static link. It was something, and it's okay, I guess, versus the Cold Embrace, but no promises for sure nowadays. We have seen Diffusal buffed a little bit in recent times, so maybe that could be a build. Pretty awkward on
10
Troll, but a Rubik
seconds
pick now
remaining.
on Neon. A lot of ultimates on the other side. You know, I think Rupture, Blood
5
Right,
seconds remaining.
Winter's Curse, these 3 skills already make a huge team fight turnaround, maybe. Possibility for Neon going into those mid-game team fights.
Dire team pick.
Well, it's going to be a quick pick now. It's going to be the Queen of Pain for TNT Prayer. A lot of reminiscent to what they did earlier on, where they want to push the tempo, but this time it's on the Queen of Pain. Most likely in the mid lane. What I do like about the Queen of Pain is there's a lot of AoE damage to go with
10
the Earth
seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
Imagine this in a team fight. The Bloodseeker will get so much procs onto the
5 seconds
thirst
remaining.
that makes it so that he will make so much impact if the team fight does go in favor of TNT Predator.
I think what I will say is that now OB Neon, they have better lockdown. I think one of the other things that was really hard for them to do last game. Oh, I love this pick. The Kunkka has been buffed a little bit. Some of his skills have been rebalanced, but I feel like the combination of bracers being a little better, just having more regen in the mid lane if this goes into the mid lane, I feel like this might be a good 5 seconds Kunkka game. remaining. That being said, it is a Queen of Pain. It's good though because you still have the X marks to keep people in place. But right now, Neon again, more lockdown, more abilities to control a team fight. What they were desperately lacking last game.
Yeah, something maybe even to take note of probably is the Kunkka being able to X mark and TP back home to be able to refill bottle and maybe even you know, just kind of help himself sustain the lane a little bit better, because you know that you're going to be playing against this this Queen of Pain potentially at mid lane, and you know this Queen of Pain gets almost every single rune. You know, it's just so hard. Even though you got 2 runes, you have this Earth Spirit that's going to be really pesky. It's going to be hard for you to be able to maybe connect with this Tusk, especially since Kunkka is not really the kind of hero that kind of benefits from the tag team. Yeah, you can output a little bit of damage, but you know, by no means is Kunkka the kind of hero that goes, oh, tag team, nice, right click, right click, right click. He's kind of got a slow kind of attack speed, I would say, for the Kunkka, but tag team plus Troll Warlord definitely is something that maybe
It's kind of enough,
look
right?
out for. Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna ask Nate actually. I'm looking at what TNC Predator lack, and it kind of looks like they still lack a hard carry. Off camera, we were talking about Phantom Lancer and the buffs that it was getting. You think Phantom Lancer might be good in this game? OB Neon, they have some damage, but not the type that's really going to scale unless they build this Kunkka with right TNC
Yeah, I think the PL, especially with the diffusal buff, right? And then I think there were a few changes to PL as well that made me kind of say that maybe PL is a good hero now. It's not too bad versus the Troll. Of course, the Troll can still potentially go that magic damage route with the Aghanims, right? And the Maelstrom maybe even. The Eternal Shroud, which could make the PL's life a little hard, but honestly, who cares as long as you're taking away their mana, you know? And of course, the tricks that you can play out with it, I think it's not too bad, especially since if you look at TNC, you know, they got heroes that can make space for the PL. Potentially, you've got the Earth Spirit that's always playing aggressive. You got the Bloodseeker that's always got Rupture up. You know, Winter Wyvern is always there to help you out just in case the fight gets a little too frisky. Queen of Pain can play aggressive even from the laning stage as well. So I think PL's not too bad, and it could go that way, especially with the Underlord ban.
How about Timbersaw? We did not see that in this particular draft, but before it was
I think
also...
Neon are able to, but there's a lot of magic damage and there is Rupture, so I feel like
Yeah.
TNC Predator are set up to 10
seconds
counter
remaining.
a Timbersaw,
Yeah.
unless Neon feel absolutely
5
confident
seconds
in it.
remaining.
Not entirely sure. It's also easier now to punish a Timbersaw in the early game just because they
Yeah.
removed a lot
Yeah.
of the regen in the first 3 levels, actually. It's still okay once you get to the mid game. Just and the other thing is that there's a lot of wave clear on TNC, so I feel like a Timbersaw, it only really pushes because of the creep wave. Not really gonna be that well positioned. I could be
What
wrong.
about for TNC though?
Patch. Like hard carry. Looks like a hard carry.
I don't know about a Bloodseeker hard carry, honestly. It's kind of awkward, especially since you can get burst down so easily by the Kunkka. No, Mars
there
is
you
going to
go.
be the pickup.
I
Actually,
love the
a hero
Mars.
that was sort of first phase banned or picked for
Just
a
just
long
2 days
time throughout
ago?
this tournament. Yeah, exactly. So
Just 2 days
interesting
ago,
that,
and
that
now
it makes it
it's
all the
still
way
here.
here. Don't remember if there were any changes that sort of broke or
10
buffed the
seconds
hero,
remaining.
but yeah, for TNC,
Choose
it'll
your
pick up the
hero.
Bristleback
Bristleback.
carry.
That is the hard
Oh,
carry, I'm
Yeah.
inclined to believe. I think
Kind of
for
looks
the
like
side
the
of
Bristleback
TNC.
carry.
Yeah. It's going to be Bristleback going up against all these heroes of OB Neon. I like the lane staying power of TNC. I think that they have that in their department for sure. For OB Neon, the kind of team fights, you have Rubik Tusk to start it, you have Mars, you have Kunkka. Actually, so many ways to start it. And this is also a lineup that can really activate the Troll Warlord. The bigger question is, what do we like better? I guess very quickly, I want to ask for your opinion about this. Perhaps just on to win conditions. What do you think, Pao? Who do you think have the upper hand in this particular game?
I feel like the Troll Warlord still is a pretty good win condition, honestly. Although in this game, the changes to, now he has Rampage. doesn't really favor the rest of his team that much. That being said, there's a lot more control for OB Neon. I think it can go either way, but I'm leaning slightly for the TNC draft, just because it looks like they can deal with the damage of the troll.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's all down to Japoy, really, I think, for Neon, right? If Japoy can perform, Neon gets just so much more space to be able to perform a bit better. And yeah, I mean, on a Kunkka, we'll see if he can do that.
Oh, the best thing about it is that OB Neon are now fighting because TNC are at match point. It's going to be an interesting game number 2 in this grand final. Let's turn it over to Kyle and Gods.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're here. It's game 2. TNC, 1 game away from taking the championship, and OB Neon, Kyle, looking to bounce back. You liking what you see out of them as far as their adjustments go, or you're liking TNC here?
I love the Bristle last pick. This is one of my favorite heroes, one of my best through multiple MOBAs. I think that the fact that they're putting on an Armel likely mid and then Gabby on the safe lane Quap is a really cool adjustment. Should give them favorable lanes in both scenarios. And there's just no answer to Bristleback. I look at this draft, I'm like, holy crap, like Bristle actually just kills everything. You are so good against all 3 of these strength cores, and they just don't have anything for Bristleback, man. They got nothing.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Armel and the Bristle. I saw Queen of Pain. I'm just like, sweet, we're gonna get to see an Armel Queen of Pain. But yeah, safe lane Queen of Pain coming out. This feels like something that can catch OB Neon by surprise when it comes to these lanes.
It's I think that they'll know. One of the things about TNC is that it's pretty much always Armel going mid, so they should see.
Yeah,
but it might have thrown them like they're gonna 5-man smoke too. I don't think they'll catch anything, but it would certainly be nice if they could. Tusk level 1 roaming potential. We saw this to great success at the major as well.
I think the hard thing is for OB Neon is like they can't swap their lanes to match, because it seems like they dodged this Quap versus Kunkka matchup where Kunkka can always take the harass, then XTP home. Instead, it's going to be a Bristle mid, and Quap gets to dominate a Mars now with Shadow Strike instead. So not easy to adjust your lanes if you're OB Neon.
Let's see here. They're gonna hide. I don't think they're gonna catch anything, but it's always worth a shot.
Both teams saying hello to each other from across the river. Tag team's already been leveled up here. TNC, the slow does catch Bog, and again with the taxi, that's a lot of slow. They push him back as well as Tim's going to snipe the bounty rune, but Bog may die for this. First blood picked up by the Boots Tusk.
Is that worth it? I mean, it's a bounty rune for the first blood.
Well, the gold favors TNC. They've got a gold lead, so maybe it's not worth it. Probably very, very similar gold exchange, I would imagine. Who actually got the first blood? It was the Tusk, so not a hero that's going to like crush the lanes with. Like if you're mid lane against it, I think you're happy with OB Neon.
I think not.
Yeah, I think the Wyvern is the big equalizer as well. We saw this a bunch at the major too. It's so good against physical damage, especially you look at this OB Neon draft. It's 3 cores that all do primary physical plus a Tusk. So later on in the game, you're going to be able to squander an enemy BKB just by ulting them. You get the Cold Embrace for the damage reduction.
By the way, Quap, level 1 Blink got buffed, utilizing it to swap from bot lane, Kyle. Just blinking her way across the map with that new 12-second cooldown. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, this is great too, because if you get a favorable matchup in the offlane as a Quap, you really just don't feel bad at all. This is a scenario you like to be in, and Mars was the matchup they wanted. You're just going to spam Q on Skem, and he's going to have a tough time sustaining. You hit really hard, and you don't really catch too many God's Rebukes because you are such a long-range hero. He does catch one there, though.
You know, intentional. He's just like, he's farming magic 6 charges.
Let us fight.
So yeah, Quap, once you start getting those levels, this lane's going to feel pretty tricky for the Mars, who's going to need a lot of regen to sustain. Over in the mid lane, you've got the Armel versus Yopaj 1v1, Bristle versus Kunkka. Bit of a farm fest, I imagine. I mean, you're the Bristle expert, Kyle. What do we expect here?
I'd say a trade. I don't think either hero is really going to get a definitive advantage. You just push the lane, you farm, and that's that.
I guess Bristle slightly better at falling back and taking stacks later on. That's if these supports have time to make the stacks. That's where Bristle can perhaps pull ahead.
Yeah, what Bristle can do really well is pull creep waves to camps and then farm both with Quill spam.
Yeah. Something, yeah, I guess Kunkka, you kind of can do it with the cleat, but definitely nowhere near to the same extent that Bristle can.
Yeah.
Top lane, they've gone in on Mars, and this is the matchup they wanted, and the matchup they're going to look to crush. Although Tim's maybe going to pay for this with his life. Does go down as Gabby has to aggro some tower hits off of him. They get the kill, but they trade 1 for 1.
You can see that's exactly Armel just farming easy camp and the creep wave same time. There's nothing you can really do about it if you're Paj. You can try and steal some creeps though.
He takes the Kunkka side, like he knows, like, oh, he also knows a bounty rune spawning. Armel, wow, already taking advantage of some of those changes. That's a free bottle refill. There's so many ways to refill your bottle with these runes that occur so often.
I saw the bottle nerf. I'm like, oh, well, we won't see as many. But then I'm like, oh wait, there's like nearly twice as many runes. Well, I guess same number of runes about, but it's so much easier now as a mid player to get them. With the 5-minute spawns, it's like, maybe I'll get 1, right? Now, every 3 minutes, you can pretty much guarantee you'll be at one of those bounties.
Yeah, because you were never, very rarely would you get a double bottle refill at 5 minutes. If anything, it was kind of inefficient because you're spending too much time out of your lane. So yeah, this does seem to be maybe return of these bottle-dependent mids who can spam out waves. We're going to see some very farming mids, which is, you know, perhaps a Bristle special. As Bristle, like you said, farming the jungle as well as the lane.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
1 minute runes. They push Kunkka away.
I'm surprised.
Armel will get another free bottle refill.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get any points in the queue. It got buffed in the last patch, 1.5 armor, level 1. And it'd be so good in this spot. Like, you have so much catch if you have it.
Yopaj forced it TP to his tier 1 tower. As Armel maybe just going to taste down Yanuel here. And 1 or 2 more quills and he's going to get this kill. Needs an ice shard block, doesn't quite get close enough for the cruel damage though.
1 point Q, man, that's a kill. It's only 12 mana. 12 mana, gods. It's so good.
It sounds pretty damn good. I guess, you know, he wants that farming, but the sacrifice would be 1 less point in the bristleback maybe.
Were you dreaming?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you go 1 exactly like that. That's just standard. I thought I've seen a lot of players getting that early point in queue because it's also about getting warpath stacks. You cannot get to max warpath even at only level 1 with 5 stacks by just spamming quill spray. You need to have both actives available.
Great play from Gabby, gets the kill up top, but may pay for this. The tower damage with the support rotation does end up bringing him down as Mars, you know, taking out both the Earth Spirit and the Queen of Pain up top, but does see Queen of Pain get a kill here. Bloodseeker down bottom now in some trouble. Bot getting chased back to his tower. Very Utsumi. Haven't talked much about his troll. Does feel like, you know, troll. Just, okay, not what Bot had in mind. Insta Bot. Is that like a BM pause? I don't know what that, yeah. Gabby going to tip the troll here. I mean, this does feel like a pretty good game for troll as far as not having anything that really completely ruins this game. Perhaps the Wyvern. We haven't seen much Wyvern.
Yeah. It is really just the Wyvern, and I would say the Quap can be very annoying too, but it's an awfully, like, Gabby's not having the greatest game, so I don't think he's going to be super concerned. And realistically, the thing about troll is that you're just going to farm way faster than all these heroes. You're going to buy Battle Fury, and you're going to hit creeps.
Yopaj getting gone on here. You mentioned this is the level 1 goo. Would have probably got that kill there, but Armel not going to have it.
It only takes 1. He's never going to skip it again. I can guarantee it.
Think he gets it at level 7, or is he going to get another point in quills?
I would get it at level 7, but I think he's just going to go quills at this point and look to farm some stacks. But I mean, again, the reason Q, it's 12 mana, 1.5 second cooldown, 1.5 armor, but a 20% slow on that initial stack. Like, it lasts, it's so good. Also, no, sorry, it's 2 armor plus 1.5.
Hold that thought, Kunkka. He got too low, and there's a Bloodseeker in the game. Trying to farm and make some stacks. He made a nice stack. Guess what? Now Bristle's like, your stack? No, this is my stack now. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Happily. Has a DD rune. Honestly, this Bristle is looking out of control with all the runes he's picked up. It's 6 minutes in the game, and I feel like he's had like 5 runes.
Yeah. Armel's done a great job at rune control. Like that, Bristle literally turns mana into gold and hero damage. And when you get this many, you start to feel so strong. Early the phase boots, I would have liked to see him actually grab a soul ring. I think you just, when you're this far ahead, like just more mana. Always more mana.
Probably part of his mind's like, I don't need more mana, I'm getting all these runes. But yeah, he's actually using so many quill sprays that he's going through it, and he's got big stacks to fall back to. Level 4 quill sprays, and I think this is where the 4th point in quill sprays is easily justified.
Oh, yeah.
This is where his build kicks in. Goo would not help you farm this. If anything, that 1 point in Bristleback might not be enough to take this step.
Yep. And now, yep, you get the Cold Embrace, and now you can heal him, but it still takes the damage, so I believe it still procs the back spine. But yeah, look at, oh my, so much gold.
Ooh. That's, yeah, 1200 gold now. Can pick up his Ring of Hell. Whatever he wants to do. There was a kill down bottom. Bloodseeker died again to the troll, but we are all focused on how well this Bristleback is doing.
He got a level and a half. Booney got 2 full levels off of that. And the net worth exploded, as you said. Like, that is brutal. And yes, sure, Troll is farming, but he's going for the Maelstrom build. And in addition, Bristle is 24 pick for a reason here. There is no real counter. No one's buying a Silver Edge. If he gets to a point where you don't have the damage to take him down, then you just have to ignore him, much like you would a Timbersaw.
They have a rune battle coming out. They rotate with Arnold. And they bring him down. They bring in 3 heroes with the tag team. The Mars Arena Commander as well, but he gets caught in the Cold Embrace. That's going to keep him alive a bit longer. And they get him out of this one. It looks like Armel's going to be just fine.
What?
You know, I think Armel's saying, my build's better than yours, Kyle. I think having these 3 points in Bristleback is kind of paying off, not going to lie.
It's just, that's the trouble. Like, you see the spear, but you speared him. His Bristleback still reduces damage from that Mars Arena. So you're not actually hurting him at all. He's gonna have a Vanguard momentarily, and then he just does not take damage. Troll is all about these little attacks, build up the fervor stacks. You're gonna be reduced by so much.
Well, that's looking rough, and now, you know, the Court Bloodseeker have been pretty silent, but they've got level 6s, level 7s, so they can have an impact on this game despite having a rough lane stage. And you know, Troll has crushed his lane, but he's 1,000 gold behind this Bristle. That's just how insanely farm this Bristle has managed to get.
Radiant are scanning.
Just really good play. I think that the main lesson here, and something we're going to see, is these mid heroes that have the ability to play behind enemy tier 1 and thus control enemy bounty. Like that seems pretty damn strong, and it's really awkward to try and rotate to your own jungle to control bounties at 3 minutes, 6 minutes into a game.
Bristle now with complete Vanguard. He still says, I'm not done farming stacks. I'm going to go farm some more.
Yep.
This Wyvern happily continuing to just create more and more stacks for him. And by proxy, get some gold himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, what's the play if you're Neon? Are you just thinking you can win some of these mid-game teamfights with a farm troll? Like, you mentioned they have no answer for the Bristle. Are they just going to be able to ignore him and win the game with their own kind of, win conditions?
I don't think so, to be quite honest. And it's, you got to think of this Bristle as like this patch's Timbersaw in a way. The difference is that Bristle has that ability to stay offensive, to run at enemies. You have your own slow. Now he's a DD. He's just going to smack these heroes.
And they already committed the boat, so there's some damage block for Yopaj, but he gets stunned before he can TP out. The arena is there to try and bail him out. Arnold gets stuck to the arena. He's not going to die here, but he will slow him down a little bit, but he's still just going to shred through them. With the deed you mentioned, Stolen Cold Embrace is doing a nice job saving the snowball there as well. Armel just sitting in his ally Bloodbright is just going to absolutely annihilate them.
Oh no,
kill for him. Looking for a third, triple kill for Armel. Armel's not done. He's on a bloodbath here as Bloodseeker looking to charge forward. It could be play hard next. Is it going to be the ultra kill? You betcha. Mars the only survivor.
Oh, an agent stack. Thank you very much, guys. Wow. Wow. Yeah. He is a Sanjo. He is unstoppable. Like,
he's not.
Yeah, dude. He's 3,000 gold ahead of the troll at 11 minutes into the game.
Is under attack.
He's going to have, like, Halberd before the troll has Maelstrom at this rate. Maybe not quite, but my god. And mid-tower dies for free.
Free tier 1 tower still is, that's the thing, he's getting his own stacks from the Wyvern and he's taking, and that's the second time this game is taking any stacks. Absolutely catastrophic for Neon. They this has got to be desperation mode. We're 11 minutes in, but everything is kind of fallen apart for them. They don't have the damage for Bristle. Their 3 cores do not deal with Bristle, as you've kind of mentioned several times, and I don't know what the answer is going to be. What help me out here, Kyle.
I'm thinking, man. I don't know.
Doesn't feel like any kind of like Spirit Vessel's going to change a whole lot. They are going to find a Ruptured kick now down on Scam at bottom lane. He's in trouble. Look for a TP out. Is there a cancel? Boomy couldn't quite get in range for a Winter's Curse. I believe it was out of range because of the arena. Or he just chose not to use it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, it's the lack of threat for the Bristle that makes this game near impossible. There's the smoke.
Yeah.
They smoke away from the Bristleback to the Quap, as if that's an easy target to take down.
That's for me.
Yeah, this Quap seems to see something coming, hiding in the trees. If you catch the Quap with the X, you know, there's a Rubik as well. Definitely can be a kill, but yeah, I think Gabby knows. It's like, they're not going to gank the Bristle. They're going to gank me.
Yeah, I love this because that's what Bristle gives you. Armel was running through enemy jungle. He's like, guys, there's nobody here. Like, where could they possibly be, right? No one's showing bottom. No one's in the bottom triangle. They have to be in that area that you saw circled by Boomy. And now they're going to run right into it with Armel. Hey, guys, what's up?
Armel's down to play. Playing in the enemy jungle, stealing every bit of enemy farm on the map he can. As Queen of Pain snipes the Rubik with the help of the Earth Spirit. Absolutely terrible start for Neon. They're already down at game. Things looking like they're already out of control here in game number 2.
And this is the new TNC, right? Couple of roster changes, but this is kind of what we've come to expect from this stack. You know, TNC Predator just been pretty much, I'd say, top of SEA for how long now? Like 3 years? Always in that conversation for top 3?
Yeah. It feels like it's been them and Fnatic for, like you say, the last 2 or 3 years, and even maybe before Fnatic. TNC was, like, the last 5 years, TNC has been top 2, top 3 in SEA consistently. With just, you know, the occasional underperformance in some of these online events, like not making it to the major. And Sumi just, one more kill. No, gets the ultimate off. Not gonna lifesteal off of it. He's just gonna pull in deeper, unfortunately. Natsumi, there's no way you get this one alive as Bok. Okay. The mischance on him. Jason's on though, his Bristleback is just using everyone out of this one. Natsumi, well, he got the ulti off, but it just delayed the inevitable.
Yeah, I'd be considering GGing out. It's 10-6, but it's like, what do we do, guys?
If it wasn't the grand final, perhaps. Oh, the setup, the Winter's Curse. There's a Sonic Wave to follow this one up, and they get annihilated. Down goes the Rubik. Could be Deville next. Scam. No escape for him. One more Scream to finish him off. The roll is there. The Scream too. He's in kind of a 1 versus 4 situation. I don't think he wants to be here at all. Like you say, this is entering potential GG territory. Tusk goes up. Guys, you're already outnumbered. It's 5 versus 2. Why are you showing up to fight? Yanuel, well, no, they're going to roll it through. Miss him and catch Yokai instead. That's a bigger kill. That's the mid-punk effect. They're diving into tier 3 towers with this Bristle. He is just unstoppable. Tim's maybe a bit off more than he can chew. He is going to go down, but Armel, I don't think he's afraid of dying here. They'll get out. Only losing the Earth Spirit. And oh, by the way, they got another Tusk kill.
How did he... The Urn Charge?
I guess... Oh, yeah, what else could it... Yeah, it must have been Urn Charges. There was no Magnetize, so yeah. I'm still an Urn Charge on him.
Yeah, me too. That must have been like last tick. Orchid finished on Quap. And this is the thing. I will say, Bristle can fall off at a point. It's the weakness of the hero. And as we even remember from the TI finals, you know, if you go out of mana, your hero falls off because your entire kit is built around maintaining maximum warpath stacks. But like, none of these heroes are agility. No one's buying Diffusal. There's no Necrobook anymore in the game. What do you do?
Here we need some Diffusal troll. That's what I'm hearing.
I actually think it would not be a bad decision. In fact, I think over Maelstrom it might have been a better choice in this game. The problem is you still have this Quap to deal with. The Bloodseeker is still causing some issues. Now they're just going to walk into the Roche pit. Why not?
What can you do about this? It feels like nothing at all. They've been well and truly trumped by this final pick Bristleback, and Obi Neon did not see it coming. You know, they saw this Queen of Pain and just, I guess, assumed there was going to be a Quap mid, and suddenly a Bristleback comes out and just farms the entire map. Roche will go down for free. I don't think do they even give it to Bristle? It feels like Gabby looks like he's taking it because this Bristle is unkillable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I like that decision because the benefit of the Bristle, well, let's say you were able to kill him in a team fight. How much is that going to take? And you now let Gabby play far more aggressive, and Armel can continue to just be this guy running in full Divide, and you just don't really sweat it. If he ends up going down, like, you know, his team will have 30 seconds to do as they please in the rest of the fight. You see them cutting the line.
Yeah.
Control enemy jungle is the name of the game.
Is under attack.
make their way towards top. Like you say, they want to make sure that there's just very few scraps of farm to grab. Scam on his Mars has managed to scrounge together a Blink Dagger by farming down in this bottom side of the map, but we'll see if that's going to... I mean, they still have damage problems. It just feels like even with a Blink Dagger for some setup, it's not going to change the outcome of these fights.
They need to get Armel some mana, though. This could be a little more difficult.
Gabby, TP in. Tims doesn't have a TP cancel.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Armel not going for that mana regen talent, opting for the movement speed. I think he may even be regretting that because it feels like he's constantly been at 100 mana or less for like the last 5 minutes.
Yep.
Movement speed is nice, but
yeah. It helps you scale better. Like later on in the game, when you, especially with the Warpath levels, it's really nice because it truthfully becomes more like 40 move speed rather than 20 because of the stacking bonuses. But as you said, it just mana becomes gold, and you see Armel actually TPing to base, not for health. He's just fine on that as always. I want to see him grab. Yep, I was gonna say mana potions.
Radiant's middle tower.
Double clarities. Hey, those clarities are nerfed, so even less mana coming out of them. But yeah, mana, I feel like a lot of the mana regen items got nerfed on this patch. Nice Frog making life rough.
I think that's the right choice though, because the thing is, it made health regen, I think, a little overvalued. You didn't actually need too much mana regen to stay on map because you were just chaining clarities. And I think that had to be toned a bit. Like, supports could just have tranquils and clarities, and they would always be ready to fight, and that was a bit awkward.
What I'm hearing is return of support Pugna to be a mana bot for your teammates.
I think we gotta leave that back in 2012.
I remember, it was just like a year or two ago, I think OG were running a lot of support Pugna, right?
Yeah.
I remember some of those online tournaments with Saxa playing a lot of Pugna.
Does Bristol got the Quicksilver amulet? It's so good on the... You always have a spell on cooldown, or you're not spamming your WSD well enough.
Jump in. Quap, that's the Aegis down, but here comes the cleanup. Well, maybe not. Bristol's pretty far away, but it's Bok on the Bloodseeker, just charging with a Rupture. Another Blood Right coming out. Nice stun coming in. The roll from Tims gets the slow in a couple of gold. Mars with an arena could be able to bring down the Bloodseeker. Yep, Playhard snipes it. Here comes the Torrent boat. Tims getting low, and Bristleback was just on the other side of the map for this one, so finally it would be Neon. Get the better of TMC for now.
Ooh, thought about ulting there. And yeah, they just didn't have the Bristle running in. That's how you need to fight if you're OB Neon. Get these pickoffs. Fight away from the Bristleback. Do not let Armel dictate where these engagements go down.
Yeah.
Gabby, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he already lost the Aegis.
Oh, nice
pulled back
silence.
in with the X, the blink out. Oh! Another cleave. Oh, gets him! Yopaj. A kill. That's basically, you can't kill the Bristle. Pop's the best kill you can get. He made paper with his life. Yopaj getting slowed down by Armel. Is there going to be an escape here? Does have a TP if he can find himself in a nice spot. Winter's Curse available though, as it's a stolen Blood Right for coming in from Playhard, making all kinds of plays. The TP out from the Kunkka and Neon don't lose any. At least not yet. Neon maybe going to lose to Bill here. He's trapped in the trees, no escape for him, but they're more than happy to take this fight and only lose a Mars if that's the case.
Oh,
the problem is, it may not.
Dude, that stolen Blood Right is the only reason this fight lasts so long for Neon. Yeah. That is so long range. I think Armel fought it twice, and the silence, not even the damage, is a big threat. Although pure damage is pretty damn nice, especially with that spell amp against a hero like Bristle.
Yeah, Rubik did more damage than Kunkka or Mars in that fight. 3k hero damage to Kunkka's 2.8. Definitely look good for the Rubik here. Perhaps going to see a bit more emphasis on taking him down for like heroes like the Air Spirit, the Quap, and the Bloodseeker. It's like the toss. They know Manuel is nearby, and they're going to get him with the Winter's Curse here. Faces on. They will pick him off.
Admiral is on board.
Let's see. I'm trying to think, how do you close this if you're TNC? I mean, the Assault Cuirass on Armel will certainly help. But the team fight from Neon is starting to get a little spooky. They have the BKB on Troll, soon to have one on Yopaj as well.
Mid lane, they get a spear back onto Bok. Doesn't quite latch onto the trees though. He gets pushed out of the arena, actually. Doesn't quite get caught in that one, but he's incredibly low anyways. Gets the Rupture out as well. Rubik still with this stolen Blood Right, just making all kinds of plays. This silence on Bristleback causing problems. The Spear back on the Bristle. The Troll's trying to bring him down. Is the damage there? Doesn't look like it just yet, but he is going to get low. He does go down. Natsumi, the Sonic Wave, not there in time to kill him off. He does end up dying. Gabby with the BKB charging in head first. Takes out Play Hard. Gabby just uncountered with that BKB. And now Jimmy running in forward. The Wyvern looking to set things up for Tims and Gabby. They roll in. They get the backline. Mars Heath goes down. Wyvern willing to throw away his life. The TP cancel coming out from Tims. Tims with these low cooldowns just destroying them in this fight. And Hawk is back. He's full back. And he is going to absolutely clean up this mess as TNC. They may have lost the Bristle, but you kind of mentioned it earlier. If he does die, he's going to buy his teammates a hell of a lot of time to do just this. Wipe out OB Neon.
Yeah, really well played there by Gabby. Just playing the outskirts of the fight, making sure he stays alive, had full mana, was able to commit throughout the entire duration of that fight. And it is a little split. You can see Troll does pack a serious punch if they're able to make sure he's hitting Armel in the face. And it's not over yet. I mean, that BKB on Troll, they don't really have too much for it. That did force a buyback. Boomy, not really the greatest positioning. I think I don't know if his spells were on cooldown, but he couldn't really help Bach one bit. Who's also gone for this full utility build, no BKB in sight.
Middle tower
it feels like the Wyvern, if Wyvern gets this Blink Dagger up, has the Aether Lens, maybe just wasn't enough cast range. Like, up there is to use Winter's Curse on the Troll during that BKB, or Cold Embrace the Bristle, and we didn't really see either, it felt like.
I'm trying to think, okay, Basher next. What will it take? Yapaj is going to have BKB soon. Now you've got an Aeon, or they had Aether Lens rather, on Boomy in that fight. It's just tough to find good positioning. You know, Armel and this Earth Spirit just keep going so deep into the fight. Staying near enough to them to cast spells is tough. Here comes the smoke. They got all spells up. Is there AC on Armel yet? Very close. It's on the way.
It's coming on Curry, yep. So TNC.
It's right timing.
Get down the high ground ward. Gabby blinking in, finds Yanuel. This should be a solo kill. Not sure he's going to need his teammates. Team's just going to roll in to secure it, but... Oh, pause. Bit of a lag spike coming in the game there, unfortunately, but don't think that would have mattered too much. Yeah, it does feel like, you know, TNC are going to have, like you say, this problem maybe closing out the game. They have this map control. They can always, you know, take over the enemy side of the map, farm their jungle, take Roshan, but going high ground and, you know, stopping OB Neon from pushing out these side lanes seems a bit tricky.
And that's the benefit. Well, I guess I'll say the weakness of the Bristle and Bloodseeker cores. You know, you want to fight. You don't really want to chase people all around the map, but that's where the Earth Spirit comes in. Still one of the best supports in Dota 2, even after the nerfs to effectively all of the abilities. Doesn't matter. You have way more catch than pretty much any hero at your role in comparison.
Yeah, appreciating the Queen of Pain Arcana there on the camera. Always a fan. Some good cosmetic. As TNC look to press forward, ignoring the... I mean, I guess I don't see Marcus yet. I'll see him in a second. Ignoring him for now. Just looking to take these objectives. Take over these tier 3 towers. I mean, I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, they do have control of these outposts. Another thing, the XP you get, some of the changes there are going to give TNC a nice little boost.
Yeah, the AC is just such a big equalizer.
Dire's middle tower
I think
has fallen.
Is the armor, is that bugged? Because some reason it shows Bristle only having 12 armor.
Yeah, I think it's a visual bug. I think I've seen that before, and it's just a visual bug.
Okay, because the AC aura also shows to not affect him at the moment. It's
armor enhanced by 0, attack speed. He's hidden like he has an AC, I feel like. AC, well, I guess he gets the 30 attack speed, but yeah.
Okay.
It feels like he's gone.
Well, what's interesting though, like considering that fight that he did die, he didn't have the plate mail. He went for the greedy progression with the Hyperstone first. So
yeah, I thought here they come, they get the Radiant Scan, they see everyone with this one, but the
nice
gets caught in the speed, but the Cold Embrace is there. The Winter, you're actually saying the Winter's Curse saving everyone else. With the Sonic Wave set up a huge desecration as Gabby gets himself a double kill, and he's looking for more. The Rubik in the trees is being hunted down as well, and with the Bristleback in the middle of this, doesn't seem to care. He's just taking up the troll. Great cold embrace again. Umi playing his fight perfectly. Has got Gabby an ultra kill. He's looking for the rampage. Give him the rampage. He gets stolen the first time. Can he get it the second time? You betcha. It's a rampage. Gabby. Easy pickings for him.
That was absolutely dope. Shout out to Booming. I know we saw a rampage from Gabby. Not that he did anything. That was Booming. That's Booming's rampage. That is the definition of what we like to call an alley-oop. Perfect ult, perfect cold embrace. And Gabby's just like, oh, hey, I'm alive. Oh, look, 4 heroes. I'll ult this. That's fine. Has the Shiva to the bonus damage. Just that. 2 racks. Team wipe. Let's go, TNC.
TNC were so they scanned out, they baited the Quap, they scanned out the entire Neon team coming that way. Wyvern was in perfect position to save the Quap, and Quap had a double damage rune bottled up, ready to fight. It was just perfect execution. They get 6 kills out of it, they get top racks, they're gonna get mid racks. Can't get bottom without the tier 2 tower, and we will see Skem, spear back in the Bristleback. This Bristleback has looked a little more vulnerable, but ultimately when they focus Bristle, it's just meant Quap has been able to clean up.
Yep. Thinking about Booming.
Next back. They recognize this Wyvern for the problem he is in these fights. Still gets the Winter's Curse off. Not going to lead to any kills here. And the Bloodseeker actually gets speared into the arena. So Bok in some trouble as well. Has a 4-staff but can't get out of the arena. So a couple of kills going Obi Neon's way.
2 racks was the trade. You'll take that any day of the week. And now a Bloodthorn on Gabby. That'll remove the troll evasion or mischance benefit from the Whirling Axes.
The one perhaps thing Neon could do that may give them a sliver of hope is snipe this Roshan, I feel. It's just respawned, and with Wyvern dead, I mean, Wyvern's back in 20 seconds. I don't think they're going to get out the Roshan time. They're also getting picked off here. But Gabby finds 1 kill, looking for a second potentially. As Tims goes charging forward. He's going to BKB, and Gabby just jumps on top of this Rubik. This Rubik just going to get deleted by a BKB Quap, and yep, he's just unstoppable now. Well, I talked about them taking Roche because it's 5v3. Well, it looks like, you know, all TNC need is Tims and Gabby to take a 2 versus 5 fight here. Yopaj can't do anything except BKB TP, and he almost dies there. Ooh, that was close.
I don't even need Bach. They're just like, yeah, we'll fight. Quap Earth Spirit, such a deadly combination. So much kill threat, so much reach. Boomy's going to scout out the Roche. She sees this is available now, so I imagine, yep, just right back over to it.
And that's where I think that TNC aggression was really nice, because they kept Obi Neon away from this Roche.
Yep. They just played really well. This is the awakened TNC. You know, they've ever since they won, what was it? I think ESL where was that? ESL Mumbai. That was their peak, right? Like they won a huge major tournament, and since then they've looked like
they won the major. They won an actual Valve major. Yeah, I was about to say, you're talking about ESL Mumbai? Come on, Kyle.
Okay, they won
the. There was the China, not the China, the Chengdu major, I want to say. One of them majors in China. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's so long ago, you don't remember it too well. But this is TNC. They look like they might be. Oh.
Brutal start to the fight. Doesn't mean Troll doesn't have to worry about that Winter's Curse, but the problem is there's no Rubik. Will instantly buy back. They go in on Ubi, force him to defensively cold embrace himself. Doesn't mean he doesn't have that save, and he's going to get brought down to start the fight without a buyback here, so we'll see what the rest of TNC can do without the Wyvern this time. It looks like it's just fine. Gabby and Armel are just too damn farmed and tanky. Natsumi trying to lifesteal his way through this one, but he's hitting the back of the Bristleback. This is not what you want to do, and unfortunately the Bristleback just a little bit too tanky. It's GG. TNC take the grand finals 2-0. That was convincing, Kyle.
That was a straight up domination. They look like the best team in this tournament by a margin. And you know, just saying, like, look at their smiles, like they're boot camping, they're getting their dances on, like definitely some confidence. And if I learned anything from the last major, confidence is everything. Drop those question marks early, and in this case, I think undefeated, right? Or no, not undefeated. They dropped 1 game.
No, they came from the lower bracket, but one of those losses where it felt more of a draft problem than a play problem.
Yeah. They clicked here. I think their last picks in both games were excellent. The way they played, they certainly understand, I think, a little bit of how this new patch affects Dota. It's like you said, Parker, just early kills, early aggression. We saw Armel do a great job controlling runes. And I think the Wyvern pick, to me, again, Boomy, just straight up MVP.
Well, TNC, your Dota 2 Asia Pacific champions here in the Predator League. I mean, like it's dominant stuff, and that is a really good sign for them moving forward. You know, DPC League's just around the corner. They're starting next week. TNC didn't make it to the first major out of the tough SEA region, and I feel like they're a team that if they're at the major, they can very easily get top 6 and qualify for TI. So they may not have made it to the first major, but they're a team you can never count out of qualifying to TI by doing well at the next major.
After casting throughout this tournament, I just I definitely have newfound respect. I don't see SEA too much. I'm mostly focused on EUCIS because that's the region that I'm working with. But China looked dominant at the major. But I think right there in that discussion, SEA, you know, if Neon's a top 6 team, this TNC, as you said, certainly looks like they might be damn top 6 as well. And they didn't make it to the major this last round. So there's at least 4 teams you got to figure that all have a pretty solid shot to have a strong performance on the international stage. Really well done by TNC. As I said, great play, great drafting, and this does look like a renewed roster that we can hopefully start to see soon competing for real titles, much like they did a couple of years ago.
Well, SEA Dota, you know, it's got a bright future ahead of it. DPC League's around the corner, but for now, TNC have clinched themselves another title. They, right now, at least today, are the kings of SEA Dota. Congratulations to them. Thank you, Kyle, for joining me, and we're going to head back to the panel as we celebrate TNC's big victory.
A big victory indeed. My goodness. That's how you win a grand final. I mean, it wasn't as close as we wanted it to be, but when it comes to just celebrating the winners, right? It's just so good. That good Dota came out from a TNC, and that's what we like. My name is Wolf, your panel host. Thank you so much, Kyle and Gods, and now the Wolfpack, Pao and Nathan. Were you impressed? Are you entertained? Let's say.
Good Dota is its own reward. And I will say that for both of the games, and I'm just talking about both of the games, my MVP is Boomy. His drafting in this final, or in this final day, was impeccable. The last pick, Life Stealer, I really loved it to punish the Life Stealer. I really enjoyed seeing the last pick, Bristleback. And like I said, they had all the tools in the world. And that's why I sided with him in that game. The Winter Wyvern, just as a pick, already gonna give you a headache when all you're relying on is a Troll Warlord. But over and above that, he just played amazing in the series. All of those clutch saves, the rampage that he was able to give to Gabby, like Kyle said, that's not Gabby's rampage. In a lot of ways, right? In a lot of ways, that was all set up by TNC's new captain, Boomy. I think this TNC roster, we can call it a success, and they should have this confidence going into the DPC Season 2.
Yeah, I think huge patch drops. Which teams are going to be able to adjust? Obviously, in this case, TNC. You know, they definitely just changed all of a sudden. They're a different beast all of a sudden, you know? Just playing from the lower bracket today versus Boom. And again, huge respect to Boom and Neon. These are huge teams that you're playing against, especially Neon off of the back of a huge achievement at the major. So I feel like maybe Neon didn't, I don't know if they didn't do their homework enough, but definitely TNC understands the patch much more. You know, the way that they drafted, the way that they moved in the early laning stages, you know, the rune timings, the way that they played as well. I think they tailored the way that they played today to really shut down Yopatch. Definitely it was one of the ideas that coming into the series for TNC, so just huge props to them. They did their homework, they got rewarded for it, they get a star.
Not only a star, championship with it, a lot of cash as well. And
they're also the defending champions, right?
Yeah, they are.
They are. So they retain the shield. The TNC Predator have been crowned 2-time Ace of Predator League champion.
2 shields in the boot camp that we saw in there. My goodness, that Nathan kind of talked about how they were prepared. I think that is definitely it when it comes to this particular grand final. Even in the lower bracket finals, right? They look like a team that really did their homework and they are prepared against a team like OB Neon. But, you know, another gift that will be given to us is an interview with the champions. And maybe we get to understand better, and what better way to really hear from a TNC, but to hear from their now top 10. It's Boomy that we'll get to talk about. And Pao, I can see the enthusiasm in your eyes, Pao, already. But yeah, Boomy, congratulations. It must be feeling good for sure. How important
Yeah,
is
it's so
this
good.
championship for you guys?
It's very important because we are a new team and we need to kind of prove it to everyone that because of the all the people were like doubting us. So we kind of need to prove it that we have what it takes to be a TNC.
Yeah, I just want to ask actually, Boomy, congratulations, but I wanted to ask, how long did it take you to finish reading the whole patch?
It took me like 4 to 5 hours, I think, because I kind of need to check every detail, like what's really good. Like it's like it takes me 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, especially being the captain, right? But just wanted to ask one last question from me. What was your favorite change of the patch?
Probably the bounty time, because you need to memorize the time. It's gonna be different for every team. So yeah, it was like the best changes.
Boomy, I need to ask, how does it feel, being in TNC now and playing with Bok you played for years, but now also being with some of your old teammates? What's the feeling like?
It's pretty normal, and I've known him for years now, so yeah, it's pretty normal.
I see. So maybe the last question from me is, what can we expect out of TNC now that you've won a tournament? I can imagine you're very confident now, but the DPC is next week. What can we expect from you guys?
Just expect us that we will give our best for sure. So yeah, I won't say that we're gonna win, but just expect us to give our best.
Wow. All right, perfect. Sounds great.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Right, thank
Boomy,
you.
we've known you as a 4, but now playing as a 5. Do you feel at home in that position, or do you still confident? Or
I'm still learning.
All right.
I'm confident in this position because I have like a good teammates, but I'm still learning, so I'm comfortable a little bit. But I'm not really like compared to like my previous position, I can really say that I'm better this position. So yeah, I'm still learning.
Wow, great insights for sure. Now, Boomy, I'm sure you have so many people to thank, and I'll give you the time now for you to thank everyone that you want to thank, and of course give your shout outs to all of the people that you also want to shout out.
All right, thank you TNC family for support. For giving us this support. Thank you to my teammates, of course, for carrying me, and to all the fans that's been supporting us. Thank you very much. Hopefully, you guys keep supporting.
Oh, for sure. Oh, Boomy. Thank you so much, Boomy, and congratulations. We'll not keep you longer. I will know you want to celebrate. So thank you so much once again. Boomy, the captain, of course, of TNC Predator, your champions for the Acer Predator League. And of course, the Shield once again at home, boot camp of the TNC, as they are indeed the defending and back-to-back champions now for the Acer Predator League. Gabby, Armel, Bok teams, and Boomy. And I'm sure that the panel will agree with me. This is a much-deserved and a much-needed victory for TNC Predator as a franchise.
Yeah, definitely. I think the way that they played today, honestly, they just deserve it. Like you heard it from him. 4 to 5 hours just reading the long page of patch notes. I mean, who has the patience enough to be able to do something like that? Just people who care about Dota 2. People who love the game, people who play the game fantastically. And there you go. They are rewarded, of course, with the championship. Congrats to them.
Oh, Pao, what was that? I mean, there were so many genuine answers. He answered like he meant every single word that he said, and it kind of feels so honest and earnest coming out from Boomy. You know that guy. What did that interview tell you, man?
Yeah, I mean, to me, one of the things that I think is what we can expect from this team, right? Again, we see them a lot in social media, just joking around with each other, just having a good time. But I think especially for Bok and Boomy, they're in a position where they need to double time. they need to hustle. More effort is required of them just because the expectations are great. I've seen them do that when we were in a team together. We were in Adroit. People didn't believe us. Didn't believe we were going to do well. But they worked their hearts out, day in and day out, just sort of thinking about what it is that we should be doing better. And everything you heard from him, I believe it. I believe it 100%. I believe that they are spending the time to continually sort of make sure that they can prove themselves to the people that have been long-time supporters of the TNC franchise. I'm just happy for them. I think that this series, they played their hearts out. They definitely all of the little decisions were made better by TNC today, and they should use this time to really sort of reflect. Obviously, they need to celebrate. That's always a good thing. But now it's time for them to prepare for greater wars ahead. So congratulations, TNC. Congratulations to the team. Looks like it's going to be excellent momentum for them.
Pao, you also talked about how Boomy is your personal MVP of the grand final. I want to also ask Nathan, so far, let's include the entirety of the tournament. I know that we are awarding the Intel MVP whatsoever. I know that you have casted your vote, but after watching all of the games here in the Ace of Predator League 2021, you did not answer your top 3 earlier, but now I think I'm gonna have to require you now.
Listen, I still believe Neon, right? The players that they have. I still think Japoy, it definitely didn't reflect that in this series, but I think that kid has a huge and bright future in front of that guy. I mean, honestly, the way that he plays in some of these series, you don't even want to know how old the guy is, honestly. Like the amount of years or maybe even the amount of experience that this guy has just playing at this level. I still feel like Japoy could be that huge nominee for me. Again, taking into account the whole tournament and the way that he plays, should just be enough. But we'll see.
Yeah, we've been hyping about this Intel MVP, but it really feels like it's very important, and we are hyping more about this because not only are we going to award them with prizes, but also the importance of having standout players in tournaments, so that we can master all of the hype, all the valuable things in a competitive esports scene, and it's very important for us. We have actually a video for you guys watching at home so that you can understand better the gravity of the situation and why we are hyping the Intel MVP. So everyone, why don't we watch this video?
When people hear about esports, it's always about the large prize pools, the legions of fans in thundering stadiums, the jet-setting lifestyle, the trophy, the prestige. But behind it all, behind the countless hours of preparation, of strategizing, of training, behind the days that turned into months of being away from your loved ones, the bitterness of defeat, of being so close to your goal, yet finding that it's still too far out of your reach. It's the drive, the constant drive to rise to the challenge, to prove yourself the best in the world.
Summon your strength.
The importance of having a standout player, an MVP. We have all our criteria, right? We have all our personal bias or personal approach on how to determine an MVP, but it is still very important in a particular tournament. Pao, what does this mean? What does an MVP award give to a tournament, for example, or an esports scene?
I mean, whenever you have to look for a most valuable player, you need to look at overall consistency across all games, right? Sometimes whenever you look at a grand final, it can be very tempting to go, hey, whoever wins, that should be the MVP. But honestly, you have to look at the entirety of the thing, because the one real measure of skill, especially in a game like Dota 2, is consistency. And that is, what sort of rewards, what brings value to a team. If you're good one tournament, that's great, that's amazing. But when you're consistently good, when you're consistently bringing value to a team, it needs to be recognized. And what is esports if we're not recognizing excellence and sustained excellence? That's the important.
My goodness, I love it. Sustained excellence. This is probably the reason why this MVP for the PUBG part of our tournament of the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final is going to be awarded. I know everybody's excited about this, so why don't we take a look at this video announcing the winner of the Intel MVP for PUBG.
Now, what is important for Game Home is if they were looking to take a presidency in these ditches that we were talking about earlier, as E365 is getting kills on towards Game Home, they need all the smokes they can get. But here comes E365 crashing on in. Oh, and nade coming in from Shibrit as well. This is a big push here from E365, dislodging what we're seeing here from Game Home. And this is perfect. That Rose doing so much work, and it's going to do more. That is GG. E365, they are elated.
That is your Intel MVP for PUBG, Chibrit, with a very consistent performance all throughout the tournament. And these Dota boys might not understand what he did, but I think that his name, I know it sounds weird, I saw in that graphic, his name is Risky, or at least part of his name is Risky, but he did play a lot of risk, which allowed Eagle 365 to actually win the PUBG tournament overall. So such a wonderful performance, and congratulations to him. Now we have awarded PUBG. I also want to ask Nathan what his criteria for judging is when it comes to choosing an MVP in general, you know.
I don't know, man. Honestly, it's in the name, you know, valuable. Who really helped you win the game? Sometimes it's not even that. Actually, it's a lot of things. It can be flair, it can be style, you know, who stood out, who played the most flashy, you know, who made the most awesome plays, you know, who really just came in and just boom, you know, wow, okay, it's this guy, definitely. It's usually something that you can't really put into words. It's just something that's very intangible in a way that you just go like, oh yeah, it's him, you know. Why? No, it's just him. You just know it's him.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can see the gravity of the situation better if we get to understand and be hyped with this video, with the just introing the Intel MVP for Dota. So why don't we watch this, guys?
When people hear about esports, it's always about the large prize pools, the legions of fans in thundering stadiums, the jet-setting lifestyle, the trophy, the prestige. But behind it all, behind the countless hours of preparation, of strategizing, of training, behind the days that turned into months of being away from your loved ones, the bitterness of defeat, of being so close to your goal, yet finding that it's still too far out of your reach. It's the drive, the constant drive to rise to the challenge, to prove yourself the best in the world.
Summon your strength.
The best in the world. That's what we're aiming for, right? But for now, why don't we look at just the best in a tournament? And since tournaments are not decided by just literally one game or one series, it's a long process. I want to ask Pao, who do you look for when it comes to the MVP? Is it the actual last winner, or do you look at the entirety of a tournament, even when a team will not make it into the final game?
Right. I mean, I guess it's in the name, right? When we say MVP of the tournament, you kind of have to make sure that you look at the entire tournament, you know, because sometimes some people, they come up big in the final game, right? Sometimes some people have the clutch gene where it really gets activated when the chips are down and the stakes are high. But when you say MVP of the tournament, you're looking for that X factor that has been there day in and day out. So
Looking for the MVP of the tournament? You gotta look at all of the games. They all matter.
Every single game mattered, and we've had so many games all throughout the weekend, not only for PUBG but for Dota 2 as well. And why don't we take a look at this video to finally award the Intel MVP for Dota 2?
Natsumi doesn't know where to go. Stun is going to connect his BKB is worried up. Dreamless cell moving over as well. They chase down for this kill, but Makoto, he ties the Yopaj. Now trying to TP out, always in the place. They get the kill there as Hyde is going to also fall by virtue of Yopaj. They still have that Ravage, but not enough mana. Some mana, yeah. Chase down, scam in the area, wants to finish him off. Can they get this kill on a Dreamless? That was only KB, but he's stuck in the trees, fully encapsulated in pain.
Summon your strength.
It's Yopaj. I mean, they went into the grand final, guns blazing. Yopaj was consistent all throughout, and TNC kind of prepared against them, and they know the pedigree of this player, Yopaj, and they put a lot of emphasis. I think we saw that in the draft, really answering this beast of a young kid, a young Dota 2 player. Yeah. Nathan, what do you think about Yopaj getting the Intel MVP?
Listen, I think you have to take this into context, right? He just came from placing top 6 at a major. Playing here is just huge, you know. Of course, the way that he played throughout the tournament as well. It's just the swagger that he comes into these games. Just go like, oh, we've got this matchup. I don't care. I'm gonna go around, kill you, boom. I'm carrying the team through the mid game. Now that's how he plays. That's how it is. Japoy is the guy to watch, honestly.
You mentioned a while ago about, you know, what do we look for when we look for the most valuable player. Sometimes you have to look at your opponents. We saw TNC's plan. Their plan is to put everyone on Earth in the mid lane to shut down the mid laner, to make sure that they control the runes against the mid laner, and that mid laner, his name is Yopaj, is my idol. Not exactly his name, but that is his moniker. I think that's also what you have to look at when you look at MVP of the entire tournament. When all of your enemies are afraid of you, you're probably the most valuable.
That's true. I mean, the word is value, right? And then Yopaj, we've seen him here from his own region as he started as one of your wonder kids, right? He did perform so well, and so far this is just the start. I think that he's just in the launch pad of his own career. We still get to see him improve in the next few months, probably in the major, then eventually all throughout the year. And another good player that's gonna come out from the Asia Pacific region, and we're also I hope that everybody's gonna be watching right now, because now we get to see the development of this young guy become one of the best in the business. That is exciting, right? My goodness, much more is gonna come for sure for Yopaj. Congratulations! Not discounting the efforts of Bumi, for example, or Armel or Gabby from TNC Predator, but it's just that as Japoy stood out not only from us but also from the fans, because this is the criteria is 40% from the fans, 40% from the talents, and 20% from the players themselves. And this is a collective, and Japoy came out, or Yopaj, as known in the international scene. Wow, what a wonderful day we've had. What a wonderful tournament, Nathan and Pau. I'm sure that we're all happy to get to see a championship that we had awarded 2 MVPs. But you know, there's another team to award, as we have hosted here from the Philippines, PA Predator League 2021. It's time to transfer the shield, and perhaps the lore will develop, you know, the story of the shield. And for everyone out there, for everyone out there who's curious, let's watch this video and find out where the next shield will be.
utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. Utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. Utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal, pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which thankfully there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of. Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Hello, everyone. Hello and good evening. Sorry, I was looking at some Dota buff stats between TNC and OB Neon. And congratulations, TNC. They are our champions for the Predator League APAC for Dota 2, going 2-0 against OB Neon, an up-and-coming and very, very strong Southeast Asian team. Let's welcome the team here. Eto na sila. Let's welcome TNC here. Yun. Ayan na oh. Oy, congratulations you guys. Grabe. 2-0.
Thank you.
2-0. Not even a game 3. Na 1-0 kayo in the earlier match, of course, upper bracket. How does it feel to come back 2-0 against OB Neon? Tapos anong adjustments ginawa nyo to get such a convincing win?
Ikaw na, Boombox.
Ako na. Si Boom. Sige.
Ano lang, masaya kami kasi yun, nanalo kami. Pero yun nga, kasi bagong patch. Kaya yun siguro, mas nakapag-adjust kami kaysa sa kanila.
Teka lang, yung 1-0 nung winners bracket, look, that was the older patch, no?
Older
patch pa yun.
Uy, grabe talaga. Yun nga yung pinag-usapan natin. Yung unahan talaga sa pag-adjust ng patch, no? Yun talaga. So, what were the adjustments na nakuha nyo sa patch na feeling nyo na that worked for you guys? Na, okay, we got this. Na pwede nyong sabihin sa amin.
Number one yung bounty rune.
Bounty rune? Explain mo lang, bro.
Yung bounty rune kasi, ginawang every 3 minutes na. So,
yes.
Yung iba kasi, or feel ko kanina, yung kalaban namin sa Neon, parang nakakalimutan nila. Kasi na every 3 minutes na. Kasi palagi namin nakukuha yung bounty rune. So yeah, yun.
At saka, di ba, inurong pa nila ng konti, no? It's not at the same spot as before, di ba? Medyo it's at a different space now.
Yeah. Kasi
I see. So, how does that make a difference yung bounty rune, bro, at this level of the game? Para lang for our friends from the media. And of course, they'll be asking their questions to get that, let's say maybe 2 or 3 or all the bounty runes, gaano kalaking differential yan for you guys?
Sagutin mo na, Bok.
Yan, Bok. Sige, Bok.
Yung bounty runes, ano yung ano? Difference.
Muted ka ata, Bok eh.
Hello.
Masaya.
Sige,
sobrang
sagutin mo namin.
Hindi, yung Bountaron kasi ano siya, sobrang importante niya sa mga mid player na nakabote.
Tama.
Pang ma-abuse mo yun, then yun, napapunish namin sila ng kinukuha namin lagi yung Bountaron ng kalaban.
So at least pwede kayo mag-initiate mas lalo, pwede kayo pwede kayo mag-rotate because you have kasi may bote kayo. Bro,
yan.
Coming from that, pare, how do you feel about the water rune dito sa patch na to as a mid player?
Ano bang normal lang ata, pang mas more priority lang siguro sa rune kasi ang daming rune eh. Yung sa bata rune, wala naman masyado.
Really?
Sa rune.
Para sa'yo?
In general lang,
Gets. Okay, overall impression sa patch na to, Tims, Gabi. Ano yung feel nyo sa ganitong patch? Tell us the changes you like. Ano yung mga changes na hindi nyo gusto?
Mas nakaka-enjoy lang siya laruin kasi every minute talaga may isipin ka na kung saan ka lalaban. Parang laban na ng laban. Parang wala kang time mag-farm.
Diba? Parang suntukan to eh. Sabi ng Valve, magsuntukan na lang lahat. Parang pang-SEA itong patch na to eh. Napansin mo, at saka yung map, parang it rewards the team na parating lumalaban.
Kasi parang sobrang close lang lagi sa rune, ganun. Tapos yung mga camps.
Lalo na sa starting rune.
Lalo na sa diba, laban parati pa. And Tims, ikaw bro, as a roamer who always has to rotate and of course initiate fights, how do you feel? How do you like this patch? Kumusta?
Yung para sa akin, sobrang ganda din ng patch kasi roaming nga ako, tas connected siya sa mga bounty rune, tas power rune, na every 3 minutes bounty rune, tapos every 2 minutes power rune. So, marami ako nagagawa sa map. Good siya.
Suntukan eh. It's really... So, would you say this is gonna be an entertaining patch para sa mga tournaments to come? Tingin nyo?
I think so. Kumpara before.
Suntukan eh. It's really just, it's just fighting. It's fun. Okay, so we have our friends from the media. Welcome back. We have Rain Balaktas, TechBeat PH, Angie, Dina Vasquez, Village People, Dugout Philippines, the Geeks, and of course other friends as well, Kit Shu, Chloe Moredo at Double Tech. We'll flash the first question for our friends from the media. Yun, Dugout Philippines. I have the DPC round 2. Does this win signify that you're still the ¡1 Philippine team? Interesting question. I like that question.
Sino ba na?
Kahit sino gusto sumugot nito?
Ano kasi tawag dito, di namin iniisip yung maging #1 sa C or #1 sa Pinas. Parang gusto lang namin manalo sa mga every games namin. Gusto kasi din namin mag-qualify ng major na. Pero never namin iniisip na gusto namin maging #1 na C teams or PH teams.
Bakit? Sa tingin mo medyo parang hindi siya magandang mentality sa mga... Kasi alam ko naman, I know what you're trying to say, Gabi, pero para sa mga friends ng media natin, ano nangyayari sa team na parating nag-iisip, oy, kailangan #1 tayo?
Ano ba explain?
Kaya mo yun.
Di ko kasi feel ko parang wala din na isipin mo na #1 ka eh. Parang maano ka lang, magiging
dagdag pressure.
Dagdag pressure ganun.
Para ma-disappoint ka.
Pag natalo ka kahit sa teams ganun.
Tapos feeling nyo ba nakaka-focus kayo sa laro nyo kung ganun yung iniisip ng mga player ng team? Pag yun ang nasa loob ng isip ng team na kailangan #1 tayo, nalalaro ba nila rin laro talaga nila pag yun ang nasa likod ng isip nila?
Feel ko disappoint lang sila pag natalo sila ng kahit anong team. Kahit kunwari may hinang team ganun, natalo sila. Hindi lang magiging maganda yung mentality nila after nun.
Tama. Unnecessary pressure, no? Lalo na competing at this high level. Tama. Thank you for that question, Dugout Philippines. We'll flash another question here. Eto na. Can you share your insight on that IO pick in Game 1? Core IO has been hit hard by the nerf. Yun nga eh. Great question, Gabriel. IO has been nerfed
the memes have come. You know, trash can, yun, nilagay na sa trash can si IO, but pero pinili nyo pa rin. This was, I think, a game 1 pick, correct? Yeah? IO, bro.
I think viable pa rin yung IO. Na-nerf man siya, pero feel ko malakas pa rin. Kasi yung nerf niya lang naman yung movement, yung max movement, tsaka yung konting nerf sa yung bolang skill niya. So, para sa akin, pag nalaro niyo yung maayos yung IO, kasi yung IO may strengths pa rin na kaya niyang mag-sustain Lalo pag nakuha niyo yung timings niya, yung heart, ganun, yung Ag's heart. So, feel ko malakas pa rin siya. Depende na lang kung paano niyo laruin.
And nanalo kayo. You guys won that game. Before we move on to the next question, binan nyo guys yung Elder Titan twice. Tell us about Elder Titan. Medyo parang you banned it twice in the post games. How are you feeling about Elder Titan this patch? Kumusta naman yung feel? Anyone can answer this one.
See? Box, sagutin mo.
Oh, si Box.
Personally, I don't like the hero. I don't like winning against the hero.
Yeah.
Naririnig ba?
Naririnig naman.
Ay, naririnig ako.
Oo.
Parang, yun lang in short. Parang I don't like playing against the hero.
Really? Tapos nag-Elder Titan carry pa kayo nung a few games ago. So, I appreciate. So, mahirap lang. So, is Elder Titan good this patch? Yun ang question. Like, sa inyo. Is Elder Titan good this patch?
Depende sa team. Kung parang gamay nila yung Elder Titan. Pero para sa akin, lang siya, normal lang.
Respect ban lang sa Neon.
Comfort hero din kasi nila yun.
Parang respect ban lang yan. Kasi palagi, pag ginagamit nila, malaki yung parang win rate nila.
Gets. Very nice. Okay, we'll be flashing the other next questions from our friends. To whom do you dedicate this win and what are you most grateful for right now? That's from Dina Vasquez. Ito, kanino ito yung mga ito yung mga question na kanino dinedicate yung win and what are you most grateful for? Teams Gabby Armel, kayo naman.
Isa naman Mel.
Dinededicate ko yung win na to sa mga fans ng TNC. Yan. TNC is back.
Ganun din sa akin.
Hindi. Iba dapat. Hindi. Armel, iba dapat sa'yo. Iba sa'yo.
Masyado kasing parang pag sinabi mo kasi dinededicate mo sa family mo, ganun. Parang sobrang common.
Normal na siya.
Ibahin mo naman. Sige, ikaw. Sige,
dinededicate na sa mga haters ko.
Sa mga?
Since Bob, we just...
Gabby, ikaw naman.
Hindi, yun lang. Normal lang. Sa family ko, ganun.
Tama. Okay, so what are you grateful for right now? Just to answer the question from Dina. At this point in the competition, and of course DPC2 is happening soon, what are you guys happy about overall?
Ako na lang, siguro grateful kami na nakapag-adjust agad kami sa patch kahit kahapon lang ata yung patch, then ayun, nag-perform kami na ngayong araw. And moving forward, nakakadagdag siya ng confidence. Boost.
At gusto nyo yung patch na to. Gusto nyo. You guys, based on a feel nyo yung patch. Guy, question Armel, is this an SEA patch? Feeling mo? Parang
pang lahat ng mga mabilis maglaro pang nag-benefit sa patch. Hindi lang masasabi kasi wala pa namang ibang region na naglalaro. Pero so far, yun yung nakikita ko.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Armel. Okay, we'll flash the next questions here. How does it feel to win back-to-back titles? Oo nga pala, yes, back-to-back. techbeatph.com. Back-to-back titles, Gabby Tims.
Yun nga, nakakatawa syempre na nanalo ulit kami ng Predator League. Kasi para di sa mga fans namin to talaga Tapos ayaw din namin sila ma-disappoint.
Tama. Tims?
Same. Masaya kami na nag-back champion. Pero syempre, marami pang darating na tournament. Ready lang
guys,
kami.
Thank you, Tims. Guys, how does it feel? Syempre, you're a new team. Nung nakausap kayo just a few days ago, syempre, ang ganda ng vibe nyo, komportable kayo, communication is good. Ano yung playing again and winning a championship. How does the chemistry feel now na medyo you played at a grand final, you adjusted the patch together? Kumusta yung chemistry niyo right now as a team? How does it feel?
Ano lang, siguro confident lang kami sa isa't isa. Yun lang. Yun ang masasabi ko.
Bok.
Of course, 1 month pa ako together, parang nag-pay off yung hard work namin sa practices namin. The past month.
Salamat, Bok. Thank you. We'll be flashing the next question here from our friends from the media. Our next question from Chloe Moredo. Okay.
Ay, nawala.
From Chloe Moredo, what makes Boomy different from your previous shot callers? Sige. Kahit sino pwede sumagot ito, except Boomy, syempre.
Si Tims na lang.
Sige, Tims, Armel,
sige.
Gabi.
Siguro yung pinagkaiba ni Boomy sa mga previous na naging kampi ko. More aggressive siya maglaro. Yung pinaka iba talaga.
When you say more aggressive, parang mas gusto niya mag-rotate, mas he initiates rotations more.
Ano siya eh, ano ba to? May killer instinct din siya kasi dati siyang post-ball. Advantage.
Lalaki po ulo niyan.
Mahinang post-pog.
Ikaw naman, yun, binaba uli. Inangat ni Tim sa binaba ni Armel.
Wala, mayayabang yan eh.
Ikaw naman, Gabi. O sige, so nag-comment na si Tim, nag-comment na si Armel. Ikaw naman.
Siguro ipagkakaiba lang sa ibang mga nakampi namin. Siguro mas close lang talaga, tas mas okay yung vibe namin sa isa't isa. Kasi yun nga, matagal na din kami magkakasama.
Feel ko nga yun sa inyo. Like now, I've interviewed you guys over years and nararamdaman ko yung vibe with your other teammates. We've seen different versions of TNC. Ang komportable kayo. And I would say that's a good thing. That's a good thing. All
Pinoy din kasi.
Yung communication talaga, no? Yung kinuwento sa akin ni Armel at ni Tims na parang, no bro. Wala nang no bro. Okay, so the communication's helping very well. Okay, we have another question to be popped. From Dugout Philippines, follow up. Nung Game 2, gumamit kayo ng Bristle na pinalakas sa patch. Anong naging rationale sa pag-draft kay Bristle? Or offlane can answer this?
Mela.
Ano lang yan? Ano lang sinabi lang ni Armel, feeling niya gusto niya mag-Bristle back. Pinagbigyan lang namin siya.
Si Gabi. Bigyan niyo credit sa akin.
Yun lang yun.
Parang na-try na daw kasi nila. Na-try na daw kasi nila nung last tournament na kalaban yung Kungka na mahirap daw si Kungka kay Bristleback. So, maganda overall sa lineup ng kalaban.
I see. So, parang bagay lang. It was a situational pick na, okay, feeling. Okay. Okay, very cool. Very cool. There you go, Dugout. We hope that answered your question. We have another question. Gabriel, John, Pe, can you guys talk about playing in this tournament format? Is it advantageous playing a best of 1 in the group stage, playoffs, and then a best of 3 in the finals? Is it... kumusta yung format na to? Anyone can answer this.
Personally, ayoko na yung format na to eh. Kasi...
Go lang.
Pagkagising mo, tapos parang feel, yung wala ka sa, ilaro mo. Isang talo lang, malalaglag ka na kagad eh. Kumbaga, kung best of 3, at least, mababawi mo pa sa second game eh. Yeah. Kaya personally, ayoko sa format. Para sa akin, hindi advantages.
A lot of people have said a lot of things about best of 1. Sinasabi din na parang sometimes maybe not the better team will win on a best of 1. Do you guys agree with that?
Agree. Kahit every team kaya manalo gan.
At this level, no, pag best of 1, at least maybe at the very minimum, would you prefer a best of 3 or at least 2 games?
Best of 3 siguro.
Best of 3 yata talaga.
Best of 3 talaga. Best of 3 talaga. All right, thank you TNC for that feedback. I think that's definitely very valuable. Yeah, best of 1s definitely have mixed feelings with different teams. Let's keep going with more questions. We'll pop it out. Dina Vasquez, what is the biggest lesson you've learned from this tournament in terms of strategy? What led to this realization? From Dina. Who would like to answer this one?
Parang ikaw na, Teams. Ayoko sumagot eh.
Ano muna?
Si Bok.
Si Bok. O, sige.
Ano daw ulit yung question?
Ano yung biggest realization na what is the biggest thing you realize strategy-wise dito?
Sa patch.
Kung ako sasagot, sige, sagutin ko na lang. Personally, yung ano ko, na-realize ko na mas maganda yung strong laners kasi palaging may bakbakan. So, yun. Para sa akin, pag strong laners kayo, pwede nyo iwan pag support. Pag support ako, iiwan ko lang si Gabi kasi malakas yung hero niya. Kahit 2 versus 1 kaya niya, parang ganun. Yun yung parang na-realize ko.
Mismo. So, are you saying survivable heroes and heroes that can maybe take a decent amount of damage by themselves enables their supports to be able to rotate and initiate more fights?
Yeah, kasi pag iniwan ko iniwan ko si Gabi, ano siya, kaya niya mag-solo, kaya hindi siya mape-pressure na kalaban or hindi siya mamamatay. Pag pumunta ako sa mid, kaya kong magbigay ng pressure sa kalaban kasi kaya kong maiwan si Gabi, parang gano'n. Kasi every minute kasi may gagawin Like 2 minutes mayroon, 3 minutes mayroon, 4 minutes mayroon. So yung tulong na ibibigay ko kay Gabi, ibibigay ko na lang sa mid, parang gano'n.
Mismo. So strong laners that can survive on their own definitely this patch rewards that. Maganda. That's a really good input. Salamat Bumi. Okay. More questions we'd like to that are going to be popped out. Maganda yan Sige, mamalakas na later. Sino yung mga jag? Sino maglalaro mamaya? Sino mga jag? Sino mga yun like give me like top 3 laners this patch na pwede mong iwan.
And si Gabi, parang mo Gab.
Gabi, yung mga pwedeng iwan. Saan ka masaya na iwan ka?
Siguro yung mga life stealer, Weaver, yun, Queen of Pain din, pwede, Razelback, mga ganong hero lang.
So basically, heroes that can escape easily and heroes that can take a lot of damage, tank a lot of damage. Nice. Thank you, bro. Gizmo Manila, may tanong siya. What's your reaction with the return of OG Ana to the main roster? This is, speaking of SEA-style bugbugan, I think the OG style of Dota is also, mahilig silang makipaglaban. Do you think that this patch favors their playstyle?
Mahirap pa masabi. Kasi kakabalik din nila Tsaka, pero nakaka-excite din na yun, bumabalik yung main roster nila isa-isa.
Nagaganahan ba kayo? Siyempre, they're the only 2-time champions as competitors, as the people that you play against these guys. Nagaganahan ba kayo when you see like, this is the 2-time roster coming back?
Sa side ko, siyempre, magugustuhan ko kasi baka pagkalaro nila, parang may bibigay silang idea sa amin. Yun. Tapos siguro kung nag-meet up or nag-meet kami sa LAN or online, yun, baka kalaban namin. Excited talaga.
Arman, excited ka bang makalaban si Ana ulit?
Si Ana? Hindi na. Hindi kasi mid yun Carry siya. Si Gabi, tatapatan ni Gabi yan.
Okay, we're gonna pop in the next question here. Hi all, how does the support from your fans affect your game?
Box, puti mo na Box.
Bubble gum.
Positive yung vibes na pinibigay ng fans, hindi nakakagana. Pero yung negative naman, of course, compete ka sa challenge para gano'n.
I'm sure. Siyempre, ganyan. And you guys have been through, di ba, that phase, no? Yung kinuwento nyo, I'm sure. Does it get to you? Yung mga hateful comments? Does it get to you?
Binasa siguro.
Binasa.
Di ba naman na may nag-hate sa'yo? Di mo binabasa
Gets. Sino yung pinaka-prone na maapektuhan sa comments dito sa inyong 5? At sino yung pinaka parang, manhid lang, hindi niya, yung parang he handles the comments, the hateful comments well? Sino dito?
Hindi ko shock
Si Bok? Si Bok ba? Hindi ko alam.
Feel ko si Bok, madaling, kasi emotional si Bok Feel ko lang.
Really?
Kaya ka po umiyak ngayon yan.
Kaya pa medyo naman.
May luha na po.
Okay lang yan, Bok. Okay lang yan. Alam mo. So who manages the hateful comments best sa inyo? So kung si Bok, the one is the most emotional, sinong nag-handle ng mga hateful comments na pinakamaayos sa inyong 5?
Ay, yan, di ko na alam yan.
Di ko din sure kasi pagka panalo siguro binabasa ko, pero pag talo kasi ignore ko na lang eh.
Kasi ako na sila.
Hirap kasi, hindi rin.
Mas maganda kasing iwasan mo na lang eh.
At saka hindi rin nila naintindihan the level of competition, 'di ba? Parang sino man nakakaintindi sa laro nyo, sino nakakaintindi sa ganong level ng ng competition. So parang kung babasahin mo man ang gusto mong kunan ng, let's say, lesson or laman, parang hindi siya mahirap. Rarely na magtutugma siya, no?
Hindi naman siya applicable talaga sa game. Ang ganun.
Mismo. We have one question here that we want to squeeze in as well. What is next for you guys? Any target tournaments that you want to join for the rest of the year? Okay, what's up next?
DPC. Major.
Ano yung first one? Is it the Dream League one or is it the ESL one?
Di pa na-announce na Doms.
Wala pa na-announce na schedule, no?
May schedule na,
pero yung main tournament di pa ata na-announce kung saan.
Hindi pa siya.
Di pa in-announce kung saan i-held.
Are you guys required to travel for this one or sa bahay lang kayo?
Online.
Online pa lang naman yan.
I mean yung kulan, yung pinakalan required siya.
Okay. Well, for that, good luck, guys. Last but not the least, okay, give me your S tiers for this patch. 2 heroes each for your positions. Yung mga S tiers nyo, feeling nyo. Just based on initial questions, sino yung mga S tiers na feeling nyo na okay, ito malalupit mga to. Let's start with Bumi, Bok, and then all the way to
Okay, sa akin, siguro Class S, Clockwork, to Scar. Pwede din idagdag Lion yan.
Wow.
Yung Lion Shard, bro, ibang klase. Insta BKB, walang hiya. Teams, di ba, as a 4, Insta BKB on the Lion Shard. Anong feeling mo doon?
Okay lang siya.
Okay lang?
Hindi ako na OP-han. Goods lang. Kasi madali lang din patayin si Lion eh. Pag naggaganon siya, pag pinalo siya ng carry, mamatay na yun.
1 shot, 2 shot, diba? Gets. Alright, so Husker, Clockwork, Lion, pwedeng S tier. Bok, ikaw naman.
Beastmaster, tsaka Pango.
Beastmaster, Pango, S tier. Very cool. Okay, Tim, ikaw. Mga S tiers mo.
Taskar, tsaka Pango.
Taskar, tsaka Pango. Okay. Gabi, ikaw, bro.
Ako hindi ko pa alam. Feel ko, hindi ko pa mag-explore sa pub. Pero Tiny siguro. Tiny Lifestealer.
Tiny Lifestealer. Nice. Okay. Armel, last one. Mga S tiers mo.
Puck lang ata, tsaka Queen.
Puck and Queen. So far. Well, guys, congratulations sa inyo. Maraming salamat. Thank you for the time. You are 2-time champions. This patch is going to be very exciting. I feel we're excited to see how you guys are going to be playing Bugbugan Parate, and we're looking forward to seeing just bakbakan na Dota. It's going to be a lot of fun. Good luck sa DPC. Congratulations on winning 2-0. And good luck with the next series of tournaments. Anything that you want to say to the fans just to close, or to Predator just to close before we wrap up?
Okay.
Game teams.
Hindi ko na.
Pinasa!
Si Bok. Magaling kasi si Bok sa mga ganyan.
Salamat po sa mga fans sa sumusuporta pa rin namin. Tapos, salamat sa Predator.
Predator number 1.
Ayun. Maraming salamat. Naku, si Bok na ikaw na yung papasahan sa mga interview, Bok. Nakikita ko na eh. Nakikita ko na. Anyways, Bumi, Bok, Armel, Gabby, Tims, congratulations, champions. Get some rest, enjoy, and celebrate the win. At good luck sa DPC. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ingat.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Guys, bye. There you have it. 2-time TNC champions. Very, very nice. Galing. They gave also their S tier picks a patch. winning against Neon, I think, is definitely a confidence booster. Pero kagaya nga ng sinabi ng TNC, the patch is early, so we're going to see adjustments to Dota. But for those who enjoy fighting, the kind of just, aggressive team fight based Dota, it feels like this patch favors SEA players, as SEA teams are known to be very, very aggressive. We love to fight, and hopefully that's a good sign for us for Southeast Asia. Thank you very much, TNC, for the time, and congratulations on being champions. And before we thank Predator, I would like to thank our friends from the media. Congratulations to TNC, and thank you to everyone, to our friends for joining us. Ron Barbasa, OMG Louis, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Pinoy Metro Geek, RAR Nation, Kailma Kalahate, Rain de Ocampo, Colin Chan, what's up, man? Lionel Makahilig, Vlogging in Tandem, thank you. Gab Diaz, Sports on Air. Brian Rillo Raza, thank you. Thank you as well to Upsize PH for joining us. Dugout Philippines, Gabriel, John Pe, thank you for your questions. Chloe Moredo, TechBit PH, Dina Vasquez, Gabriel, I mentioned Gabriel already. Kit Shu, mentioned Rain Balagtas, Ron Barbasa, thank you for joining us. Julie C, Digital Pogi, salamat. TechBit PH, thank you. The Geeks, Dugout Philippines, thank you to Gizmo Manila. Angie Louis de los Reyes, thank you. Kailama Kalahate, thank you very much. Pinoy Metro Geek, thank you. Ron Barbaso, you've been there. And Adobo Tech, thank you very much for joining us all the week. And thank you so much to our friends from the media for joining us. It's been a fun virtual media center. Congratulations to TNC, and thank you so much, Predator, for making this happen. We can understand that it's been so challenging for Acer and the Predator team to mount a tournament as we were working through a pandemic. This was supposed to be a Mall of Asia Arena tournament back in 2020, but here we are still making it possible. And of course, coming from our CEO, he said that this is a way of them learning how to mount these virtual events better. And they are very excited to, of course, have one big offline LAN event one day once this pandemic is over. So thank you so much, Predator, for making this possible for the players, teams, and fans. And we look forward to more events with Predator in the future. In the meantime, we hope you enjoyed this league. We hope you enjoyed the fun. We hope you enjoyed the competition. And we will see you for more esports action in the future. In the meantime, stay safe, take care, and thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Predator.